Now they can hear us. Kevin!
Hey, how's it going, Ozzy?
Good. Thanks for joining me because I so need to vent today. I got so much venting.
Vent away, vent away.
I don't know how people didn't watch this and scream at their TV the whole time. Like, seriously. All right, we are go. We have 7 viewers so far, so that will clock up eventually. I think right now in EST time we are. Let's go. I got to calculate it. Sorry. We are 6:30 p.m. in America. Well, some states in America. And here we go. Hello, 13 Kings, Jody Who, Donna. Donna was screaming. Oh my God. I couldn't do it. Like I was saying to Kev before, I had to watch Melanie's stream because she's the only one that matches my level of outrage right now. I like all of the law tubers, they're all good. But I have to tune in to Melanie when I need the outrage level. So I have pre-watched up until the last hour. So the last hour will be news to me. Hello, Miss K, CLK, Janelle. Thanks for joining us.
Well, now that you say it, I only watched up to the break. I didn't watch the second half of it.
Oh, good. We can outrage the new stuff together.
Yeah. Just full disclosure too, and for the trolls out there, I'm Kevin Honky Brennan, spell checker, formerly Sallyport Camera.
Right.
So you'll see me in chat occasionally.
I.e., not one of my alt accounts has.
No, I'm not one of your alternate accounts, and I'm 100% Irish.
Right. We have today the difference between the Irish and the Australian accents, guys.
Well, mine's Northwest Ireland, so it sounds a bit northern.
Right. So you got different dialects for
Yeah,
different parts. There you go.
every 5 miles the dialect changes.
There you go. I didn't know that. So I was just talking the other day to a Canadian, and I didn't pick up that she was Canadian until she said a boot. And I was like, because that's about the only word I could pick between American and Canadian accent. So I'm
Yeah,
actually the same with the Irish. I can't pick one from the other. I'm sure you could though.
Canadians funny. The Quebec is I forget, I can't pronounce this word. The Quebec was, or the Quebecese with the French tinge on the accent. I find it hilarious.
Right.
It's,
See,
it's a
I
lovely
can't
accent.
even pick Quebec from Toronto. I can't pick them.
Oh, I can, especially when you get to the French side of it. I used to work with a few Canadians in Dublin in a pub in Dublin. They were very funny,
CLK
lovely people.
has someone in her business in Scotland, and daughter is in Australia. So we're right on the money for CLK. Hello from New Orleans. Looney, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, Kathy Ray has me pegged there. I'm
Derry.
not far. I'm not far from Derry,
There you
and
go.
thank God she didn't say Londonderry. That's a whole other issue that we won't go into.
Yep. If we're lucky and she wakes up from her night shift snooze, Michelle might join us just to prove that Michelle's not me either. Which is
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be fun.
the other accusation is that Michelle's my other alt account. Apparently I've got multiple alt accounts even though I can't even fucking remember the password for this account.
Sounds like we're similar in a lot of ways.
Hey Bob, thanks for joining us.
Both is in. Hey, Buddha.
All right, so we need to do a sound check. Let me get over here Oh, I don't have the volume thingy installed on this one. Hang on, we might have to install the volume thingy before we do this, because otherwise it's going to be frustratingly quiet. Let me get that happening. What's it called? Volume. I don't know how to use this browser. Oops. We're currently using a browser that Kev put me onto, guys.
I didn't put you onto that, did I?
Actually, I think it might have been Corey.
Yeah, it wasn't me. I was trying to get you to use uBlock, and then you mentioned somebody had put you onto
Right, it is
some other browser.
It's the Zen browser with uBlock installed. Find more add-ons. Here we go. What's it called? Sound volume or volume booster or booster, something like that it is. Let me just go with boost. Let's have a look, see. I think that might be it. 15,000 users. 600% sounds good. That's the one. Why am I adding it to Firefox? I'm not in Firefox. This must be a Firefox background app. Yep. You can manage your add-ons and themes through the menu. All right. That must be it there. Volume. There we go. Allow automatic updates. Run in private windows. We'll do both of those, shall we? All right. Where is it now? Where do I find it?
What are we looking for?
The volume booster. Here we go. Here we go.
Can't help you.
Right. We'll bring it up. Let's do a sound check. Let's go back to here. Sound check, guys. You need to tell me whether we need more volume or less volume, or if I need to turn us down because we're too loud. So let's go. We're currently on. Let's go 200% volume. How are we, guys? Can you hear it?
Well, it sounds good, my end.
Is this the red one? Oh, you have an extra one?
Yep, I don't have an extra one, but I'm.
Is it boosted at your end, Kev?
It's perfectly fine, my end, yeah.
Radio. How's the chat going? Give me a 1 in the chat if you need 1 in the chat if it's good, or 2 if you need more volume. I'll press play again so you can hear it again.
I'm not going to need it.
Janelle says yes. Sounds great, Ramble and Roam. All right.
Till we get going, then you can put it on.
Oh yeah, everyone can hear it. Good. Good day. All right, let's get into it then, shall we? Let's begin with Bev being a bitch.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Canon. Can a council identify themselves, starting with the Commonwealth?
Good morning, Laura McLaughlin.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Am I loud
I'm
enough, guys?
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Mr.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti.
What happened there?
Is
How about now,
a
Jim?
decision on the Commonwealth's motion to exclude employees of ARCA. So
Perfect.
I think I told council before that I had reviewed.
How pointless is this
So
bit?
first we had full hearing from counsel. I heard
Is it
from
the
the
start?
lawyers. I heard
It
from the
sounds like the
staff
start,
on
yeah.
behalf of the lawyers. I've read the transcripts. I've listened.
Okay, hang on. I think I need to boost Kevy because I can't hear him. Let me pop Kevy up to about.
Oh, well, I can move me mic.
That's all right. Can you hear me over Bev now? Everyone's saying it's good, so 200% is all we need.
Listened to the sidebar conference and read that transcript, and I've certainly read the pleadings. So based on all the evidence, I conclude that there has not been the candor required of all lawyers has not been demonstrated here.
It's not playing.
I find that there have been repeated misrepresentations made to the court by defense counsel, and I conclude
Hang on.
that they were deliberate concerning the relationship.
We're frozen. We're frozen, Kevy.
It's okay this end.
Oh, it was playing for you at your
It
end?
was, well, it just stopped there. As you said, we're frozen. It just stopped.
So it was moving. Okay. We're all
Yeah.
good. She's slightly louder. But we can hear. That's all. That's good. Good. All right. Let's make
With
sure that
the ARCA
you
witnesses.
can see her moving and
They were
talking.
made at
Because it's
sidebar,
frozen on my
in
end.
open court.
Oh, it's frozen. It's frozen
and
here now as well.
pleadings.
Yeah.
And I think the record is pretty clear, and I find that on July 25th, 2024, payment was
Moving again. It started moving again there.
It might be just a little bit delayed, perhaps.
It could be Starlink too, I
made
suppose.
to the ARCA witnesses. Yet on February 26, 2025, in a pleading written by
Thanks, Bob.
Ms. Little, signed by
We'll
all
just
three
see if
defense
it's a little bit
counsel,
of delay and it catches up with us.
says the Commonwealth's motion to exclude these exculpatory expert witnesses, ARCA witnesses, who were not hired or paid for by the defense, is not made in good faith and is a desperate and transparent attempt to keep exculpatory testimony of neutral expert witnesses from reaching the jury in this case.
Right.
The next page.
It's still frozen on my end.
Ironically, the
Yeah,
Commonwealth
still frozen here. I can hear the audio, but the video's
discovery
frozen.
obligations while conceding that the information is not in her care, custody, or control. Moreover, here, the defense has gone above and beyond its reciprocal discovery obligations.
Now it's going.
And has already satisfied all of its mandatory discovery obligations under Rule 14 and turned over all additional information in the control and custody of the defense
How do I do
relating to the
this?
ARCA witnesses as ordered by the court. So I find or conclude that that was a material misrepresentation and that it was deliberate.
That's going to be the only way to
I
do
find
it.
that there is a flagrant violation of the Rule 14 obligations. And before I decide which sanctions are appropriate,
There you go.
I need to see defense counsel and Ms. Reed at sidebar. I'm going to ask that the Commonwealth remain where they are. I'm going to seal this sidebar.
So the issue is when I switch back to look at Restream screen and take the focus off it, it freezes. So I've actually got to cover Restream, but I'm trying to move it around so I can see the chat, but I think that's why it's freezing. So we're good now.
But I need to have a colloquy with Ms. Reed before I figure out exactly what I'm going to do here. So
I need to have a colloquy. You know what the colloquy was? She just pulled a Judge Gull on Karen Reed, telling her that her defense is woefully inadequate and that if she continues with this defense, she won't be able to use, what do you call it? She won't be able to claim inadequate defense later. So that's what the colloquy is all about. And then Karen said, no, I want my lawyers. So
Yeah, but I can't understand how she gets away with an ex parte sidebar.
the next part after sidebar.
No, it was ex parte, that sidebar. It was only the defense that was at the sidebar.
Yeah, asking her if she wants to keep her lawyers. That's why
Yeah,
it was
but
ex parte.
how is that allowed? I don't understand that.
I don't know how it's allowed either, but she did have to ask Karen if she wanted to. Yes, thank you, Jim. Ineffective assistance of counsel. That's what judge just gave her on the record, but out of earshot of her lawyers. She gave her the Judge Gull treatment, but see, Gull screwed up because she did that out loud publicly, and everyone got it. And then she fired. She went, "You guys are fired." So she actually went ahead and did it. Whereas
Yeah.
Bev's probably done it the right way, even though there is absolutely no ineffective counsel here.
No, highly effective. That's the problem.
Butch says, colloquy. Yeah, gotcha. Canoni.
See if we can find an easier word than colloquy. Kalala. Anybody
Yeah,
know how to spell it?
I agree, Lynette. She's the only one that's inadequate in this whole freaking court. Well, her and the freaking DA's office, they're all ineffective, essentially. So if I move away from this screen, it freezes it for you guys. That means that I can't come over and put comments on the screen while we're watching it as well. So do you have control comments there? Can you pop them up on the screen? Can you
Who,
click
me?
it? Yeah, can you click a comment and see if it comes up?
No,
Nothing. Bugger.
nothing. I can't interact with them.
I wonder how I'd get that happening. Yeah, well, that's a bummer because I want to see everyone's comments while we're talking. So, and it's
You want on? Do you want the YouTube comments in the YouTube screen?
actually that's a good idea. Let me do it that way. Let me just pop them out. Let's go here. Pop out the chat. Bring it over here. I still can't put them on the screen from here though. But at least I can see it. And I'll call out your comments as we go, guys.
My pet goldfish.
Let's go full screen, and then I should be able to get studio comments. And that pulls away the full screen. It's not working. Damn it. Guys, we're going to switch because obviously we're just going to have to put up with ads because this is not working for me. I want to put comments on the screen and interact with you. So let's scrap
What
this.
browser are you normally using? Google, is it?
I usually use the Chrome browser in the same tabs as everything else. So let's do it that way. I'm sorry you're going to get ads, but I can, it's only 5 seconds of the ads. So I don't want to use the ad blocker in my Chrome because it screws with everything else that I've got admins to.
Yeah, you'll randomly get warnings from YouTube then about using it too.
Right. I don't want to do that while I'm logged in. So we just get the ads sometimes. Here we go. Let's move it back to where we were at. This little sidebar with Bev. Pause that. Share screen. Sorry, guys. That was a fail. Right. So now it won't freeze up when I want to read the chat. Let me make sure I got the volume boosted over here to 200. I don't actually know what the number is. It doesn't tell me. All right. Second sound check. Sorry, guys. Second sound check, guys.
We don't define our roles in such a manner, Your Honor.
Okay, so because Mr. Yannetti is not pro hoc vice counsel, Mr. Yannetti can try this case if need be by himself. All right. But Ms. Reed does have a strong desire to keep all of her lawyers, notwithstanding the Rule 14 violation and the apparent lack of candor, the findings and rulings I've made.
A little bit too
So,
loud, baby.
based on that, I am not going to revoke pro hoc
How's the
vice
sound, Kev?
licenses. I
Sounds
don't
good.
expect to have to address this again. Candor with the court is essential. It's the bedrock obligation of all lawyers who appear in this court and all courts in Massachusetts. A lawyer is only as good as his or her word, and I need to be able to take counsel at their word. So,
Which counsel? I need to take defense counsel at their word, but I don't have to give a shit about prosecution counsel. Is that what we're saying here, Bev?
Yeah.
Because we all know that there's been multiple things that he's come out with that is not true. And he said them in open court and she's not pulled him up once. Grr.
Yeah. Andrea Burkhardt went apoplectic at exactly the same point earlier
Yep.
on.
Yep. She's so full of it. Exactly, Bob.
I'm not going to tolerate false statements, any stretching of the truth, no misleading distortions. There's no place for that in the courtroom. And Mr. Jackson, you stated this very eloquently in your closing argument last time. So, Commonwealth, I am denying your motion to exclude the ARCA witnesses. Those witnesses can testify as long as counsel complies with their reciprocal discovery obligations. I will allow.
See, what was the point of that? It was just a publicity stunt to dress them down publicly. That's all that freaking was. Because she's going to deny the request anyway.
Yeah. She's unreal. Like chat took off earlier on when we were watching it. Everybody was waiting for either Miss Little to be kicked or for Jackson to be kicked.
Yeah. We were all thinking she was going to do it. But, you
Yeah.
know, I already looked into this very deeply. I'm sure I said it in one of my previous videos when I was looking into, the rights of the defendant. She couldn't do it without causing an immediate
Appellate issue.
Yeah. What's it called? Interlocutory appeal. That was going to be the next thing if she kicked all of the pro hack beaches, she knew this whole thing wasn't going to go ahead in April. So that was their next step, essentially. Exactly, Miss Kate. It's just a PR stunt to make him look bad. Thanks, Stoughton. Thanks for joining us. So, yeah, this frustrated me to no end, and it distracted me from the rest of the trial because I was so mad about this bit. And I just wonder if that was actually the purpose, like to outrage everyone so they didn't take any notice of the next few freaking sleights of hand that Brennan's going to pull.
Yeah, well, it seems to be a tactic of Bev's, especially with the defence. She's constantly interrupting, and I think a lot of the decisions she makes are done deliberately to try and antagonise them, hoping they'll make mistakes.
Right. Exactly. She just Candor is outright calling them liars. But the thing is, they got freaking evidence to back up what they said. Like, if you don't have evidence to back up what you say, you don't even have a freaking affidavit to back up what you say, then what you're saying has no validity. So we're talking Brennan here, not the defense. They've got evidence and shit to back up what they're saying.
Yeah, but she lets Brennan riff without any documentation on a daily basis.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm gonna let the chat swear their heads off today. I'm not gonna even not even gonna worry about swearing today, because me and Kevy are probably gonna say the F's and C's a few times.
I'll try and hold back on the C's.
Already tampering. Exactly, Colin. That's exactly what she's doing. Because they've been notified now. All the jury letters have gone out now. So right, they're even more accomplished than she is. Yep, you're exactly right, Lynette. Exactly.
That could be playing into it. That could be playing into it as well. Her ego's getting the better of her.
Right, ego and politics.
Yeah.
So, yep.
A full cross-examination, Mr. Brennan, and I will review any proposed curative instructions, limiting instructions, or final jury instructions. So that's my ruling on that. So we'll move on.
You're not alone, Petey. That's why I decided to put it on today and get Kevy up and all you guys on, because I can't do it. Not sitting here on my own. I need someone to bitch to.
On to Mr. Lessie, you didn't have a chance last time on the motion to exclude the testimony of Dr. Wolf.
Hey,
So I'll
Penny.
hear you on that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Caroline. So this is what you need to take notice of, okay? What Alessi's doing there in that party, the part of the team, is he's making the record. So he's not talking to Bev. He's not necessarily even replying to the Commonwealth. What he's doing there is he's there to make sure that the record is kept for appeal, because we're at that stage. Obviously, they knew they were at that stage after the first trial. So a lot of things we didn't pick up in the first trial that were done completely wrong in the first trial. We didn't realize until just recently that she's actually not supposed to pick the jury foreman. That's not even a done thing in Massachusetts. You know, she says that's how we do it in Massachusetts. Not. So things like that, we didn't actually pick those up in the first trial, but obviously the defense counsel did, and that's why they've got Alessi on board. So any motions that he makes now, pay attention to them, because I think they're going to be the main ones that they'll focus on when they go to appeal. Exactly, Miss Kay. Exactly.
May it please the court. The proposed testimony supported by the Commonwealth of Dr. Wolf should be stricken in its entirety.
Oh my God, this one was frustrating.
The subject matter of Dr. Wolf's purported testimony, by his own report and the Commonwealth's own motion, is that Dr. Wolf will testify, is proposed to testify as to the cause and the manner of death of the decedent. That is the subject matter of the testimony. And as the court is well aware, in order for Dr. Wolf to be able to make testimony with regard to that subject matter, he has to demonstrate, and the Commonwealth has the burden of proof by a preponderance of the evidence, to demonstrate that he's qualified, prong one, and two, that the methodology is reliable, and specifically either that the methodology is commonly accepted in the relevant medical community, or that the proposed testimony can satisfy the 5 non-exhaustive factors of Daubert-Lanigan. The entire motion, papers, and supporting documentation fail to even allege that the methodology is generally accepted in the scientific community. It's not alleged, let alone demonstrated.
When it comes to reviewing his public liability insurance, Adam heads straight to bizcover.com.
Of his qualifications. It is essentially Hornbook law that to testify about the manner of death, as opposed to causation, is cause of death, you need to be a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist, or both. Conceitedly, Dr. Wolf is not a forensic pathologist and he's not a medical examiner. So I'm going to just put aside for the moment the cause of death. I want to speak specific because he's got to be able to show both, because he's opining about both. So there is no demonstration in the record that is before Your Honor as to how Dr. Wolf is qualified to talk about the manner of death. Dr. Wolf invokes a terminology called mechanism of injury. That's the closest he comes to talking about manner of death. And specifically in his report, which is Exhibit A to our motion, the entirety of his opinion is in that exhibit, NDA 02801. It is a mere 15 lines, one paragraph. And the applicable aspects of that paragraph is he says the following: based on the findings of his autopsy, his being the decedent's, it is clear that the mechanism of injury was a fall backwards, resulting in not only the basilar or skull fracture, but also a subarachnoid hemorrhage and contusions consistent with a coupe contra coupe mechanism. Mechanism of injury is not at all probative or even relative to cause of death. We're not talking about an injury here. We're talking about the manner of death. And mechanism of injury doesn't satisfy it, but the point first, Your Honor, is he's not qualified because he is a neurologist. His CV makes it very clear he's a neurologist, and his focus of his practice, by his own words, is based upon the precise invocation of radiation to treat incurable cancer. That's what his specialty is. That's what he currently does. So in terms of qualifications to talk about manner of death, he doesn't state the manner word, but he uses mechanism. He doesn't state mechanism of death, he states mechanism of injury, and mechanism of injury is irrelevant. So on qualification prong, Your Honor, it is completely lacking in the record that he is qualified. It's not enough to say you're a neurologist and head of neurology at a certain center. And this is juxtaposed next to the fact that the Commonwealth, the autopsy, which is very clear that those that are qualified, Dr. Stonebridge and Dr. Scorti-Bello. Dr. Stonebridge didn't even venture into the manner of death at all, didn't comment on it.
And that's the whole point, right, Kev? That Scorti-Bello and the other lady, I can't think of her name off the top of my head, he's probably going to say it, but neither of them were going to venture into manner of death.
Correct.
So here's the information I just looked up about the standard. Obviously, it's Daubert standard in Massachusetts. There's also another one, which is Fryer, basically the same thing, but in Massachusetts, it's obviously Daubert and Lanigan, two different cases. So the standard between Fryer, which is in other states, and the Daubert and Lanigan cases is that it's got to be scientifically reliable. So it's got to have, case studies and stuff that proves it's scientifically reliable, and it's got to be relevant. So when I look at relevancy, is a neurologist, as Alessi just said, able to have a relevant opinion to the case at hand? We come up with no. So as far as cause of death, no, they have no, unless they've got forensic training. Manner of death, no, it's beyond their scope. But mechanism of injury, if they're not talking about the death itself, but they're talking about the damage to the brain or the spinal cord specifically, that's what they're qualified to testify to.
Yeah, and also an important thing about a neurologist, they work on live people.
Exactly. So when you're talking brain or spinal cord damage, you've got a live person there to say it's affected their motor skills, or it's affected their speech skills, or you've actually got a live person there to see what the results are of the injury.
Yeah, and I think I'm not sure if he's pointed it out just yet, but he did say that there was 3 cases similar to this that he mentioned in his report 30 odd years ago. They already knew the causation at the time.
Right.
They didn't have to determine it.
Right. So what else have I got here? The cause of death is relevant to what we are arguing here, or the whole case, not just this particular topic. So the medical reason why a person died is definitely relevant. The relevance of mechanism of injury explains how the fatal injury occurred. Forensic pathologists use injury mechanisms, pathologists, not neurologists, to determine if the described trauma is consistent with the reported cause of death. Scotty Bello said that it wasn't consistent, that it could have been caused other ways. So I'd like to see more cross on Scotty Bello from the defense this time, like harder cross on her. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, I don't want to give away any spoilers, but Brennan makes a comment when he comes back up to rebut Alessi.
Right.
I'll point it out when it happens.
Radio.
But Scardy Bello to me was very underwhelming in the first trial anyway.
And so manner of death is less directly relevant. I'm getting all my words tied up on my tongue today. My brain's not cooperating with my mouth. The legal classification of death is natural, accidental, suicidal, homicidal, or undetermined. So the manner of death, which we know has already been declared, manner was not declared, wasn't it?
It was undetermined, wasn't it?
Yeah, undetermined, sorry.
Yeah.
So that is to the relevance of the relevance is, while the mechanism of injury helps inform the manner of death, it does not determine it alone. So even with that testimony, they're still not going to be able to make a determination on the manner of death. That, I think, is why Brennan's trying to bring this witness in.
Yeah. And it leads to that comment I mentioned about Brennan, but again, I'll bring it up when it comes up.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Scordy Bello, who is a medical examiner and who is board certified in pathology, she concluded that the manner of death was undetermined. So here you have the juxtaposition of a medical examiner qualified to render opinions in those areas, saying the cause of death is undetermined, and you have an unqualified neurologist not speaking to manner, but speaking to mechanism of injury. So in terms of...
Sorry. Apologies, guys.
the paragraph that I was just citing in his finding, it says, based on the findings of his autopsy, it is clear that the mechanism of injury was a fall backwards, resulting not only, et cetera, and then he goes on to say the head injury was clearly inconsistent with any type of mechanism of injury, such as a bat, hammer, or a car hitting him directly. Then what he goes on to further to go beyond his qualifications, he says the frozen ground was enough that when Mr. O'Keefe fell backwards, his injuries were sustained. Where is the support that Mr. O'Keefe fell backwards? A neurologist can't determine that is a manner of death. Exactly. He provides zero bases, for his conclusion that Mr. O'Keefe fell backwards. Where is that? And it's also not in the autopsy. And with regard to his qualifications to determine whether the ground was frozen, I covered that with regard to Mr. Gilman. You need to be a podologist. You need to know something about soil. He doesn't even begin to state how he concluded the ground was frozen. He wasn't there on the date of the incident, so there's no basis for that, but that is part of his opinion and methodology. And now to leaving his lack of qualifications, where is the citation to any study, any acceptance of how Dr. Wolf has come to his conclusions? There's nothing there. And this, Your Honor, is become a pattern of the Commonwealth where they put forth witnesses and they don't tether the methodology, if you can discern it, to common acceptance or the Dalbert-Lanigan factors. So in terms of both prongs, Dr. Wolf fails because the Commonwealth has not even begun to meet its burden. I would like to also reference what we just received last night, which is an article that was co-authored by Dr. Wolf. And I want to note and this is fractures of the classification and clinical features. This is 35 years old, and it is notable both for what it doesn't say and what it does say. First, what this article doesn't do is it doesn't talk about how one determines what a mechanism of injury is. So I'm even going to assume for the moment the parlance of Dr. Wolf, mechanism of injury. And if Your Honor would look at, please, page 593 of the study. And it's basically a meta-study. They went back and looked at a lot of data and information. But it says, under results, second paragraph, the mechanisms of injury were similar for all three fracture types. Motor vehicle and motorcycle accidents were the most common mechanisms, accounting for 47%. And then it goes on and it says 3 patients were victims of falls. But what this article stands for is that those were all known mechanisms of injury. It was determined before this study even occurred what the mechanism was. This study is not how does one determine when it's unknown what the mechanism of injury is with regard to a decedent. And that feeds back into the lack of qualifications of Dr. Wolf, because we're not given one example of where Dr. Wolf, before his report, his 1-paragraph report on conclusions, of when he's ever done this before. It's not stated that he's ever taken a decedent and determined the manner of death. And I note that this study talks about mechanisms of injury, which scientifically is completely different from manner of death.
And he's exactly right. So essentially, there's some case law on this as well, but the mechanism of injury is a medical concept that helps explain how injury occurred, but does not alone determine whether a death was accidental or homicide. Forensic pathologists use injury mechanisms to determine cause of death, but it only contributes to manner of death analysis. Neurologists may describe how a brain injury occurred and its effects if he was alive, but they are not typically qualified to determine whether the injury was fatal or intentional. So there's different case law, two different case laws where this was argued and won, contested, I should say, and won for manner of death, for mechanisms of injury. So Commonwealth versus Twitchell, the defendants, members of the Christian Science Church, were challenged with manslaughter following their child's death from a medically treated condition. They relied solely on prayer for healing. I remember this case. The court examined the mechanism of injury, the untreated medical condition leading to death, to assess criminal liability. The case highlighted the importance of understanding injury mechanisms in determining legal responsibility for death. So that was won by the Commonwealth, that one. And then in the examples of, the other case example is Lewis Woodward trial in 1997 involving British au pair Louise Woodward, charged with the death of 8-month-old Matthew Eapen. The court scrutinised the mechanism of injury, and medical experts debated whether the child's injuries resulted from violent shaking or accidental fall. Understanding the mechanism of injury was pivotal in determining the cause and manner of death. So, an accurate determination of the mechanism of injury is essential in legal proceedings to ensure appropriate classifications by the pathologist, not the neurologist. So there you go. There's some information about that. Just to fill you in on what Alessi's talking about.
What it appears the Commonwealth is trying to do is to back into manner of death through the parlance of mechanism of injury, and that is not at all probative of manner of death. And lastly, this study only stands for the proposition of mechanism of injury. What they looked at is once the injury occurred, what were the mechanisms that were occurring through the brain? What happened inside of the brain that led to the various injuries? So this study doesn't at all, one, support any methodology, number one. It doesn't stand at all that this is the methodology for how one determines in a decedent what was the cause, because the cause of the injury was already determined going into the study. And it also doesn't state anything about the paragraph that Dr. Wolf has explicated in his report. And I will conclude with 2 points.
Go to Fiverr and find web developers with the right skills, experience, and expertise.
God, they're going hard.
Dr. Wolf
over here.
Says based on the findings of his autopsy, it is clear.
Carney.
The autopsy doesn't come to any conclusion on manner of death. The autopsy doesn't speak to mechanism of injury. So it is a non sequitur, Your Honor, to say that based on the findings of his autopsy, and we know from Dalbert Lanigan, you've got to apply your methodology to the facts and evidence in the case. And the only facts and evidence that Dr. Wolf uses, by his own words, is the autopsy, which doesn't support at all what he is stating in his report. The second and last point, Your Honor, is that it is not sufficient in the case law in Massachusetts, it's not sufficient under 702 for someone simply to come in and say, I'm a neurologist, I therefore know the brain, and then take the leap from that foundation into a conclusion with regard to manner of death. So in sum, Your Honor, he's not a medical examiner, he's not a forensic pathologist, he has not stated any experience whatsoever in doing what he's doing here, meaning to determine the manner of death of a decedent. And his methodology is completely unsupported. We only have one article, and I've gone through why that article is insufficient. So we would request, Your Honor, and urge the court to exclude Dr. Wolf from testifying in matters beyond his kin, and in the alternative, we would request an evidentiary hearing, because we and the defendant has a constitutional right to cross-examination. And this is the same with Mr. Gilman, it's the same with other experts, where there is no statement of the methodology, as here, there's none, and there's no tethering to a study. And how is it that one can cross-examine a witness that doesn't even begin to approach the two prongs of the Daubert inquiry?
Oh,
All right.
close that freaking
Mr.
awesome.
May I?
Please.
Attorney Leslie mistakenly misstates Dr. Wolf's credentials. Dr. Wolf is not a neurologist, he's a neurosurgeon. He's not some.
Let's have a look at the distinction between the two. What is the difference? Does anyone know? What is the difference between a neurologist and what do you say, neurosurgeon? Let's see what we come up with. The primary difference between a neurologist and a neurosurgeon is that a neurologist diagnoses and treats neurological disorders. Oh, you mean like cancer? Through non-surgical methods, while a neurosurgeon is trained to perform surgeries on the brain, spine, and nervous system. That's helpful. A neurologist would be called in a legal case to explain how a neurological disorder affects a person, epilepsy, stroke, or Parkinson's, or motor function, which is what I just said, to testify about brain function and cognitive impairments, or to evaluate non-surgical neurological injuries, such as TBIs, traumatic brain injuries, that stands for. And a neurosurgeon might be called in a legal case to explain brain or spinal cord injuries that require surgery. Hasn't even looked at the body, so he wouldn't know that. To testify about surgical procedures performed on a victim, hasn't seen the body, wouldn't know that. To determine survivability of a brain or spine injury based on surgical intervention. Never touched the body and he didn't survive. So obviously none of that is relevant. Do you see where Alessi's going with the relevance argument now?
Oh yeah, but as I said in the chat there, everybody needs to take something before Brennan starts speaking here, because he's going to make their blood boil.
Right. So the bottom line is neither a neurologist nor a neurosurgeon is typically the right expert for cause or manner of death. A forensic pathologist is the qualified expert. So they're gonna, if she goes ahead and says, yep, he can come in, the fence is gonna freaking hammer this guy and nail him to the cross. Like, seriously. He's going down.
Yeah.
Simply a neurosurgeon, and it's not that he's a renowned neurosurgeon, but he has over 35 years of experience as a neurosurgeon. In addition to his opinion, you can see that Dr. Wolf has an extraordinary history of experience as a neurosurgeon. His CV is attached. In his internships as a neurosurgeon, he engages in an internship in pathology,
That's why we're here,
neuropathology.
Contote.
We can see from his major research interests includes treatment of head injury, spinal.
We're all here, Compote, because we couldn't handle it. We all needed to have a scream about it. So that's why we're here.
Cord injury. Dr. Wolf was the leader and director of the Miami Neuroscience Center for 17 years.
That's right.
1993, 2011, the busiest neuroscience center in the country. He has treated tens and thousands of patients with head injuries, surgeries. His professional memberships are too long to list. Page 3 of his resume. His research is broad and precise and specific to head injuries. We can see in his research listed on page 4, he's a principal investigator in THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis in severely injured patients, principal investigator, PEG, SOD, and severe head injury. Improving outcomes in severe head injury, PEG, SOD, also principal investigator, IRB protocol, brain pathology. He is well published. His book chapters that he listed anyways, list 16, many of them dealing specifically with head injury and brain injury. Book chapters include head injury and difficult medical management, pediatric neurosurgical emergencies, complication of head injuries in adults, imaging of craniocerebral trauma, imaging and trauma and critical care, emergency room assessment of head injury patients, intracranial injuries.
If you want to make passive income online, I'd like to pay you $5,000 to $10,000 a month to help my agency, Veritas.
Wow.
He has numerous journal articles.
We're getting the most out of your advertising.
Specific to head injuries. Intracranial pressure, number 2 on his journal articles. Initial management of brain and spinal cord injuries, number 9. Number 16, which is the document that I produced to counsel last night, listed in his journal articles, number 16. Fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features. His journal articles are numerous, too numerous to go through, but you can see that he is well published, over 70 articles. His presentations, specifically on fractures, basal type injuries, number 5 on page 13. Number 9, neurosurgical management of traumatic brain injury. Number 10, acute head injury. And the list goes on. Over 90 references. Lectures and meetings, many of them dealing with head injuries. Over 100 lectures listed for reference, actually over 130, and a number of web publications. So this neurosurgeon who has this extraordinary experience is qualified. The ability to testify about head injuries and medical diagnosis and cause of death is not limited to a pathologist. In fact,
Yes, it is.
I would suggest that the experience of Dr. Wolf is far superior to any pathologist.
What?
The difference is a pathologist treats patients that are already dead.
You already got a
Dr.
brain
Wolf
surgeon.
treats patients that are in
That's the other
trauma,
tricky.
who some survive and many die. So he is intimately familiar, not just with looking at a deceased, in a lab. He's intimately familiar with assessing the injuries after they occur, diagnosing what the injury is, and an attempt to save the person's life. And so he's well attuned after tens of thousands of surgeries to understand the causation of a brain injury and what causes death. Looking at Dr. Wolf's
he's not.
report, although short,
What
it is
causes
clear
the
that
results of
the injury that was occurred by Mr. O'Keefe was an injury known as counter-coup. And I dare say the defense proposed expert, Dr. LaPosada, is not in disagreement with that. To understand counter-coup, it occurs from a fall backwards on the ground. It can't occur from a bat or a punch or hit. There's not enough force. It occurs when the back of the head hits the ground and then the brain shifts to the front of the head. That is what the autopsy reports show. It may be that the medical examiner for the Commonwealth didn't have the same level of experience and didn't diagnose it, but this expert does have that expertise, and it is no different than the pathologist that's proffered by the defense. The periorbital ecchymosis that is directly related to the basal fracture, the swelling around the eyes, no different than Dr. LaPosada's opinion, exactly the same. One thing he doesn't say is that the body was moved. There was no evidence or information for that. He doesn't extend himself as a detective or put in unplausible theories in his proposed testimony. He is intimately familiar with counter-coup, having treated tens of thousands of patients, and he understands in counter-coup how it can lead to suffocation at the top of the spinal cord.
So coup and counter-coup is something that we covered in a previous video during the last trial. So that was when you're in a car accident and you get like whiplash. So that's like your head is getting the motion of your head is like getting whipped, like the end of a whip. How the whip would crack when you flick it that way, and then so the coup is when the brain hits the front, and then you get that backwards motion as well, and then it hits the back of your skull. The coup and counter coup injuries are common in a car accident, but generally when you're in the freaking car. These are not.
Yeah. He made a comment there about the baseball bat too. Baseball bat could cause that.
Correct. Any kind of injury, falling over could cause it. But it's also this coup counter coup injury is also massively common in boxing injuries, brain damage in boxers. So when they get struck so many times, they sometimes get the brain injury from being struck so many times, and that's from multiple coup counter coup injuries from all different directions.
Like, I think this tactic here is to undermine Scardabello, her finding of undetermined. They're trying to get this other guy's findings in through the back door to confuse the jury at the minimum.
At the minimum, right?
Yeah.
Scotty Bello is their freaking witness, so they're putting on a hostile witness to counter their own fucking witness. Oh my god, this is how it's going to be going. This is what to expect from the trial, guys. They're going to have witnesses who contradict each other on their side. So it's nuts, right? It's nuts, guys. And just to set you straight, Bob, this is a different witness. This one is this is not the dog witness. This one's a neurologist. So the defense is going to tear up this dog expert. How is he going to prove it is the dog that he got the molds from? He can't prove it. That's Chloe. Right. There's no.
That's Crosby, isn't it?
Right, but that's Crosby. So just so you're clear, this is Wolf. This is a different witness that we're talking about. But I do get what you're saying. Yes. I can't wait till he says where the dog is. What dog? Whose dog did you get these molds from? So, I think through the chipping process that they do with dogs, it could be called evidence, I guess, through the chipping process. That's Chloe, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, no, this one's a different expert. So the dog expert's allowed in. Now he's arguing. The defense is arguing they don't want this expert in, and he's arguing that he does want this expert in. This expert is gonna, as Kev said, directly contradict the main pathologist that actually did investigate the body. So it's absolutely going to be a longer trial.
And so his opinion is clearly supported by his extraordinary experience, his writings, his history. It can't be that his ultimate conclusions of counter-coup and ecchymosis, periorbital ecchymosis, isn't disputed. It seems that the defense simply prefers
Ecchymosis. I need to talk about that one. Ecchymosis. We'll come back to what that is, but I just wanted to say to Buzzcat, Andrea is actually one of my favorite go-tos. You will see Andrea appears in nearly all my mashups, unless she's away on holidays and not doing coverage at the time. But yes, she's one of my favorites. But there's certain levels of rage that I need for certain things, and Melanie did it for me today. But I do recommend, if you want to go through my attorney reacts clips, you will find I watch all of the attorneys. Any of Law Tube that's covering the case, they're in my clips. So osmosis is related to ecchymosis. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. So let's do a ecchymosis. What is it, and how is it related to TBI? Let's say. Okay, I spelled it wrong. But thank you for that link. I'll read that through too in a minute, Kev. So, ecchymosis and its relationship to traumatic brain injuries is valid, but we don't know. That it's around the eyes. It's the raccoon eyes. But it's also related to being punched in the freaking head, isn't it? So it can be a result of coup and counter coup injuries, but it can also be a result of just being punched in the freaking eyeball, right? Yes. Thank you. Ecchymosis. I'd forgotten that it was to do with the black eyes or the bruising. But, I've shown you guys before in other videos images of what a boxer looks like with ecchymosis. So, just caused from being punched in the freaking eyeballs as well. Go for it, Kevy, read it.
The overview, it's basically a medical term for a bruise. Ecchymosis, it's a medical term for a bruise or contusion, a skin discoloration from damaged, leaking blood vessels underneath your skin. Even though there's blood pooling underneath your skin, you won't have any external bleeding unless your skin breaks open. This collection of blood makes a bruise visible. Bruises form the mark on your skin that ranges in color from black, blue, purple, brown, or yellow. Your body's blood cells repair damaged blood vessels to help you heal.
Right, and black is when it's a fresh bruise. So we know that he died before his bruises changed any other color. Like there was no the blood releases other cells and things to help with the healing process. We know he didn't get to that point of his body attempting to heal anything because everything was black. But to Kevin's point, it's not necessarily related to the eyes. In this particular case, it is, because we know he had the black eyes, but it's any bruise, basically. Ecchymosis, any bruise.
Yeah.
Cool. So it's forensic and legal importance. Injury mechanism analysis. Ecchymosis can help determine if the injury was from blunt force trauma, an accident, or an assault. Interesting. Timing of injury. The color changes. We just said that. Consistency with witness statements. If a person claims a fall, but the bruising pattern suggests a different mechanism, like being struck with an object, for example, forensic experts can challenge that narrative. God, I hope they have one. I hope the defense has a forensic expert for this one. Like, someone who treats boxing injuries would be freaking awesome. If they're going to let this one in, then...
Well, if only you had a biomechanical engineer available that could explain the mechanisms.
Oh, if only.
We have, oh, that's right, we have ARCA.
If only. Right. So I think ARCA is probably going to be... I think that's why they want this guy in, to argue with ARCA, to be honest, to counteract ARCA. But the problem is it's also going to contradict their pathologist. So there's that.
As the original medical examiner for the Commonwealth, but we expect to call Dr. Wolf, and I would suggest that he's more than qualified.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nye, say anything final?
Yes, thank you, Ron. Mr. President. Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to note what Attorney Brennan did not state. He did not address at all how the methodology, to the extent it's discernible of Dr. Wolf, is commonly accepted or it satisfies any of the Daubert factors. And that is the fatal aspect of Dr. Wolf's opinion. It's not stated. You have to have either common acceptance or satisfaction of the 5 non-exhaustive Daubert factors. It wasn't addressed, and I think it's reasonable to conclude that it wasn't addressed because it doesn't exist. That alone dooms Dr. Wolf's opinions.
Oh,
so let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts.
I will.
Did the ads fix it, Kev?
I don't know.
Are you stuttering? I'm actually pretty smooth here. Is it stuttering for you?
I'm looking at the YouTube feed here. It's stuttering on the YouTube feed, but it's paused at the moment. Have you got it paused?
I've paused it, correct.
Ah, okay. It was stuttering up until the ad came on.
Yeah. Is it stuttering for the audience? Are we doing all right, guys? Are we having the stutter problem over here?
That was the first time it happened that I seen anyway.
Right, if I pause it, it might catch. We'll get a little bit more of the stream through, so it might just be that. Bob says, I hate to keep jumping around. Last question. Do you think that they need to subpoena the guy from the FBI who showed Higgins how to delete things on his cell phone? I'm not sure. We'll talk about it in a little bit, because I would have to ask why. To say yes, he did do that is probably it could be pertinent, but he admitted to doing it, so it's not like impeachment. So I'm not sure, but we'll get into that. Remember the meteorologist? Yes, of course we do. No press play. It's good for everyone else. Cool. So awesome.
Stipulate, for purposes of this argument only, the cause of death prong. Let's assume, just for purposes, just to focus on manner of death, let's assume hypothetically that Dr. Wolf is qualified to testify about cause of death.
Hypothetically.
Mr. Brennan did not address at all his qualifications to discuss and opine on manner of death. And that is the distinction I emphasize, Your Honor. Manner of death, he has not stated one qualification on manner of death. So the defense urges the court to draw the distinction, to limit his testimony to cause of death, not manner of death, because we know, and we cited the Graham article, which is attached to our motion, which specifies who is qualified to talk about manner of death. Because what does manner of death do? It takes into account all the circumstances surrounding it, the crime investigation. That's what medical examiners and forensic pathologists are qualified to do. Attorney Brennan cited that in his CV there's a reference to an internship in pathology. I looked, I didn't see it, but let's assume that it exists. Let's assume he has an internship in pathology. That does not qualify him
What's the methodology?
to engage in manner of death 40 years later without any experience from that internship all the way until 2025. Lastly, Attorney Brennan goes through numerous studies, and I appreciate that he did, because the CV is almost endless with meetings, presentations. There's 4 peer-reviewed articles. That's it. 4 peer-reviewed of Dr. Wolf. None of them address or come close to the topic that he's talking about. My last point is this with regard to Dr. Wolf's qualifications and what his practice has been. And Attorney Brennan concedes it by his own words. He said cause of injury. And again, for purposes of this argument only, I will concede cause of injury. But manner of death was not addressed by Attorney Brennan. It's not addressed in any of the qualifications of Dr. Wolf, and it's not addressed in terms of the one paragraph that we have. And for something as significant as this, one paragraph that doesn't address common acceptance, methodology, Dalbert factors, Your Honor, I don't know how a record is even begun to be established for him to be qualified or to opine on manner of death. So we would urge Your Honor
methodology, mate.
Find that he is not qualified to testify about manner of death, that mechanism of injury cannot be manner of death, and that he be so limited to the extent the court desires and concludes that he has some relevance here. But in terms of all of the record that's presented, including the CV, etc., there's not one instance where we see that Dr. Wolf has even approached determining cause of death or manner of death at all. So I don't see where there's a record to find him being able to do that for the first time in charges of this nature. Thank you.
Bring it home.
What do Elma, Jimmy, and Marcus have in common? They all grew their businesses with Fiverr freelancers. Whether it's for building...
So just to wrap up, methodology, Brennan.
Yeah.
Using his own arguments back at him. I love it.
But again, this is going back to the Crosby thing. I wish they would just take Bev head on and throw her own words straight back at her from time to time.
They have a couple of times. It's been.
They're very reluctant. I understand why, but they have been very reluctant to do it.
A few times that they have has been fucking gold.
Yeah.
There's a couple of gold moments in there. Let me just answer. Who asked that question just a second ago? Higgins said, Colin Higgins did. Higgins actually testified that he did it on the stand, that he threw his SIM in one skip and his phone in another. He testified to that. What was the other question that was in here? Feds definitely ain't done with the Magoo-bits. What was the other one? And yes, I agree with you, Michelle. It's going to be hot. Hot. But yes, methodology 64 times. Did you count, Red? A woman after my own heart. I'd have counted them too.
Play the shot game.
Right. And I would have done it this time too, because I'm a sarcastic bitch. He said it a couple of times in this motion, but not as often as I would have. All right, I think we're caught up there.
At some point, arguments become semantical and theoretical, but not practical. This doctor has treated thousands and thousands of patients, many, unfortunately, which have died. And as a neurosurgeon, engaging in the operations and the study of the brain and the patients, it is obvious that the neurosurgeon would understand and appreciate why his patients are dying, because that is part of the study of trying to save them. So for him to reduce on a piece of paper that the manner of death is based on my thousands and thousands of patients and my years and decades of experience, seeing firsthand many of these patients I cared for or tried to help died, and this is why. Technically, he could do that if that satisfied Mr. Alisi, but that is so unnecessary because it's obvious. Thank you.
Okay.
He's such a good neurosurgeon because most of his patients die.
All right, so we have a series of motions in limine. I'm going to start with defendant's motion to present the demonstrative exhibit on Christina Hanley's testimony. It's paper 558. Is there an objection from the Commonwealth on this?
There is an objection.
All right, so I'll hear the defense on this motion.
Thank you, Your Honor, if I may. This is a relatively straightforward and relatively short.
I have a question. Did you use this last time?
It looks like we attempted to use it. We had it last time. It was shown to the witness, but it was not allowed to be introduced. And all we're asking is for that.
She just let fucking Brennan go on and on and on without a single question or interruption, especially where Dalbert's concerned, because she knows that the defense has a point there. As soon as Jackson gets up and opened his mouth, she's straight in there. Interrupt.
Yeah, it's her tactic. It's to rattle AJ every time he gets up there to try and put him on the back foot. But he's too well capable for her.
Exactly. I agree with you, Chuck. Let's just rewrite the whole freaking thing, shall we?
Yeah. Just before it moves on, they talk about chalk here. What is a chalk?
It's a demonstrative, like it's a cardboard demonstrative, like what you normally see in trials. You know, like they'll either have a whiteboard or a board with paper on it, and then they'll draw out little diagrams. They're demonstratives on there. So a chalk is a pre-prepared one, printed out with a computer onto cardboard, onto a board, basically. So what the demonstrative that they want to introduce is what I did that video about with all the glass pieces, because it was really hard to follow. 1.3.2.1 was related to 1.3.2.2, which was not connected to 1.3.4.5. And you're like, what the fuck did she just say? That's what they want to talk for. So when we finish arguing the chalk, I'll show you guys a quick, I think it's a 7-minute video on what the chalk says, basically.
next step, that it be introduced into evidence.
Did she adopt it? Was there, okay.
She did indicate, and that's part of my argument, Your Honor, which
So I'll go ahead, I'll hear you.
I'll truncate it. It's a relatively simple request. We just want to use the chalk that was prepared in the first trial. No dissimilarity there. It was disallowed for use by the defense to be actually used, to be admitted, but it was shown to the witness. It was not shown to the jurors. The evidence, as the court will recall...
So let me just have, so you're just trying to use it as a chalk, not an exhibit?
No, we would ask that it be used as a chalk and an exhibit that's introduced. I'll take the chalk if the court wants to break it into two different pillars, but we believe that once the witness, and I anticipate based on her prior testimony that she would adopt it one more time for its authenticity, or its accuracy, I should say, that it be used as an actual exhibit that goes back with the jury just for their help. The court will remember it's a very complicated...
So let me just, with that, if I allow it as a chalk, is there an objection from the Commonwealth?
Would be a partial objection to a chalk, some of the labeling. I have less concern of a chalk as I do an exhibit.
And so we can take it in two steps. I certainly don't need to decide now whether it's admissible, and I couldn't, but what's the nature? Is this something?
The court will call this deals with glass. Christina Hanley spoke at length about her analysis of pieces of glass, other materials as well, but specifically as it relates to the glass, there were more than a dozen pieces of glass that she testified to. They were variously found in different places at different times by different people, and they're assigned a relatively complicated set of numbers that she utilized in her analysis.
And this is what you explained to me was the 47 pieces of glass that I asked you about last time, right?
No, this is more attendant to the glass in the bumper.
Okay.
The glass in the bumper, the glass that was found at 34 Fairview, as opposed to the lens material that were the 47 pieces.
Okay.
These were a bunch of pieces of glass that were originally that originated from multiple sources. Some matched each other, some did not match anything else. Some were from the same source, some were from multiple sources and different and distinct between and among each other. We reduced the very complex, the court may remember she talked about 7.14-B matched or didn't match 7.13-C, and it was very numerical and very difficult. It was difficult for me to follow. It was even difficult for the witness to follow because she continually had to resort to her own report as she tried to maintain her accuracy.
Yeah. So do you have the day of her testimony?
Oh, gosh.
Ms. Little, do you have that transcript pulled up?
She had to stall every time she opened the mouth to change, like to make it
obviously
more
I remember her testifying. I remember seeing this previously.
I've got it. June 5th, 2024, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Little. The court will recall, I think it's clocking with the court's memory, that we did use the demonstrative aid. We walked up to Ms. Hanley. We showed it to her on the witness stand, and she did adopt it, and she indicated that once she studied it, it was in line exactly with her testimony. It's an accurate visual representation of that evidence, and it just makes it a lot easier for the jurors to find some sort of linear logic to the evidence. What matched what and what didn't. And all we're asking is that we'll use the same aid, the exact same aid that we did last time, and just ask that it be used as not only a chalk, as Mr. Brennan said, he may have a slight objection to that, but also we would ask for the next step, which the court doesn't have to decide now. I think waiting on Ms. Hanley's testimony would be apropos, and then we'll ask for its submission at the right time.
All right. What's the objection, Mr. Brennan?
What's the objection? I know you got one, Mr. Brennan. Tell us your objection, Mr. Brennan.
This witness has a report, and a report is not admissible and can't be shown to the jury. And so to have the defense summarize her testimony when she's not allowed to put her report in herself seems a bit imbalanced. There are references on this potential chalk that lists troopers' names.
Wait a minute. You're talking about the difference between her report and a chalk. The chalk is to help the jury understand her freaking report, her verbal report.
Those names shouldn't be on there. But also, it doesn't give the full picture of the actual testimony. The issue regarding glass, I expect, is going to be a issue in the next case. And I say that because we learned last night, for the first time on a public airing of an episode, that the defendant suggests that Mr. O'Keefe took her vodka soda glass out of her car. Now that is the first time we've had any statements from Ms. Reed suggesting that. And also, there was another statement regarding a claim that Ms. Reed pulled glass from John O'Keefe's face. Never heard that before. So we have this evolving or new testimony, or statement rather, statements about glass. And so I think first, I'd like to consider this new information that we just learned last night. And secondly,
Yeah, he's got to consider it because it's fucking complex. And he knows it's complex. He's sitting there listening to the testimony like we did from the video going, what the hell did she just say? I'm going to pause it for a second and switch to what this testimony is actually about, just so you guys can see what the hell they're on about. I'll just find it first.
This is the cocktail glass?
Yeah.
Right.
So I told this story in my Untold Stories episode 9. So we'll just quickly switch to that screen. Hang on, where do I do this? Share this tab. All right. It's 5 minutes.
Sub A, B, C, and D of 712 were compared with 3-2 and 3-3. A lot of numbers, right?
Yes, there are a lot of numbers, items.
Okay. I want to try, if I can, see how well it goes, to clear that up and categorize those.
Sure.
Perhaps, would you agree that we could put the items that you compared and examined in your analysis in 4 categories: 3-2, the cup or the glass; 3-3, the bumper glass; 7-12, the 9 pieces of glass recovered by a trooper named Buchnick at the scene; and 7-14, a single piece of glass recovered by a trooper named Proctor at the scene. Would you agree that those 4 categories are basically what you analyzed between and among each other?
Yes, there's 4 total items.
Okay. So if I could ask you to take those one at a time, pardon me, 3-2, under that column, visually, that would be a single item, just the cup, correct?
Correct.
3-3, under that single item, the bumper, there would be 5 sub-items, A, B, C, and D, and E.
Yes, that's correct.
Public school education. Under 712, the third column, there's 9 pieces, correct? A, B.
Just so in case you didn't get the joke, they skipped letters when they labeled these pieces. So
C, D, E, F is in Frank, I, K, and L are the 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
And then, of course, the last category would be 7-14. That's a single piece of glass that was recovered at the scene by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to ask you to take your comparisons one at a time.
Following.
You compared the cup in 3-2 to the 9 pieces recovered at the scene.
Yes, that's correct.
Of those pieces that I just mentioned, the cup was a match to A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pieces E and I were compared to each other And you matched them, correct?
So
this is where she gets confused herself, and then she tries to drag it out and say something a little different, but it means the same thing. Basically, 3 pieces that Yuri found did not match the waterfall glass. We don't know what the source was, but we know they didn't match. So she called it a cup, not AJ. In her report, it's called a cup, Michelle. So, but we don't know. We don't know what this other glass is, whether it was a cup or just other glass. We don't even know. They just picked up glass from out the front of Albert's house, and nobody knows where it came from. So it's pretty dumb, but that's what she's just about to try and confuse the jury. It was very simple. 3 pieces that Yuri found out of the 9 did not match the waterfall glass.
I believe I'd have to look further in my notes, but I believe E and I were found to fit together by, I would have to check my notes, but I believe it was the previous analyst that looked at 7-12 that found the physical match between E and I.
Great. Importantly, E, I, and L, however, were not found to match the cup in 3-2, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You also compared the cup in 3-2 to the 5 items recovered on the bumper in 3-3, correct?
I compared item 3-2 to 2 of the pieces marked as A and B from item 3-3,
And those
which
were
was
deemed not to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
And you did not analyze C and D, correct? I'm assuming that's because of size.
So the rest of the items were not used for physical match examination due to size and condition.
So as you sit here, none of the items on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you did end up analyzing one of the items on the bumper, item E as in echo, and you analyzed that against the single piece of glass found at the scene in 7-14, correct?
Correct.
Found it
So,
but they don't match.
Importantly, you also compared the single piece of glass in our sort of visual column 4, 7-14, that single piece of glass, to the cup. We found that it didn't match, correct?
Correct.
All right.
So this is the summary. So the glass from the waterfall only matched 6 pieces that Yuri bought in of the 9 that he found. Didn't match any of the bumper, didn't match 3 of Yuri's pieces, and didn't match Proctor's. So this is all the chalk needs to show, essentially. I don't know if... I'm pretty sure that that's why Brennan's about to object, because if this is the summary of their chalk, because that's pretty simple to understand, then Brennan's going to object, because it's showing that there's a lot of fucking glass that doesn't match. So where did it come from?
Yeah. Like it's a roadside as well. There's always bits of broken glass laying on the road. It could have come from anywhere.
Yeah, or the bins, as Colin said, they were empty in bins.
Yeah.
So it could come from the bins. We don't know where it came from. And because there's no chain of custody, we can't tell where it came from. So, but yeah, so that's the chalk that they wanted to, that they're asking about. And now Brennan's going to have a big cry about it, because the simplicity of the chalk is that out of all the glass that they found, like the majority of the glass that they found, it didn't match anything.
reluctant to agree to a simple summary of part of the witness's testimony that has not only labels on it, but does not, from my perspective, clarify anything. I'm not opposed to chalks. I think chalks are helpful for both sides, and I think the liberal use of chalks is helpful, but I don't have confidence this chalk accurately summarizes the witness's testimony. I'm open to discussing chalks with the defense and perhaps learning why they think this is helpful and important, but looking at this chalk, it does not look clear to me. And I do think that the evolving nature of glass in this case is going to be an issue. And since I've just learned this information, I want to give it some thought.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Jackson, what I'm going to do is just hold off and see where the evidence is, what the two of you talk about. Maybe there's some agreement you can come up with regarding this. It's just, I need to hear more of the evidence again.
I understand.
And I'm going to read the transcript, so that will help me with
I think
this.
it makes sense. Mr. Brennan indicates that the chalk was not helpful to him. With all due respect to Mr. Brennan, it's not really his understanding of the chalk that is going to sort of seize the day. It's Ms. Hanley. So I do think that the court, if the court would keep an open mind,
sure,
Ms. Hanley testifies, then that would be the appropriate time.
So I'll take no action on this, and maybe it's something we can address the day before she testifies or something as it gets closer.
Sure.
But the two of you should talk.
Sure.
I'm open to working with them if there's something they want to explain.
All right, great, thank you. All right, so no action taken on paper 558.
Are we frozen there?
Muted. Sorry.
Okay.
What was I saying? I was just trying to wrap up what happened there. They're planning on confusing the jury again, essentially. So that's why Brennan doesn't like the chalk, because it simplifies it, and they want to confuse the jury again. And they're only going to get, they don't have enough evidence for a conviction. They're only going to get a hung jury again. So that's all the best they can hope for. But they can only do it by confusing them.
Yeah, but it still amazes me how Bev can allow it in one trial and then disallow it again in another trial.
Yeah, it looks really sus like that. Exactly, Red. That's why Brennan doesn't like it. He needs the confusion to reign. That was what Lully banked on in trial 1.0, to confuse the crap out of everybody. So they came from the glass fairy, duh. Unsecured crime scene. Yeah, Chuck's making all the relevant points here about the evidence that Bev should be making, because she's the freaking gatekeeper. But see, when I was looking into, there was a comment that Bev made, I think it was last hearing, it might have been one before that, I can't remember which. She said to Liza Little, what would you like him to do? Just invent chain of custody that doesn't exist? Shit, that's on the record. That's on the record now, that the judge accepts that there's no chain of custody and has entered it into evidence, and is questioning the defense about why the gatekeeper has let this into evidence. That's on the fucking record. Sorry, it's pertinent that it's on the record, because any of the evidence that Bev's let in and acknowledge that it has no chain of custody, like verbally acknowledge on the record, this is going to fall apart for her on appeal, for Bev. So that's the pertinence of it. But interesting, right? It's going to rain shortly, so we might have a bit more noise going on in my background than we would expect. So I'm going to have to mute a fair bit. And I'm probably going to forget that I'm muted a little bit. So kick me, Kev. Kick me when I'm muted, all right?
Yeah,
So
I will.
One question. The next motion I have is defendant's motion to exclude irrelevant, inadmissible, and prejudicial prior bad character and propensity evidence. The Commonwealth has a sort of maybe a similar one that I'm not sure. The Commonwealth's motion in limine to admit the victim's out-of-court statement relating to his state of mind. So the Commonwealth's Binns and Qualls motion, does that address the Aruba witnesses? I'm just wondering if they're hand in hand. So the paper number on the Commonwealth is 585. It's got your 11 on it, though. So the defendant's motion in limine to exclude irrelevant, inadmissible, and prejudicial prior bad character and propensity evidence, it deals with the
Sullivan sluts.
Let's just say the Aruba witnesses. I don't. Marietta Sullivan, Laura Sullivan.
Sullivan sluts.
Does this, Ms.
You know
Giannetti, I
she
think
watched
this was
Turtle
one filed
Boy.
by you, maybe it wasn't. Does this include the children as well?
This does not. This is limited. This argument will be limited to the, we'll call it the Aruba incident.
Okay. All right. So given that, that might not include the Commonwealth's number 11, the Qualls, Binns, the defendant's statement, the victim's state of mind as it goes to the defendant's knowledge and ability, likelihood to act on that state of mind.
The defendant.
So I just want.
I didn't mean to interrupt, Mr. Brennan. Do you want to?
I just want to know if that is part of the Aruba one.
Okay.
So our statements relating to Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind is broad. It would have included the Aruba, but I can make quick work of this. We do not intend to introduce evidence about the Aruba event.
Okay.
I reserve the right, if the defense opens the door, then we may proceed with it. But in our case in chief, we don't intend to introduce any evidence from the Aruba event.
Okay. There we go. All right. All right. So, Mr. Brennan, you can have a seat again, and we'll go through the defendant's ones. That's very helpful. So I will endorse.
Oh, no Sullivan sluts. So that's interesting because they were trying to prove in the last trial, there seems to be a little bit of a change of tack, that she was angry with John, that they didn't have a good relationship, that everything was bad, and that's why she ran over him. So they must be changing their theory on that.
It was always a stretch anyway. It was overreach bringing that up.
Right. You know what was overreach was bringing the kids into it. And then she just said, Bev just said, you're not talking about the kids, are you? It's like, why do you need to have the kids in it? Why do you need to abuse the kids? This is child abuse, making the kids testify about their stepmom. They didn't see anything. They didn't. The only thing that the kids contributed, which was important, I think, was that Karen didn't have access to the ring cam. I'll bet you they're trying to get the kids to retract that now. It'll be interesting, but I'm pretty sure they changed their tact, because if they're not going to bring the Sullivan sluts in, we'll have to see what the opening two witnesses are. If it's not Paul and his wife, I can't think of her name, testifying about the Aruba incident.
It was terrifyingly or terribly boring, that whole line of questioning.
Terribly what? Sorry?
Terribly boring. It was
boring.
mind-numbing.
Right.
Yeah, it was because it was obvious it was pointless from the beginning. Well, to me at least it was.
Yeah.
It was more like gossip than evidence.
Yeah, it was gossip. And then they're also listening to what the jurors have come out and said post-trial as well. So that I think they might be adjusting their tactics to what the jurors said. No, the jurors took no notice of the Sullivan sluts.
Yeah, like every couple has their moments, has their arguments. I grew up in the pub business. I've seen it all the time. So it's irrelevant. You can't give it any weight.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Hey, Al Dente, you know what they did? They actually said, Courtney Proctor said, what was it that she said? Remind me, Corn Pope, because I didn't actually see it. Corn Pope told me what Courtney Proctor said. Hang on, I'll go back and have a look when she sent me the message. Courtney just admitted. So Boston 25 said, "Is there any doubt in your mind that Michael Proctor might have framed
Oh,
Karen
yeah.
Reed?" And they replied, "No doubt whatsoever." And
Yeah,
now they
yeah, yeah.
close it.
That was funny.
I don't think that was what they were planning. No, I got it. I got it, Corn
Yeah.
Pope. I found it.
Andrea Burkhardt caught that earlier, and she went back and replayed it again for everyone. It was
Yeah,
very
nice.
funny.
Actually,
Yeah,
Corn
yeah,
Pope, give me the timestamp so I can play it, just so we can have an extra laugh. Because I haven't seen the interview. Obviously, I didn't. I was that was verbatim. Hit me with the timestamp. Whoever gets the timestamp first, we'll put it on the screen. But yeah, I didn't watch any of it because I was busy with my car repairs yesterday. So,
It as Commonwealth does not intend to introduce in its case in chief.
Chuck, my parents.
If that
argue.
changes, Mr. Brennan, you need to come to sidebar well in advance.
My dad and my stepmom argue so much that the bird actually now says their arguments, repeats their arguments. Or dad will yell out, he'll go Nina, and then the bird will reply to him the way she would.
you should clip a few of them for YouTube.
Yeah, they're not around. They're up north, but yes, it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, when couples argue so much that a bird that can't usually talk is repeating their arguments, I don't think that accounts for murder. A Freudian slip, exactly. Probably not listening to the question properly, but I can send you a link. Yes, do that. Do that. That'll be good, Corn Pope. Sucked in Badge Bunny. All right. So that's what that was about. The Badge Bunnies are out.
It's okay. After telling counsel.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. All right, so that was 5:59.
You'll have to send the link on X, Corn Pope.
Are you dreaming of a way to earn money on your own terms without starting a business?
Back off with the ads. Send the link on X, Corn Pope, because links are blocked on YouTube. So in chat. All right. Sorry.
Defendant's motion eliminate for review. Is the Commonwealth seeking a view as well?
We did not move for a view, but we do not object if the defense wants a view.
Okay. So who's going to argue this for the defendant?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. So what's different this time around is you're asking that Ms. Reed be permitted to attend.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'll hear you.
Your Honor, the defense is requesting that it exercise its broad discretionary powers to allow a view under Massachusetts General Law 234A.
So I'll allow a view.
Okay.
Okay, but let's talk about your client attending it.
Yes, Your Honor. There was a request in there for Ms. Reed to attend. That is something that's allowed under the law.
How do you propose that's done?
If it's possible to have separate arrangements for her to be there, vis-a-vis some other transportation so that they're not all on the same bus, If the court can make that accommodation, we would appreciate it. But the most important thing in this case, Your Honor, is that there be a view of both the vehicle and 34 Fairview Road.
All right, so the Commonwealth's not objecting to a view of the vehicle and 34 Fairview, correct?
I'm not, but I do not think the vehicle should be at 34 Fairview.
Okay, what are you proposing for that?
Listen to this.
We could make arrangements and make suggestions, but it's not going to replicate the circumstances of that evening. And so it creates an image that is inaccurate. So I do not think that the vehicle should be sitting in front of that home in totally different lighting conditions, timing conditions, and I think it can be misleading.
All right, I need some suggestions. Why don't we table this for a bit, even if we do this one tomorrow? So one of the concerns
Misleading to who? Misleading to the jury? Did he just say that Lally misled the jury in the last trial? Is that what he just did? Did I hear that right? All right. I do have over here, let's switch over to this for a second. Let's listen to the proctors make complete and utter fools of themselves. Let's make sure I probably don't need that on this.
Is there any doubt in your mind that Michael Proctor might have framed Karen Reed?
No doubt whatsoever in our mind. No doubt whatsoever, and the evidence shows that. The investigations show that.
During Reed's first...
It's out there now, guys. Thanks for the super chat, El Dente. Is anyone else very pleased that came out? Let's get the volume. I think the volume's a bit crappy here. Where's it gone? Here. I'm getting confused. Let's go.
Doubt in your mind that Michael Proctor might have framed Karen Reed?
No doubt whatsoever in our mind. No doubt whatsoever, and the evidence shows that. The investigations show that.
During Reed's first trial...
There you go, guys. And you should come round. I'm pretty sure she didn't mean that, but oh well. Duty happens. It's good, right? Good value. I didn't know what she looked like, so that was interesting for me. Yes, Bob. Oops. Yes, Bob. In the last trial, so I think it was day 2, or I can't remember exactly which day they went to look at the Lexus. But the problem is they took the jury to see the Lexus before testimony about the Lexus came up. So they took them to see the Lexus, and then they heard about the taillight pieces. It's the wrong way around. They need to do the viewing after they've heard the evidence. It's just stupid doing it the other way around. But again, that was Lally misdirecting again. But it was Lally in trial 1.0 who said to the jury directly, I think it was it in opening statements? I forget. It was just standing at the podium. I forget when. But he said to the jury directly, take particular notice of the center console when you're doing the viewing. So yeah, Brennan just called Lally out for misdirecting the jury. So yeah, exactly, Corn Pope, because it's a tiny little yard, and they need to see and hear the evidence first, so that they can understand the mechanism of how they're claiming the accident happened, and then they go and see the car and the property. So what do you reckon, Kevin?
Yep. I think that the jury is intelligent, or they're supposed to be. You should let them see the car at 34 Fairview.
Right. And after they've heard the evidence about the property and the car first.
Yeah.
Otherwise, how can they fit the two together?
Yeah, if only you had crime scene photos from the night itself. That would help the jury picture it.
Yeah, agree with you, Chuck. That's exactly this is what Lally calls the two-card Monty trick. That's his phrase. And it's like, it's Darvo. Whatever you think they're up to, just listen to what they're accusing the defense of, and that's what they're up to.
Yeah, I'd love to make a political statement there, but I don't want to start that.
Right. Isn't it funny they take Karen to mean she hit John? Well, I guess we now heard Courtney. Yeah, exactly, Rabbit. Exactly, because now you can use her words against her, regardless of what she actually meant. You can use those words against her. I have some I can't remember how to say that. Schadenfreude. Some Schadenfreude with Proctor's wife's statement. Is that how you say it? Schadenfreude. Kevin, don't forget.
Yeah, I'm reading it there. Very good, Bob.
Exactly, Bob. The flat piece threshold under the car door. The step.
We call it a sill.
A what?
A sill, like a windowsill.
A cell.
A sill, S-I-L-L.
A sill. Sill.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
you call it a sill? Yeah,
Yeah, door sill.
I just call it a step because I'm really short and I got a big ass car, so it's like a ladder. I know she told that to mainstream media, right? And it's sorry.
Honky and all the evidence from Boston 25 and all the other media outlets to use against Karen. Can the defense not do the same here?
I don't know that the defense can, because Courtney Proctor's not testifying, obviously. If they wanted to impeach her on something and she was on the stand, then defense could. But I don't think they can just bring her in, make her a witness, because it's not relevant to anything else. If they got her on the stand to like testify about what Proctor was texting her about, blah blah blah, then yeah, they could. As a cross-examination technique, they could impeach her with it. But they don't.
Yeah, but what do you call your woman that made that comment again?
I beg your pardon. My main comment.
That she has no doubt that where is it again?
Oh yeah, her main comment was that she was asked, "Do you think that Proctor framed Karen Reid?" And she said, "There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that he did."
Yeah, but that could be used in evidence.
I don't know how, because she's not testifying. Do you see what I'm saying? It can't be used to.
Well, yeah, gotcha.
It can't be used to impeach anyone but her. If
It's just her opinion. Yeah.
If she was testifying, for example, then yeah, they could impeach her. But who are they going to impeach with her comment? It has to be her.
Yeah. Gotcha.
It's going to mess with their narrative, exactly. Proctor says, sorry, we're allowed to swear today. It is going to fuck up the narrative. It's actually not. It actually bounced back into shape pretty bloody good. I couldn't believe it. I know it should have been lower after the tree fell on it, but it's not. I'm not sure that I've showed this to anyone else. Let me show you guys another example of a single tree falling on a different type of car just up the coast here. A single tree about the same size as the 2 trees that fell on my car. Look at this. It's forked. So that car is now lower after 1 tree fell on it. But the 2 trees together that fell on my car were that size. So it's good I didn't have a, what is that? It's a Ford something station wagon.
Ford or Vauxhall?
Uh,
What do you call them? And it's not Vauxhall in Australia, is it?
It could be a Falcon. What did you call it?
A Vauxhall or an
A
Opel? We
Vauxhall.
call them. Yeah, we call them Opel in Ireland.
I don't know
What do you
what
call
it
the
is.
2? There's 2 main competitors in Australia. There's Ford and there's the other one,
Holden.
a Holden. That's
Oh,
it.
it could be a Dunny door actually. I don't know. I don't
Um,
know modern cars. I can't tell modern cars apart. If they're older cars and got certain shaped headlights, I can tell which is which. No, fix
you
it that
can't
one. Exactly, Prince.
you
That
can't
one,
tell from the wheel rims.
yeah.
They look
No,
like aftermarket.
yeah. Yep, it didn't bounce off that one. Running board. That's what I've heard it called too,
Yeah,
petrol
running board. Yeah, yeah.
or
I've
rocker
heard it
board.
called that.
Yep, yep. I've heard running board and rocker board. So you could be right there. That's probably it. But anyway, back to the video. I just got sidetracked there for a minute. Talking about the car. The car. It's the wrong one. Hang on. Close that tab so I don't get freaking lost. No worries, Mandy. It was my pleasure. For those who missed it, I did do a short hello on Dear Woke Christian tonight to give him the update on the Carney trial.
I have about just logistically, people will have to stay away. When Ms. Reed's in court, there are a lot of people who come to court. So I need some assurances that there will be people kept at quite a distance. A separate car is fine. Would counsel plan on being in the car with her?
That would be fine, Your Honor.
So I need some proposal. So I need more information from both. So, Mr. Brennan, I'd like you to come up with a proposal about viewing the car a separate place or a separate time. It would be ideal if we could do it at the same time, but at a separate place, if that's what we decide. We may have to do it all at once.
I do think it's...
Hang on. That's not my pancake car. That's someone else's pancake car. I gave you the wrong impression, didn't I? My car is actually in considerably much better shape. Hang on. Let's do my car. Let's put my car up because I've given you the wrong impression doing that, haven't I? That's my car. It was not pancaked. So see the size of that tree trunk there and that one there? That's about the same size as on top of that car that I just showed you. But that's my car. So no, it wasn't pancaked. Mine is actually pretty damn good. She scrubbed up pretty good. So this is just after SES, a state emergency service, came and they trimmed some of the branches off to get this end, to clear our driveway basically from this end. But then they got frightened because the water was coming up. That river, there's a river stream just behind all of this. That water was coming up. They were worried they weren't going to be able to cross again. So they got out of there and they kind of left me like this for a bit. So that's the damage. So most of the damage, hang on, let me go back one. Most of the damage is from this branch here and this branch here. There's a ding in the quarter panel right there from where that branch was. But when they pulled that branch off, the whole thing shifted. So that's one tree leaning on another tree. When they pulled that branch off, the whole thing moved and they were just like, whoa, this is precarious and we got to get out of here. So but that's where most of my damage is. That ding, there's a ding here where that one is, and it smashed my windscreen and left a little ding in the thing there. So I've got pictures of that as well. But yeah, so you see how my tire looks flat there? And you can see the height of the tire just there. The back's up a bit because all the weight's at the front. So this tree here is not actually touching my car. It's just leaning on that tree. But both of those trees are about the same size as the one that pancaked the car. Exactly. And then, of course, I was saved by the cavalry, for those who didn't know. So this was, I had like 30 army guys in the yard. They're all like lined up here. They're not in this frame, but there's about 30 of them, but pulled out of 2 of these troop carriers. And this is the commander for the 2 units. So these guys have not had any experience doing this shit before, but these guys are experienced. So these ones are just learning from watching these guys do it. So the trick here was getting this one off without this one rolling in any direction, and then when they cut the branches from this one, that it didn't roll on any of them. So it was a tricky job, but where's the damage? There we go. Damage assessment. So it cracked my windscreen all the way across, but that's laminated windscreen, so it all sort of was concentrated here. There's a ding here, there's a ding here, a ding here, a couple of little ones around here, and then that one out there on the quarter panel. This one out here on the quarter panel, but that's it. Got my windscreen replaced yesterday. We had to do a little panel beating up here so that the windscreen, the lip that the windscreen sits on, was also bent. So they did a little panel beating in there and chucked a new windscreen in it for me. So that was awesome. So yeah, we're back to good now. But yeah, that's the damage. So no, I wasn't pancaked, Red Pen. It's all good. I'm actually pretty stoked I wasn't pancaked. I was expecting a lot more damage. But we come out of this pretty good. What a Dodge, hang on. We've got a Dodge 1500, 1989. Yeah, this is a 96 80 series. But yeah, she's freaking tough as rocks, right? It drove. It actually drove. When the army was still there, as soon as it was safe for me to do so, the first thing I did was rip the door open, because I thought the door wouldn't open because of that damage near the door pillar there. I thought the door wasn't going to open, but I ripped it open while they were all still there packing up. And I thought, well, since I'm here, I might as well turn it over and see if she runs. It was just like, straight away. Didn't even, like, you know how often when they're cold, they take a few, because it's been cold for a week by this stage. So, yeah, but she turned over first rev, basically. So, yeah. I'm pretty pleased with that effort. So all I've got left, is some battle scars, a little bit of windshield in lemonade.
Very good.
None fell on the truck. The pictures of the truck is the army reversed underneath it to put it at the back of their tray there so that people could stand on the back of the tray. So they had to cut it off in sections. So they had like 3 guys holding each section as they cut it off. They put their truck in there to for them to stand on, basically. So the helpers were freaking awesome. So
Toyota trucks are outstanding.
Pretty sturdy. When I first bought it, I had it. I took it in to get it registered to the mechanic for registration, and he said to me, "Wow, this is a beauty. have you been four-wheel driving in it yet? And I said to him, no, I'm scared I'll break it because I don't know how to four-wheel drive. I was like, no, I'm scared I'll break it. And he went, you can't break that.
Yeah, well, funny you should say that. There's a program here in the UK on BBC years ago called Top Gear. Not
Yeah,
sure if anybody knows it.
I watch it too.
But
It's here in Australia, yep.
one of my favorite episodes is one where they tried to kill a Toyota Hilux.
Oh, a Hilux. Well, actually, the Hilux is a lot easier to kill than this. My daughter had one, and she killed it in the paddock herself.
They took it up. They took it up to the top of a block of apartments that they were about to demolish with explosives.
Right.
And tied it to the top, to the roof, and blew up the building, and went into the rubble and pulled out the Hilux, and it started.
Yep, exactly. I think I saw that episode.
It's funny. They did all sorts of things to try and kill it, including putting it in the sea.
Right.
Took it out and it started. And no matter what they did to it, they couldn't kill it.
Right. So
and for years afterwards in the studio, whenever we go back to the studio, you'd see it in the corner of the studio on display.
Yep. So when you say kill it, you mean they were trying to kill the engine, like just stop it from working altogether?
No, well, whatever. They were trying to kill the Hilux. That was the whole theme of it.
My daughter's Hilux, she got it bogged in the marsh out the back of her property, and they had to drag it out with the 80, and then it just wrecked everything underneath it. Like it just got bogged once, and it was like pretty much destroyed underneath. So
yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason they're the favored vehicle of the Taliban.
You're right. So I'm seriously considering trading this one in, guys. Even though she's tough, and I keep saying I want to keep it, I am seriously considering trading it in. I think I might trade it for something a little bit more gutsy on the towing. It doesn't have a lot of, because this is an automatic. It's a petrol automatic with a LPG aftermarket system on it. It's got no guts. It can't tow anything uphill. I had half a ton behind it one time, tried to tow it uphill, and it was like bleh. He just ran. I couldn't even get past 20 kilometers an hour with half a ton. So when we went and got the excavator the other day, it's a ton plus the trailer's half a ton. So we had a ton and a half on the back, and there was this one point where we just cooked it on. It was the shortest stretch of hill as well. We just cooked the motor. I had to pull it over. We redlined it, pulled it over, and it spat bloody water everywhere. I had to sit there and wait for it to cool down. So yeah, that was pretty hectic. So it hasn't got any guts, and it doesn't like hills when it's got a load on. So yes, I'm going to go with a diesel ute. That's what I reckon I need. So it might
diesel definitely.
Yeah, it might probably end up being another Toyota, maybe the 100 series in a ute. I can't remember what it is in the ute variety, but yeah, it might end up being something like that. I don't think I want a new one. Like I'll probably go for a later model than I've got, because I've put a lot of work into this. It's like she's a 96 model. I've replaced the what are they called? The swivel hubs, all of the brake system, the discs and the drums, the shock absorbers, the had the gearbox reconditioned. Oh my god, the list is endless of the shit that I've done to this car. So if I do get another one, I want something to a little later model so I can account for all that money I just freaking spent making this one, like, last another 20 years, basically.
But Al Dente is right there. The older vehicles, you'd want to think twice about getting rid of them because they are reliable. They lasted that long for a reason.
Yeah, because it's the older model.
Yeah, it's back in the days before, what do they call it, planned obsolescence.
Yeah. Maybe I should do an 80 series again, but get the diesel one this time.
Definitely diesel. If you're going to be towing and stuff and it's power you want, you definitely want to be going for the diesel.
Yeah.
And go up in the engine size.
Yeah. Yeah. up in the engine size and then a diesel. Because I really
Yeah, well,
like the 80s. Like, I'm so impressed. You know, the tree damage, lack of tree damage, has impressed the freaking shit out of me.
Yeah, well, just one thing to be careful of, with especially with those big Toyotas, is the bigger the engines, the more of a gas guzzler they are. I'm fully aware of costs in Australia.
Yeah, it is expensive right now.
Yeah, and
$9,000 for your Jeep transmission. You know what? It was going to be something like that to replace the transmission, but what happened was the dude said, I can recondition it for you for $800. I was like, yep, done.
yeah, like Al Dente again, a good point about the digital computers. Everything is designed now so you can't really work on it yourself. You can't go
Right.
down to the mechanic on the corner of
Yeah.
the street to get it fixed.
Al Dente, this 80 that I've got, everything's digital. It's definitely got electric windows. I've got a couple of different chips now added to it because I've got the LPG system on it. So yeah.
Yeah, but a lot is, I think Al Dente is referring more to the modern vehicles with the onboard computing. It's almost impossible to fix yourself, or even for the ordinary odd job mechanic to fix. It has
Yeah.
to go to a dealer.
Yeah. Well, I got a pretty good mechanic who can work on this particular model pretty easy, and I have blown a chip. I blew out the LPG chip. I don't even know how, to be honest, but the LPG chip cooked itself at one stage. Had to have that replaced, but he's pretty good with this series. But I noticed a few times I've been in there, he's had a couple of hundreds and 200 series is in there. So I know he's good with those as well. He's not a dealership. He's just a dude down the road, mechanic.
Yeah, well, I'd say Australia, given your location to Japan, I'd say there's an awful lot of Toyotas there. Has to be.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most common 4Bs on the road here.
Yeah, they're very popular in Ireland as well.
Yeah. All right, enough about the car, but I just wanted
Important,
to
Your Honor, that
straighten
the
it out.
vehicle be at the scene just
You didn't
for
get bananas.
dimension purposes so that the jury can get a sense of what it would have looked like at the scene. And I think just for convenience purposes, it saves a lot of coordination on the court's part and in terms of juror time by having it all happen in one fell swoop.
As an architectural designer who produces drawings and 3D models in SketchUp every day, it is
Okay. All right, so let's try and figure out some of the particulars. I would like to have Ms. Reed be able to attend, so let's figure out some particulars. All right, so defendant's motion eliminate to exclude certain witnesses before and after testimony. That's 462. And I think we can address the Commonwealth's motion for sequestration that moves to exempt family members at the same time. So who's our...
She's not gonna allow any of this because it'll mean he can't come back in after he's testified. So she won't allow any of this.
arguing? 562, did I say 4? Sorry. 562 and 576. So, Ms. Little?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm handling the motion to exclude certain witnesses. The court has broad discretionary power to sequester witnesses before, after, and during their testimony under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 21. The defense respectfully requests that this court issue an order for sequestration in keeping with what the Commonwealth also requested, but additionally excluding Brian Higgins and members of the Albert and McCabe families after they testify.
So do you mean after the evidence is closed?
I mean after they've taken the stand.
So after they've taken the stand, but so witnesses are sequestered not to influence any testimony. So once the evidence is closed, just before closing arguments, are you saying they should not be permitted to come into the court for closing arguments?
Yes.
Focus on that part of your motion.
Yes, Your Honor. We're asking that they not be able to attend closing arguments, and this is why. As the court likely recalls, at the first trial, members of the Albert and McCabe families continued to attend court after their testimony. During closing arguments, Colin Albert, Ryan Albert, and Jennifer McCabe were all seated in the jury box with the O'Keefe family. At least one juror who was seated in this case indicated to a reporter at Vanity Fair that she felt intimidated by their presence at closing arguments. Your Honor, a sitting juror reporting feeling intimidated by the presence of third-party culprits towards the close of the case is highly concerning.
Was this a deliberating juror?
I don't know. She was, or he or she was anonymous.
Okay.
And Your Honor, that was by design. There is information that the Massachusetts State Police and the District Attorney's Office wanted to have the third-party culprits seated there during closing arguments. And so on that basis, the defense is requesting, in order to protect there from being any sort of undue influence or intimidation, or even just the potential that a juror might feel that way, as we know at least one did in this case, we're asking that they be sequestered after their testimony and during closing arguments.
What's your position on the Commonwealth's motion to exclude the family members of both the defendant and the victim?
I believe that the sequestration order, yes, we are rejoining that request.
Okay.
The only exception I would note is that experts should be able to obviously watch other expert testimony that deals with their...
All right, so obviously is not something, it should be in a motion, okay? If experts are, if you've got an agreement that each other's experts can be in the courtroom during the testimony, that's one thing, but it's not obvious that they're permitted, okay?
I just wanted to make sure that that would be excluded from the order that the Commonwealth proposed. Because the way that they wrote it, it says all witnesses. And I'm guessing that, I won't speak for Mr. Brennan, but I'm guessing that they will want their experts to watch our experts and vice versa.
All right, so you all need to talk, all right? And if there's a disagreement, you need to put it in writing.
And herein lies the problem. Everything's got to go into fucking motions because the Commonwealth won't fucking talk and sort this shit out. That's why we had 50-something motions drop in 2 days. Because they won't do what normal lawyers do and just sit down and sort these things out themselves. That's why.
Generally, experts are permitted, but it's not a given, okay? All right, Mr. Brennan, do you want to weigh in on people being able to, I'm concerned about after the evidence is closed.
I think it's unfortunate that not only a time-honored tradition, but an entitlement for a witness after the evidence is closed to come into the closing and watch the closing. The defense tries to take an opportunity to provide an unsolicited bashing on their targets.
What?
They name Higgins, Albert, they invoke those names, they characterize third-party culprits, and they suggest that...
Hold up. We say their names. I've not heard the defense ever say any of their names specifically bashing them. Have you, Kev?
Nope.
Sorry, you did say trigger warning, so I'm gonna be.
Oh, it gets better. It gets better.
Oh my god! So what he's doing is he's still trying to tie what Aiden says to Karen Reed. That's what he's doing here. You get what I'm saying? Like, I think have we already covered that where they talked about that, or is that next? I think that might be next.
Some anonymous
I think it's all part of what this
was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It seems as though the presentation has a deliberate point to promote a cause, but it doesn't have any sense of balance or fairness whatsoever.
Yes.
Witnesses, all witnesses from either side should be able to come into a courtroom after the evidence is closed the sequestration order has ended and watch a closing. Grace can be offered in these circumstances sometimes, and that's what I've tried to do in my motion. Ms. Reed has 3 potential family members who are potential witnesses for the government. And certainly I would have a right to try to ask the court or insist that they should be sequestered. But I've specifically asked that they not be sequestered. I think that an accused has a...
When it comes to reviewing his public liability
Oh my
insurance,
God,
Atty,
come
head
on.
straight to bizcover.com.
strong need.
So law and crime, there's a button in the back end where you can choose aggressive advertising. That's what they've clicked here.
Need to have family support in a courtroom. It's not in the benefit of the government or the Commonwealth, but it's fair, it's just, it's graceful. And I think that Ms. Reed's family should sit through the court testimony, even if they're called as witnesses, as should Mr. O'Keefe's immediate family. The idea that witnesses should not come in after a evidence rests and during a closing, not only does it seem quite unfair, it doesn't seem to have any basis in law, in justness, in courtesy. And so I ask you to deny the idea that these targets of the defense should not be able to attend the closing. But I do ask you to endorse my motion that would allow family members to have the benefit to sit through the court proceedings, even if they may or even if they do become witnesses.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I could address one issue.
Sure.
There is some additional information. I was hoping we might be able to address sidebar because it is subject to a protective order, but I would like to make a record.
Additional information subject to a protective order. All right, let's get our thinking caps on. What are they referring to? So this is in reference to witnesses being in the court after they've testified.
I think Andrea Burkhardt earlier on made reference to some report from the Massachusetts State Police. They have evidence of some kind of intimidation to the jury. This is why it's going to.
No, they don't. They do.
I forget the wording that she used. It's not evidence, but it's something from the Massachusetts State Police they can't deny, they can't hide.
Yeah.
And because Andrea said go Miss Little or something. Get it on the record.
Get it on the record because it's not true.
Yeah.
Everyone behaved really well out there. It's not true that anyone. So there's one juror.
No, I'm talking in reverse and
absolutely
reference to intimidation of the jury, not about what was happening outside the courtroom.
Absolutely.
This is in relation to the McAlberts and that sitting in.
It was that one juror who wrote that statement for the Commonwealth who said people were threatening to dox and blah, blah, blah. And who was it that did the doxing? It wasn't our side. It was the McAlbert side that did it all. Who was being threatening towards the jurors? That was Plevin. Plevin was doing that, sending fucking threatening texts to them and shit. Emails they were. But none of that came from our side. That was their side doing that.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's what she's putting on the record right now.
It's something to do with that. Andy Burkhardt made a comment. I'll go back and I'll see if I can find it, and I'll let you know about it. Prince Lover makes a good point there, whereas that there's no such time-honored tradition for witnesses. And again, Andy Burkhardt made the point, what about the mob? Witnesses coming in and sitting in and staring at the jury. It's not true. There's plenty of precedence for refusing to let witnesses come in.
Yeah, she said that one publicly though, Corn Pope. Now she's gone to sidebar because the other thing she wants to say is protected. So interesting. Obviously, you're gonna stare at the OnlyFans for a little bit. Sorry.
could be wrong again. Maybe it's just that you filed some. It's paper 565, defendant's motion eliminate to prohibit testimony regarding funds paid to experts for purposes of voir dire.
That's also mine, Your Honor.
Okay.
I believe the Commonwealth has indicated that they will agree to that.
Okay. All right, so paper 565, allowed by agreement. So 566, defendant's motion for panel voir dire. Who's arguing that?
Okay, what's a panel voir dire? Do we know what a panel voir dire is?
The panel voir dire is openly questioning the jury before empanelment. It's where they get to ask the potential jurors questions.
Right.
They're just going to explain it here now, if I remember right.
Purpose is to determine whether jurors can be fair and impartial, to identify biases. Hang on. They got to do that anyway.
Yeah, but it's beyond the questionnaire that they get them to fill in. It's where the defense and prosecution can question them.
Right. Yeah, I think questions are in order this time. I actually do think that's. I do think that's in order.
Brace yourself.
Okay.
Okay, so all I need you to really focus on, of course, I'll give attorney conducted voir dire, but why don't you focus on panel voir dire for me?
Yes.
The request is pretty straightforward. We would maintain a categorical list of topics that is in line with the statute, previous experiences with the criminal legal system, characteristics of the case, including media attention, things of that nature, biases in favor of law enforcement or vice versa, personal beliefs about driving under the influence. We think that's attendant to this particular case in particular, involvement in any relationships involving domestic violence, involvement in motor vehicle crashes, those categorical issues, whether they've ever been victims of violent crime, and their general ability to be fair and impartial in light of Ms. Reed's constitutional rights to.
Okay, we covered all of that last as well, right?
And that's exactly right. So we're not asking to change the categorical subject matter. We just believe that a panel voir dire conducted, at least in part, with limitations, obviously, time limitations and subject matter limitations by the attorneys, would be of great assistance to both counsel, both the Commonwealth and the defense, in determining jurors' ability to sit through an extensive trial, a complex trial, and something that's going to be obviously hotly contested. The chemistry between and among jurors is more borne out if there is at least a modicum of panel discussion between and among the jurors and counsel who will be handling the case on behalf of Ms. Reed and on behalf of the Commonwealth. We don't think that there's any prejudice to either side, certainly not to the Commonwealth, certainly not to us. I think all of us would benefit, including the court, would benefit from being able to impanel a fairer and more comprehensive jury.
Okay, what's the Commonwealth's position?
We don't want to pay jury, Your Honor.
However, we prefer a questionnaire. If we have a panel voir dire, there will be quite a bit of contest on the subject areas, the limitations, the parameters. I wouldn't say anticipate, but I worry that it will digress into trying to craft the argument, the direction of argument, in a way that's favorable to each side's cause.
Oh.
And that really isn't the purpose of it, but that seems to happen.
Confession through projection is what we get from these guys all the time. They're going to try and craft an argument if they get if it's going to be a panel voir dire.
Yep.
And in the limited times I've engaged in it. And so I think the questionnaire is more structured. It allows for all the different subject areas that are important to both sides. And I may misunderstand, but I think the court allows follow-up on questions where there is any inquiry or concern or follow-up that's reasonable and necessary, and I understand that that has been a liberal application, and I think that suffices.
The only thing I would say to that, if I may speak from here, the only thing I would say to that is I completely agree. I think a questionnaire is enormously helpful, especially as it pertains to a panel voir dire. And quite frankly, Your Honor, in my experience, and that's what we do where I'm from, is panel voir dire consistently. It's faster. It's actually much more efficient to do a panel voir dire than it is to do an individual voir dire. That's all I'll say about that.
So I'm a huge proponent of panel voir dire in the right case. My biggest concern here, frankly, if we didn't have the inordinate amount of publicity on this case.
Wait. She's on a fucking murder trial, Bev. What's the right case? If there's any right case, is this not it? Sorry.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Ozzy. And that's why I was saying to brace yourself.
Yeah.
So close to trial. I heard that there was something last night. It's been in the news, right? And it's continuing. It's because of that, I'm afraid it's just going to blow up the panels. So, and I have a lot of discretion here. I'm not going to allow panel voir dire.
I have so much discretion here. I'm going to abuse my freaking power.
Yeah, I will allow a robust, as I did last time, voir dire at sidebar. We're also on for final trial conference today and tomorrow, so I need a list of witnesses from the defense. I need you to fill out a report so that we know exactly what is still left that we have to deal with. And jury voir dire is a very important part of this. So I expect, as last time, to be able to use a questionnaire.
Yeah, babe, but last time you had someone say something on their questionnaire that wasn't true. Last time you chose that person as a jury foreperson who lied on their freaking questionnaire. That's the problem, Bev, isn't it?
Yeah, like there's no bigger case than a murder trial to allow the panel voir dire. None. It's a cop out. It's a cop out using the publicity. She's the judge. She should be able to control it. If she can't, she shouldn't be doing it.
Well, none of the jury selection was publicized anyway. Like there was no cameras in the courtroom last time. So why is she worried about that? I don't get where she's coming from. I think she's just being fucking.
Yeah, she's not explaining it. It's a cop out. It's not suitable to the Commonwealth. Therefore, she's not going to go with it.
Exactly.
But I want you to agree to it, and if you can't, I need that. I need that by the end of today. If you're not going to agree to it, have you proposed a questionnaire? Have both sides talked about a questionnaire recently?
We haven't, but we do have the advantage. Both sides has the advantage of the one from last year. There may be some adjustments, but I think we can backbone to start with.
So let's do that. What Mr. Brennan's new to the case. What I need in a questionnaire is it has to be one page, both sides, no more than one page. At the end of our hearing tomorrow, I would like to talk about the particulars of it. We have a huge amount of jurors coming in, and I have some ideas on how we might best utilize that with the questionnaire, but I need to talk to counsel about that at the end of all these hearings today. All right, but just to be clear, no panel voir dire on this case. Unfortunately, I think because of all the publicity. And we'll do extensive voir dire at sidebar and the questionnaire. So 566 then is denied because it's requesting panel voir dire. 567, defendant's motion for order prohibiting the Commonwealth and its agents from speaking with or having contact with any witnesses once they've taken the stand. So, is there an objection to that, Mr. Brennan?
There's not. I believe that rule should apply to both sides. I have no objection.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, do you agree it applies to both sides? Ms. Little?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that, Mr. Clerk, 567 allowed as to both sides.
let me just say, I agree with all of you. The Law and Crimes title for this video sucks. But I've also got people yelling at me for showing court TV stuff because nobody likes court TV anymore. So, you know, it was one or the other. And then the other thing is that if we do Channel 10, I think it is, Boston 25 or channel, whatever channel it is, if we do theirs, their thingos across the bottom of the screen cover up half of what's going on in the courtroom. So, so yeah, we ended up with this one. Yeah, but I agree with you. I hate the title.
$570, defendant's motion eliminate to exclude irrelevant, inadmissible, and prejudicial evidence regarding alleged harassment and/or intimidation of witnesses. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is where they bring it up, too.
The first trial, I'll note, was riddled with what we believe to be inadmissible and highly, highly prejudicial testimony from a bunch of witnesses who took the opportunity to describe harassment and distress that they felt from third parties, both on social media and otherwise. No third party, including any blogger, any social media personality, any member of the public, no third party speaks for Ms. Reed. No third party speaks for the defense. No third party acts on behalf of Ms. Reed, is directed by Ms. Reed or the defense, or is under Ms. Reed or the defense's control. None. There were very obviously vile acts that were described during the course of the first trial in these witnesses' testimony. To the extent that they did occur, they are obviously in no way condoned by the defense, by Ms. Reed, or anybody connected with the defense in this case. And they're in no way connected to Ms. Reed or the defense. And notwithstanding that, the witnesses strongly suggested that Ms. Reed and the defense itself were somehow responsible for these alleged and very reprehensible things that they were describing. In one notable instance, Jennifer McCabe recounted being harassed by a blogger. She didn't name the blogger, but she said, quote, "The defense is very familiar with this person," end quote. That was her trial testimony, and she looked right at the jurors when she said it. The very obvious overture was, "You know who this is, Mr. Jackson. I was the one cross-examining her, and you're responsible for it." In some way, shape, form, or fashion. She outright suggested to the jury that Ms. Reed and the defense were responsible for the acts that she went on to describe in great detail, and which we agreed, if they occurred, are vile, reprehensible, unacceptable. There are clearly, as we all know now, there are clearly people out there who are very deeply concerned about what they consider, the others, consider an unjust prosecution of an innocent person for a crime that she did not commit. There is an enormous amount of emotion injected throughout the community, this community and beyond, and we don't control that. And if people have suffered as a result of that, Ms. Reed, very specifically, should not be the one to have to bear that burden, and she did in the first trial. Those individuals out there who are emotional about the case, who are a proponent of one side or the other, they speak for themselves, they act for themselves, they act on their own accord. They certainly don't act at the direction of the defense or of Ms. Reed. And to allow these sort of what ultimately can only be described as salacious anecdotes into evidence, coupled with the sobbing and the crying and the breaking down of the witness stand, which also happened, it serves to visit an extreme and an extraordinary prejudice against Ms. Reed, very, very specifically and very targeted like a laser on her. And it's for conduct that's completely out of her control and completely unassociated with her. What may be most galling about the Commonwealth's presentation of this evidence in the first trial of witness intimidation was that they were in possession. They actually knew. Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, they knew at the time the information was presented and propounded in front of the jury that a grand jury had been impaneled to hear evidence on whether or not Ms. Reed was in any way liable for witness intimidation, witness harassment, or anything associated with that.
So the grand jury has a particular standard, right? Not any way, right? Probable cause standard,
that.
right? Okay.
But notwithstanding that standard, the question was she in any way liable for that harassment and intimidation? And that standard is extremely low. We all know the ham sandwich anecdote. And even the grand jury said, no, there is absolutely nothing to see here. There is no evidence that she was responsible for intimidation or harassment such that they determined that there was a no bill. And what is bothersome is that the Commonwealth was aware of that and didn't disclose it. We didn't find out about that until in October. I think it was an October notice of discovery when we finally found out that a no bill was issued indicating that Ms. Reed...
When was that no bill issued?
You said when or where?
When?
When? I want to say March 23rd. March 27th is what I'm being told. It was late March, before the first trial. And they knew this, and they didn't provide what I believed, and I think what the court would have ruled would be exculpatory information to us to cross-examine these witnesses who say, hey, look, I've suffered at the hands of the community, of these bloggers.
So my memory is I kept it out, and then I have a very clear memory of you opening the door with Jennifer McCabe, and it came in through there.
So the court did make that ruling, that ultimately if the door is open, these witnesses are going to be able to talk about it.
But I kept it out prior to that.
Understood.
Okay.
I don't want to revisit that issue. The court made its ruling. I didn't think that we had opened the door. It was whatever that door was. It was on some very, very significant lubricant. It was going to be very easy.
Read the transcript.
I have several times. In any event, I believe that the court should make the exact same order this time and have a more defined, we should have a more defined understanding of what would reasonably open that door. I didn't think that I came anywhere close to it. The court disagreed and the information came in. But it's so prejudicial. It was so extremely prejudicial as to Ms. Reed that I think we need to revisit that issue and get a more clarifying order about exactly what would be required to open that door. And then we can reasonably, as the defense, we can reasonably sidestep that as best we can. I wasn't able to do that in the first trial because I didn't think that I had even approached the line, but ultimately the court disagreed. So what we're asking in this instance is that we get a clarifying order that it is not admissible. Obviously, if we walk in and say something about witness intimidation, you've never been intimidated by anybody, have you? Obviously, that would open the door. That's not what would happen. That's not what happened last time. What happened last time was Jennifer McCabe basically...
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. We also print signs so they can see your business.
Decided that she wanted to talk about...
I came back just in time to catch the ad and fast forward it for you. I agree with exactly everything you all are saying and what Jackson's saying. It's all bloody on the money. And yes, it was Red. It was Jen that opened a trap and said whatever. She opened the door. And then the judge is going to deny here that she was going to allow it if it came in organically. Now she's going to deny that she did that outright.
That issue and sort of walked through it, at least in my view, having reviewed the transcript. In any event, I think the court understands what our concern is with regard to this subject matter. We don't want a free-for-all of people, one person after another, walking into court and basically lambasting the defense, for all intents and purposes, about things that are completely out of our control. Even if there is some suffering by the public or by bloggers or by whomever that these witnesses have had to undergo, that is not at the hands of the defense, and we shouldn't have to, Ms. Reed very specifically, should not have to suffer through that testimony when it looks very, very clear that at least the Commonwealth wants the jurors to believe this is all at the hands of Ms. Reed, that she's been the one engaging in this, or the defense has, which is just not true. So we would ask for a clarifying order on that issue very specifically.
Trigger alert. Trigger alert.
I can appreciate the defense wanting to identify the line in which they would open the door to evidence about harassment and abuse of witnesses. I understand why that would be important. But to convert that into a speech that absolutely defies reality and grossly misstates the history and facts of this case is beyond me, It wasn't just last night when Attorney Jackson and his colleagues appeared on a documentary where Ms. Reed talked about speaking frequently to Mr. Carney, sharing anything public with him. And you would have to choose to be oblivious.
And that's her right, Lally.
That information that is shared was then not generated to intimidate and harass
Greenan.
witnesses for 2 years. In fact, Mr. Carney has over a dozen indictments for just that. You've had an opportunity to hear the conversations recorded with Gretchen Voss. You've heard about the tactics used by the defense in the dissemination, not just of public information. So to try to make a public record that is so grossly, not only inept, but fraudulent, I don't understand the purpose of that when the simple question is, what is the threshold of opening a door? We have a motion later this afternoon in another courtroom on this very issue. And I'm not going to go through an entire resuscitation of the evidence or information that I have, because that...
Wait, is he referring to Aiden's court case just after that? Because it wasn't in another courtroom, it was in another freaking courthouse. But is that what he's referring to? Do you know, Kev?
Yeah, I think it is. It's the only other thing that I'm aware of that was on today relevant to this case.
Yep. He's talking about Aiden's case. So what has Hank got to do with Aiden's case? Why is he making motions in another courtroom to do with Aiden?
Yeah, correct.
And
like he refers to 12 indictments against her, boy. They're all bullshit indictments. As I typed there, ham sandwiches. You know, you can indict a ham sandwich.
Yeah, she hasn't got 12. There was only one indictment that the jury refused to find a culpable for, but Aiden's got 12, and Aiden's was the only other court case today.
That's correct. Yeah. That's the only one. I watched that as well.
We can rack it up.
Inevitably,
I haven't watched it yet.
Would be unfair. But it is unfair to stand up here at this podium and suggest for a second that Ms. McCabe is using a witness box as some type of forum. She didn't drag herself into this case. She was dragged into it.
We saw it with our own fucking eyes, mate.
And to suggest they can stand here and bash witnesses in the text of their argument, unsolicited attacks, because it pleases them and fits their narrative, is something I can't just sit by and listen to. The Commonwealth, the prosecutors weren't outside patting their bloggers on the butt for a job well done after witnesses harassed
No, they were
family
sending.
events.
Hang on.
That didn't happen.
Wait. The Commonwealth was sending fucking shit to the media. So how is that different? We've seen emails where Court TV and multiple other media outlets have been CC'd in on it. How can that be any different? That's patting them on the butt, going, "Here, we'll give you the information directly."
Yeah, 100%. The hypocrisy is unreal.
It's federal. Oh, I didn't realize Aiden's was federal. I knew it was criminal, but I didn't realize it was federal. So,
Well, it was in Stoughton. I didn't know it was federal myself.
Yeah. I don't think it's federal, but it is in Stoughton, I think it is, isn't it? Stoughton. I'll get it right.
Yeah, I think it's felony, is it? Maybe they're mixing federal up with felony. I don't know.
They showed Karen's grand jury indictment last night in episode 1. Oh, who gave them that? Exactly what I mean. Exactly what I mean. Who gave them that? I know. Aiden's getting this look on his face like, wait, what? Why am I the topic again?
He should stand up and do a Mexican wave.
Yeah, right.
So if the issue is, what is the threshold when Mr. Jackson opened the door? Well, you can read the transcript. It's very obvious. Open-ended questions, personal attacks, baseless accusations. That opens the door. And it will open the door again, I suspect. And we'll be prepared. I think the issue is really a trial issue and an attorney having control of their questions so they don't open the door. That really is the issue.
So do you agree it doesn't come in the Commonwealth's case in chief with these witnesses?
I don't think it ever should have come in the case in chief, and I don't think it would have until I saw the very clear questions that opened that door. I have no intention of raising a collateral issue or trying to present prior bad acts that I haven't sought admissibility for. So I agree.
Well, shut the fuck up and sit down then. Jesus fucking Christ. I have to object, but I agree. Oh, just shut the fuck up, man.
Your Honor, if I may very briefly.
Sure, just give me 1 second. I want to take one note. Okay?
I've got to interrupt. Fucking hell.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
I just wonder if where this ire and these invectives from Mr. Brennan come from.
Yeah.
He said that I
Good
stood
question,
up here just a second
AJ.
ago and attacked witnesses and bashed witnesses and made fraudulent statements. Was he listening? I didn't bash a witness. I didn't attack a witness. I didn't make any fraudulent statements. The Commonwealth made their best effort.
They're not homeless people. They're people experiencing homelessness. Inevitably, for many,
to tether Miss Reed to Aiden Kearney. And they did it through a grand jury. And those members of the grand jury said, no, it's not true. It didn't happen. That's what they said. At the lowest burden known in criminal justice. So Mr. Brennan can stand up all he wants and say, I saw a TV show and I saw this and I heard an interview, and clearly there's been communication between Ms. Reed and Mr. Kearney. Sure, there may have been communication. That's very different from directing witness intimidation, directing witness harassment for the purposes of undermining a prosecution. That's what they've accused her of. And they failed. And then they kept that from us when they failed and allowed this sort of fabrication of the witness. And I'm not saying that the intimidation that was described on the witness stand was fabricated. That's not at all what I'm saying. Maybe it was true. Maybe it all happened. What was fabricated is that it was connected to Ms. Reed or connected to us.
You guys
So nobody's up here, Your Honor, and I take issue with Mr. Brennan's.
You guys do the rage housework while I rage stream. How's that? We're all in the rage mood today.
Tone and tenor, we can all be professional. We can all advocate very zealously and robustly. But let's keep it professional. I didn't stand up here and attack a witness. What did he say? Bash witnesses? Use this as an opportunity to bash people? But we could calm the drama down just a little bit and probably get a little further.
Yeah. What about the
All we're asking
hyperbole?
is that it not come in, and I will stipulate and agree with Mr. Brennan that this not come in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and we will be very mindful of what would conceivably open a door to this kind of testimony, and I'll probably seek the court's guidance before I ask a specific question that I think comes anywhere close to that. We'll ask the court's guidance by coming to sidebar, and I think that could resolve the issue.
Okay. Thank you. I want to look at this a little more closely.
Where's your hyperbole comment, Bev? Every time Brennan gets up, he's hyperboleing.
All right, the next one is paper 571, and the Commonwealth's corresponding is your number 12, our paper 586. So the defendant's moving to exclude the serum plasma ethanol concentration, blood ethanol concentration conversion, and corresponding retrograde extrapolation analysis. So who's arguing this for the defense? Because I'm going to ask you whether you want to argue your opposition to it or have the Commonwealth make their argument for admission of it. Who's arguing it for the defense?
Your Honor, I am. And to answer your question, the defense preference would be for the Commonwealth to go first, and we would respond, including with regard to my motion.
Okay. So, Mr. Brennan, our paper 386, your number 12.
I think they all can, Tim. There's some books.
Your Honor, paper number 12 seeks to admit the results of the defendant's blood draw at the Good Samaritan Hospital and the resulting serum conversion in retrograde extrapolation. This being a OUI manslaughter and murder case, the statutes that the defense cites don't apply. This is not a simple OUI case. We expect that we will have a witness from the hospital describing the protocol.
Really?
We will have...
The law doesn't apply in this case. Never a truer word was spoke, right? He's referring to specific statutes, I think, isn't he? Sorry, have you read this? I haven't read this one, so I'm not entirely sure what the motion is, but we'll listen on.
A witness from the hospital to testify about the blood draw, and we will have an independent, or we'll have an expert to talk about the blood serum conversion. These medical records are admissible. We've cited Chapter 233, Section 79 as a business record. I know the defense takes issue with that. However, these records are routinely admissible. Commonwealth v. Hallinan, 491 Mass, 730, page 736, note 9. Blood alcohol serum conversion and retrograde extrapolation is admissible. While the standards may be different because it happened at a hospital, these are agencies, hospitals are facilities that have standards that comply, that are trustworthy, and this evidence should come in pursuant to those cases in that statute.
All right. Now I'll hear you, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It sounds like it's the Commonwealth's. I don't know why hang on. It sounds like it's the defense's motion to exclude the extrapolation because it's not technically admissible because they didn't take it within a specific period of time after her driving. So it's not related to her driving anymore. I think it's the defense's motion. I didn't actually see anyone read this one, but Melanie might have covered it. But the thing is, she put the Commonwealth up to argue it first, but it's the defense's motion.
Attorney Brennan misstates our position that is clearly set forth in our papers. We are not citing to statutes that discuss consent of Ms. Reed. So I just want to take that because he's conflated issues and not addressed the main issue. Attorney Brennan just said that the results are reliable. And I appreciate very much that he has raised that, because not only is there no proof that the results are reliable, there's proofs in the first trial admissions as by Mr. Roberts, as well as impliedly by Ms. Knowles, that they're not reliable, and here's why. There is no record evidence as to the method of the hospital determining those levels. Specifically, with regard to the medical records in the chemistry section of those, it says in an annotation, the drug testing, this report is intended for use in clinical monitoring and management of patients. And here's the key statement. It is not intended for use in employment-related drug testing or court-related proceedings. And the issue with regard to the reliability of the testing is it is not stated the basics to go to reliability. Specifically, there's no documentation of how the alcohol test result was obtained, through what procedure, by whom, and the key, what manner of testing. There's two ways to do it: gas chromatography and enzymatic testing. And there's a huge difference in the reliability between the two. There is no record evidence, and it's the Commonwealth's burden of proof to establish reliability. There's no evidence of any of those foundational aspects with regard to the testing. So, with regard to those test results, the Commonwealth has to establish the reliability. It is not enough for the attorney for the Commonwealth to simply stand up and ipsy dixit in saying they're reliable when there is a lack of the information of the factors I just rehearsed with regard to the matter. And another key aspect, which is conceded by the Commonwealth, they concede that the testing did not occur at an accredited laboratory. They concede it. And it's in every single report of the Commonwealth. And we put that in Exhibit A to our motion. For example, it's Exhibit A, the very first page, COM 000994, serum plasma conversion report. It states, 2 paragraphs under the chart, with an asterisk, the ethanol result used in this serum plasma conversion report was provided by an external party. The testing to obtain the ethanol result was not performed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, and therefore this report does not fall under the laboratory scope of accreditation. Not the words of the defense.
So that's from the State Police Crime Lab, right?
Pardon me?
That's from the State Police Crime Lab, right?
That's correct. And with regard to the next document.
I'm waiting for him to get info on this one. So.
Which is our Exhibit B.
All right, before he goes on, I'm waiting for him to actually mention it, but there is actually case law on this. So if you're talking about, there's 2 different methods. There's serum blood test and there's whole blood. The one that has Dalbert Lanigan support that the higher courts have actually ruled on is whole blood, not serum. This is a serum blood test. So the validity of the retrograde extrapolation depends on a whole bunch of things. If it's a serum blood test, they've already ruled against those as being inadmissible because they're unreliable. But also the time, I think it was like 9 hours after the accident or supposed accident happened that they took the blood. So just hang on, let me just get these notes out so that I'm following this correctly. Serum versus whole blood differences. Forensic BAC testing requires whole blood, while hospital tests use serum or plasma, which removes red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. Serum tests produce artificially higher BAC readings, typically 15 to 25% higher than whole blood, sometimes more. And we're definitely talking more here because we all saw her only drink 4 drinks. Massachusetts courts have excluded heavily scrutinized serum-based extrapolations due to their unreliability in criminal cases. Extrapolation after 9 hours is wholly unreliable. Alcohol and drug metabolism rates vary wildly based on body height, hydration, food, and obviously other medical conditions. Metabolism is not linear over long periods, making any attempt to extrapolate backwards from a 9-hour-old serum test purely speculative. Enzyme activity and delays in elimination, trauma shock, or medications can significantly affect results. So when you have an enzymatic activity in relation to shock, that's obviously more, oh my God, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the shock enzyme when you're in shock? Oh my God, people who jump out of fucking airplanes after that. What is it called? Adrenaline. Thank you. You could have just said it, Kev. You are on a microphone right now, but thank you. Adrenaline.
I keep forgetting that.
Yeah. Adrenaline is what I was after. That's one such enzyme shift. So, Massachusetts legal precedents and Daubert challenges. Massachusetts follows the Daubert-Lanigan standard, which requires scientific reliability for forensic evidence. Courts have excluded unreliable forensic science, particularly in BAC and drug level extrapolations when methodology is questionable, which it is in this case, because if the hospital serum test was not converted to a whole blood equivalent using a validated method, it would be highly inadmissible. So I didn't know this about the test because I've been waiting for Larry, the DUI guy, to bring some of this stuff up, but I don't think he realized that this particular type of test in Massachusetts already has case law against it. That's why the defense is challenging it, because the hospital serum results are unreliable, and this is specifically in Massachusetts. And then the prosecution's supposed to prove their experts' calculations meeting forensic standards, so they're meant to have a Daubert-Lanigan on this. That's the correct way in Massachusetts to deal with a serum blood test claiming alcohol level. So there you go. And Bev's already let this in the first trial, so this is crap. This is total crap. Put him in a round room. She's talking about you, Kev. And tell you to pick
I know. I'll find the corner to sit in.
I don't know if you've heard the joke. You put an Irishman in a round room and tell him to take a pick.
No, you're mixing up 2 jokes.
I am mixing up
It's
2 jokes.
Put him in a round room and tell him to sit in the corner.
Right. And then
the shovel.
The shovel.
Put 2 shovels in front of him and tell him to take his pick.
Right.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure if you were familiar with them, but I thought they were Aussie jokes, but obviously they're worldwide. So that's right, Gitmo. Exactly. It does say medical conditions in the text that I was just reading. They admitted last trial they were not reliable. They more or less did admit that it wasn't reliable. They did. So, but the point being is the judge shouldn't have let it in.
Correct. Yeah,
It's
she shouldn't.
inadmissible. Serum-based BAC should have been excluded as evidence. They should never have been allowed in. So Bev's racking them up. As far as admissibility goes, Bev's racking them up. And you know what I remember what I said way back? If you watch what arguments Alessi's arguing, they're the ones that didn't come up at appeal. So he's arguing this BAC blood draw. So we know that this is going to be one that comes up at appeal.
In terms of changing that conclusion in that statement, there is nothing in there to remedy that statement. Exhibit C also mentions, and this is NDAO 296, under background, it's the same statement. The ethanol result used in this retrograde extrapolation report was provided by an external party. The testing to obtain the ethanol result was not performed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory. So what we have with regard to the foundation of reliability, we don't know what type of test result this third party did, gas chromatography or enzymatic, and we don't know any of the other factors, and it's the burden of the Commonwealth to establish the reliability of that testing. So in conclusion, Your Honor, given that the Commonwealth has not satisfied its burden in this regard, the testing that has been performed is not reliable.
All right.
It should be excluded.
In Massachusetts.
Do you want to respond, Mr. Brennan?
I would suggest the court look to Dr. Fowler's testimony. He testified how blood was taken.
It's
Was preserved when tests were conducted in the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital, how the lab is accredited. And this is the same issue argued at the first trial, but inevitably Dr. Fowler's testimony is what establishes the foundation for the admissibility.
No, it isn't.
Okay.
Thank you, Hunter.
Go for it, Leslie.
Your Honor has often said that this is a new trial. The Commonwealth for this trial has to establish that foundation. They can't point to the testimony in another trial to establish it. That should have been in their motion in opposition, that they should have put that in assuming that that is accurate. But it is not in their motion here, and that cannot be relied upon to defend the lack of reliability with regard to those factors. And I will also note that none of the witnesses I just rehearsed, Mr. Roberts nor Ms. Knowles, if we're going to talk about the first trial, ever referenced that as curative of what they said for lack of accreditation. And if we're again going to go back to testimony of the first trial, Mr. Roberts on cross-examination clearly expressed concerns with regard to these foundational absences with regard to testing. Thank you.
Okay.
Clearly.
I think we have time for one last motion before we take the morning recess. Paper number 574, defendant's motion eliminate to exclude witnesses' prior criminal history. Who's arguing that for the defense? Is there no objection to this? This is regarding Richard Green.
It doesn't qualify pursuant to the statute.
All right, that was my question to you. How do you expect to get it in?
I don't.
Okay. All right, so this motion is allowed. That's 574 is allowed, Mr. Clerk. All right, so what I'll do is I'll see counsel at sidebar regarding scheduling.
Sorry, sidetracked. I'm writing some questions so I can answer them before y'all ask them. Work out all your contact.
Right, so Mr. Jackson, I'll hear you.
I got some things to tell you about this. The Richard Green thing, he's in. Are they dissing on him? Hang on. What are we talking about with the Richard Green thing? Red, sorry. We'll come back to the Richard Green thing. He's in, but all right, so I had to ask a question about something. So I've got like an ongoing AI thing here, so I can come back and research this stuff. So I'm just typing in everything that comes up during the hearing so that I can go and do more research on it afterwards. But anyway, as far as Bev letting in first trial, the blood serum tests, they're not forensic. They are used for medical treatment, not forensic analysis. So essentially what's happened is Karen's condition, obviously the state of shock she was in, how upset she was and whatever, when she went in there, they wanted to do a serum test on her for her medical condition, and now the Commonwealth has intercepted her medical test. So this was never done as an alcohol test. They overestimate BAC or drug levels compared to whole blood tests, and it can be up to 50% difference. Courts have excluded serum-based extrapolations in other cases due to it being unreliable, obviously. And the conversion factors, the math in the conversion factors are also, that methodology is questioned. The 9-hour delay obviously is part of what makes it purely speculative. So metabolism is highly variable, and we know that, as people have pointed out, she has a condition that affects her metabolism. Forensic toxicologists rarely accept extrapolations beyond 2 to 3 hours, let alone 9 hours. The longer the delay, the less reliable and backward calculation becomes. Dalbert Lanigan should require exclusion, but Bev won't let them do a Dalbert Lanigan on it. Serum back tests have been challenged and excluded in past cases because they are not at a forensic standard. So there you go. We're not even close to a forensic standard. And this is something, Kevin and I have actually talked about this in the past. He sent me links for it in the past, but we were talking about extrapolation of whole blood back then. That was before I realized now in this hearing, we're talking about a serum plasma, which is a completely different thing. So BAC.
Yeah, but even on the whole blood, there's still a lot of uncertainty about it.
Well, there is across the world, but we're talking Massachusetts now. So,
Yeah, and to bring it in for a murder trial, I think it's just not acceptable.
Right. So serum based in Massachusetts, they do accept the BAC on whole blood, but they've rejected serum plasma based tests. And Bev should know that because she's a fucking judge in Massachusetts. Why would Carney allow this in trial 2.0? Allowing this unreliable forensic evidence again suggests she is favouring the prosecution. Dun dun dun! Who would have guessed? The prosecution may be struggling to prove their case, using questionable science to bolster weak evidence. Dun dun dun! The AI is fucking smarter than Bev and Morrissey put together. It's not whole blood. The reason it's not whole blood, red, is because it's had the platelets and the red taken out of it, essentially. So it's not whole blood. And if Carney was unwilling to exclude it in trial 1.0, despite strong legal precedent, she may ignore its scientific flaws again in trial 2.0. What can the defense do? They can file another Dalbert Lanigan, which I'm not sure that they'll do. I don't think they're going to keep arguing about this shit. Bring in forensic toxicologists to testify that serum-based, yes, bam, that's what you do. I'm not sure. Was Dr. Russell a forensic toxicologist? She had such a long list. I can't remember if that was on it at all. I forget. I know she's done forensic. But I'm not sure that's the toxicology side.
You mean our Dr. Russell?
Our Dr. Russell, yes.
Yeah, I don't remember her mentioning toxicology.
Mm.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't remember it.
Right.
She was a lot of other things, all right.
So one of the cross examination could be, if she's going to allow it anyway, one of the cross examinations could definitely be proving that the serum test was properly converted, because apparently hospitals almost never do proper conversions. So I'm not sure who they'd ask. Probably the guy who was given the chart to do the extrapolation with, probably him. Prove that the hospital no, he's the one that did the conversion, so it's him. That's who you'd cross-examine. How was this properly converted, which hospitals almost never do? Was from the hospital or from the crime lab? I forget.
He was from the crime lab, but if I remember, he was very unconvincing.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't
very unsure. Didn't he try at one stage to contradict himself in the defense? Lally jumped on him.
Yeah, he contradicted himself twice. Once when Lally was directing him, and then when he was crossed, he contradicted himself again.
Yeah, I remember Lally taking issue with him at one stage when he was kind of going against what he was just after saying.
That's right, Anna. If her blood was actually that high, she would have been dead. Exactly, because she's only a little person too. She's only tiny.
Yeah, plus her conditions, her medical conditions. She's Crohn's disease, isn't she?
She's prone to Crohn's. That was hard to say. Say it 3 times real fast.
if I'm not mistaken, Crohn's disease, alcohol consumption can cause serious issues with that.
Right.
So that would restrict her ability to consume alcohol.
Right. Even consuming it to start with, let alone the metabolization of it.
Yeah, like I know people here in my own hometown. There's an artist here in the town that I know very well. He is Crohn's, and he does drink, but he doesn't drink a lot. He mentioned to me before it causes him problems.
Yeah. So there is some case law that goes with this. So Commonwealth versus Dubé or Dube. I don't know. Let me put it on the screen.
Doobie-doobie-doo.
Doobie-doobie-doo. Doobie-doobie-doo. Let me get the
Have you got him smoking?
Let me get it on the screen, because if I'm just saying stuff wrong, then you're at least with me on what we're talking about here. All right. The doobie-doobie-doo is the court acknowledged that serum tests produce readings that must be converted to align with statutory blood alcohol scales. The court anticipated that the Commonwealth would offer expert testimony to establish the conversion factor necessary for this process. So this is mass courts, basically. So we can read on that. We can read more about. I could do a video on it. I could jump into these and do a video on it. Timelines of BAC in the Commonwealth versus Culturi, I think that is. The court ruled that breathalyzer results are admissible without the need for retrograde extrapolation if conducted within a reasonable time after the defendant's last operation of the vehicle. Clearly 9 hours is not a reasonable time. While this case focused on breath tests, the principle underscores the importance of timely BAC measurements. And then retrograde extrapolation, co-counsel Commonwealth versus Blaze, or BLAIS, is what that case
Sorry,
is.
Ozzy. So how soon after was the blood draw taken?
I think it was 9 hours. So we saw with our own eyes her last drink was taken at midnight, right? Then they left 11 minutes past. She said she didn't even drink that drink. That's the one that we saw John drink. as he was leaving, and he took it with him. So
Took
9
it out of the
hours.
center console, yeah.
So at least 9 hours after her last drink.
How that can hold up is beyond me.
Right. That's why it's saying here that this is an appealable. This is a very strong appealable issue, and that's why Alessi was arguing it. So now we know what to look out for whenever Alessi's arguing a point, because there's so many violations of Karen's rights in this case. You can't bring them all to the appeals court. It's too big. It would take too long. The appeals court would just chuck it out because it's too big. You've got to pick your best arguments. And this is probably one of the best arguments in the whole case. And because that's what the jury got hung on in the first trial, primarily. That, well, she was drinking and driving, so something must have happened. So that they're using an unreliable BAC test, and then they're directing the jury to look at the screen and telling them what they're seeing on there. That's wrong as well. They shouldn't be doing that. They need to let the jury just see it, and they can count the drinks. But having Yuri there counting the drinks, that's entirely inappropriate.
But even that is not evidence. I spent 30 odd years working in the bar business, and I grew up in a pub. My family owned a bar and a nightclub for 15 years. And I've very often seen where people will come in, couples, thinking of one couple in particular that I knew very well, and they would get into company and people would be buying rounds of drinks, and Siobhan would very often accept the drink, but she'd turn around to me behind the bar and tell her just to give her a ginger ale to make it look like she was drinking a brandy.
Yeah, right.
Because it's an Irish culture thing. There's a severe pressure put on you to drink.
There is. And it's like that in Australia.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's just easier to kind of nod and go along with it. And I wouldn't be surprised if Karen would be pulling a stunt like that.
Yep. No, it hasn't been said outright, Red. It's just me working out what their approach is. So a lot of people are cranky because the defense there was probably 3 different things that happened that should have caused an interlocutory appeal, like stop the whole show, let's go and appeal that. There's at least 3 of those that, the audience could see quite clearly they should have done it, but they didn't. And so when we were trying to work out what the approach is that defense is taking right now, by watching the patterns of who's representing what arguments, what we're seeing now is they don't care they're not talking to Bev anymore. Okay, none of them are talking to Bev anymore. They're all talking to the appeals court through the record. So what we're seeing is they're just putting shit on the record. They need it all on the record so that they can this is all going to get knocked over in appeal. The sad thing about appeals is they can take a while, and Karen might actually have to be in jail for that. That's the sad part. But as far as what their principal strategy is, it is Bev's bias. She's shown us all she's biased. We're not going to get a fair trial. We just need to get everything on appeal, add it all up. Hopefully, Bev makes some really big fuck ups, and this is obviously one of them. I mean, you can put them into order of how big the fuck up is, the things that she's ruled on. Allowing inadmissible evidence, allowing this because it's inadmissible, refusing to do Dalbert Lanigans on things. So you can put them into order of priority, and then you don't have to drown the appeals court with all the shit that's going on in this case, because there's a lot of it. But that's what I think they're doing. I think they just forget Bev's even in the courtroom, forget what the Commonwealth is even doing right now. Let's just keep it all on the record. Whatever they do, get it on the record, which is why I was jumping up and down about Bev getting Bev on the record, harping at the defense about, what do you want them to do? Invent chain of custody that's not there? They got that on the record. That's another major one, that she's admitting there's no chain of custody for this evidence, and she's allowing it in. So yeah, you've got to prioritize, and I think this is the prioritizing strategy of how this is going to go at appeals right now. And Alessi, whenever you see Alessi arguing, that's what he's going to be doing, that appeal part, because I'm pretty sure that's his specialty is appeals. So
I think you're reading that 100%.
Yeah. So, and I think who's the other one? Weinberg will be involved more in the appeals side of things. So
Yeah, as I said to you earlier, I think Alessi is the boots on the ground in the trial, and Weinberg's
sure.
the face for the appeals.
Yep, for sure.
I'd say behind the scenes, the two of them are working hand in hand.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if you got the whole state working against you and you lose, you're a loser. So, what do? You have no choice. So
Yeah, but this whole blood alcohol thing is a perfect example of what's going on throughout the whole trial.
It
You have
is.
zero evidence. You've a lot of opinion and hearsay about how many drinks Karen was supposed to have taken.
Right.
You've no witness that'll stand up and testify that she had X amount of drinks. You're looking at a camera trying to guess how many drinks she's taken, but you don't know what she's drinking. So there is no evidence of her consuming alcohol. They didn't do a blood alcohol test on her within hours, within a reasonable time frame, and then they're trying to bring in this pseudoscience of extrapolation.
Prince, no, the worst outcome is she's found guilty. All right, that's the worst outcome. The best outcome is appeals. From here, from this point that we're at now, the best outcome is appeals. So the worst outcome is she's found guilty, because that makes it even harder at appeals. If we get a hung jury again, that's even better at appeals. But we got a guilty from the jury, that's harder at appeals. So
yeah.
It seems to me like, sorry.
I was just going to say, personally, at this point, I think a hung jury is where we're headed again.
I personally don't. I personally believe that the defense can bring it home this time and convince the jury that this is all cooked. I don't know, because we haven't even got Bev's decision on whether they can have the third-party culprit defense. That's going to change their entire strategy if she won't let it in.
Yeah, but it just people being people and listening, especially to the statements from the jurors of the last trial, in the face of overwhelming evidence. They discounted so much that should have been taken into account. It's just people with their own inbuilt biases and stuff.
Yeah.
You're going to find one or two that just won't be moved. The Commonwealth is right, and I sincerely hope I'm wrong and it's a not guilty. Obviously, that's where I wanted to go, but I just feel it's going to be a hung jury again.
See, I kind of thought that, like with the Richard Allen trial, I thought that was going to be a hung jury because of how divided the public was about it. I was just going by just public sentiment. There was more people who felt that he was getting framed than felt that the evidence proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. I thought that was going to be the case in the Allen jury, but it wasn't. They all came to the decision, and it was very quick too. It certainly wasn't as long as you would expect for a guilty, but it was very quick that they came to the decision. So I don't know that rule actually does apply. I don't know.
Well, the one thing I use to gauge juries is
me too, Red. I'm an optimist too.
back when I started this whole trial watching thing, was watching the polls and putting up in the chat. And you'd look at Law and Crime or Court TV, and they'd be heavily swaying towards guilty. And then you go to the likes Andrea Burkhardt or Melanie Little, and they'd be heavily swaying not guilty. And then the jury would come out and show both of them up. Do you know what I mean? It'd be a hung trial. Or if everybody was going not guilty, the jury would come out with guilty. And I've just seen it happen too many times. It's not a gauge of where...
I think the skill level of the defense attorneys is going to be put to the test this time. Like, I believe they could convince most of the jury. I do. And as you say, there's always going to be one holdout, but
Yeah.
I believe that that's part of what brings your holdout around. When you've got everyone else going, no, this is not right, and they explain all the things that are not right, then you get your complete agreement. But let me just say to Prince, no, it doesn't necessarily only take a guilty verdict. It's that she just didn't appeal at the habeas court. It doesn't necessarily take that. She actually has, between trial 1 and 2, she had several different appeals that she could have done in between the two trials. But
There's
she
an
only,
interlocutory appeal, and then there's the habeas appeal, and
right,
then
an
there's the appeal.
interlocutory would be now while she's doing the motions
Yeah.
in limine and shit. That would be now if they're going to do it. Right. And then between the two trials on the hung jury, she could have done an appeal then. But it's another court. I just can't think of it. It's not appeals court. I can't think of what it's called. But I have covered all of these different levels that she could have gone through up to this point, and they haven't. And that's why I'm at the point where I know they're just putting it all on the record in case of a guilty. So you're half right, Prince. A guilty verdict takes it to a standard appeal, but there's all this other stuff in between where they've already got that to take it to other types of appeals. So,
But a guilty verdict, an appeal after a guilty verdict is only on a point of law, though, isn't it?
I'm a huge advocate for justice and a just process too. And
Yeah.
I feel that, the unfair part of this, which is why Prince is saying it's going to be the bad outcome, is because if they say guilty, she does have to go to jail, and she does have to wait it out until the appeal, which can take, a long time. So, and as you say, even SCOTUS takes a long time as well. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's Michelle, just back to the Dr. Russell thing, being a toxicologist.
No, she is a forensic pathologist, not a toxicologist, right?
Yeah, and she'd defer to the toxicologist. I remember there was something about it.
Hiding in the background there, throwing money around.
Glenn Lake, how are you?
Thanks for the memberships, Glenn. So, you win a membership, and you get a membership, and you get a membership, and we all get memberships. Thank you, Glenn.
Moon Goddess, and it's good to see when there's 3 there that are in the chat at the minute. That's always good to see.
They're all in the chat. All of them that got memberships.
Moon Goddess was there. Yeah.
Glenn, you sneaky bugger, hiding away there. What a way to say hello. Yeah, I have some memberships. Right. Yes. So, where are we at? Oh, that's right. We've just come back from break. So let's continue with that. I wanted to just show you guys that this is... Sorry?
We're still on the blood. We're still on the blood thing, are we?
Yeah, we are. We're done. I'm going to switch it over.
Alcohol.
I just wanted to show everyone that, this is probably a top 10 appeal issue, and that's why we're seeing Alessi argue it. So, whoops, I forgot to hit the play button.
On that one motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it. It won't take very long. I want to formalize a motion to continue the start of the trial, which is currently set for April 1st. The reason behind the motion to continue is not because of some conflict that the defense has. We ordinarily would be ready to go. However, as the court knows, there is a significant appeal that's currently pending before the First Circuit based on Judge Saylor's opinion that was issued about a week ago. Given the complexion of what we're moving toward trial for, in other words, count 1, count 2, and count 3, we are mounting a defense based on those 3 counts. If the First Circuit, and I've been advised by our appellate counsel to bring this up, and it was something that he feels very strongly about, we all do.
Okay, Mr. Weinberg.
We just bought out Hotel Ravisis as part of Tyro's big buyout. We gave it all away.
We're planning another big buy.
Mr. Weinberg, yes, Martin Weinberg. If in fact the First Circuit were to agree with our appeal and were to take some action on count 1 and count 3, for instance, either dismiss it or take some other action and remand down to the trial court for additional action, that would set the trial into upheaval. If once the jury is sworn, jeopardy attaches. And once jeopardy attaches, if there were to be some action taken on count 1 and count 3, for instance, those counts were to be dismissed, we would then be compelled and impelled to move to dismiss the entirety of the trial at that point, because it's a very different defense on count 2 than it is on count 1, 2, and 3. It's a different jury that we would pick. It's a different strategy that we would employ, and jeopardy will have attached and the entire case would go away. Ergo, we believe the best practice for the court would be to continue the trial for purposes of letting the First Circuit make its determination about count 1 and count 3, and that's the reason for the motion.
All right, do you have any timeline on that?
I wish I did. I don't. I do have a generalized understanding of some of the briefing schedule, but in terms of the court making its decision, I don't. So we expect to get our brief in today, probably by the end of the day today. I believe the Commonwealth is going, I believe that whoever it is that is appearing for the Commonwealth, or for the court, I should say.
There you go, Prince. There's another level of appeal that's happening now. They're lodging it. This one's still based on the hung jury in the last trial. So there's another level appeal. This is carrying on from the habeas petition.
The Commonwealth for the court is due to file their responsive brief, their opposition. I think it's next week. It may be as late as the 26th, I want to say. I'm going by memory, Judge. So it's Monday? Okay. Mr. Schillinger has just indicated, I appreciate that. Did I say your name correctly? Thank you. Just indicated that it's Monday. The opposition is Monday, and then the reply brief would be 2 days hence. So the briefing is going to be done in relatively short order. The decision, that's another question.
All right, thank you very much. Does it make sense for me to hear from Mr. Schillinger directly, or do you want to handle this, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. So we do need you to say your name.
Yeah, good morning, Your Honor. Caleb Schillinger.
All right, Mr. Schillinger, I have no idea how this works, so why don't you tell us?
Sure. So as Attorney Jackson mentioned, Your Honor, Judge Saylor issued his decision denying petition for habeas relief last Thursday. The defendant is pursuing a further appeal to the First Circuit. The parties have agreed to an expedited briefing schedule in front of the First Circuit. The defendant filed her brief earlier today in the First Circuit. The respondent's brief is due Monday, the 24th, and then the defendant's reply brief is due Wednesday, the 26th. As Attorney Jackson mentioned, parties are able to control that much in terms of coming up with an expedited briefing schedule. How long it would then take for the appeal to be decided after that is unknown, and the parties don't have the ability, obviously, to dictate that. I think more broadly, Your Honor, in terms of the arguments here, certainly if it were possible to have all of this resolved before moving forward, it would be ideal to know which charges are going to go forward and which. At the same time, the Commonwealth is obviously strongly opposed to moving the trial. And so, while perhaps unfair to Your Honor, if there is some intermediate ground or additional information that Your Honor would be able to provide, I think that that would be helpful. We could further discuss this issue and come back tomorrow. I would note the motion for a stay that they are going to file, they have indicated, or Attorney Weinberg has indicated to me through email, will be filed with Judge Saylor, not with the First Circuit. So there's no deadline that that motion be filed today, tomorrow, or even Thursday. So this is not a decision that needs to be made immediately, Your Honor.
Okay.
And frankly, the Commonwealth would benefit from additional time to be able to discuss with the victim's family members And to the extent perhaps the court is able to indicate whether some amount of time is feasible given the jurors' schedules that are coming in, your Honor's schedule, that would be helpful information to inform this as well.
All right. I appreciate that. So one of the things that we would discuss at a final pretrial conference is how long this case is expected to take. So I think the Commonwealth filed or filled out the pretrial conference report a few weeks ago and said 20 trial days, 40, how many trial days do you remember you said, Mr. Brennan? Or what do you think your Commonwealth's case will be?
I don't remember what I put specifically, but I think if we have full trial days,
Yes.
5 days a week, I expect less than a month. I'm shooting for 3.5 weeks.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor,
24, I'm sorry.
our defense obviously is somewhat dependent upon the Commonwealth's presentation, but my best estimate would probably be a week and a half, 2 weeks of full trial days for the defense, if I had to sort of throw a dart.
Okay. All right. The big question is jury impanelment. Again, I alluded to all the recent publicity that I think is going to be very problematic in getting a jury. So I'll let both sides talk. That makes sense to me. Months and months ago, we got the jury commissioner's office on this to get us the amount of jurors we need starting April 1st. That process will take additional months in order to, if we change the date. So that's...
Hang on, let's go back and see who that was. The reason I didn't explain who that was, because I didn't even see him come up, because I was actually looking at something. So what I was thinking was, did the federal district court do Karen a favor by saying that she could appeal that? And that would be, is the First Circuit of Appeals still in Massachusetts, or is it outside of the state? That's what I was thinking. If he did her a good one and took her case outside of the state. But it turns out, no, he didn't. He did her no favors at all, because the First Circuit Court of Appeals is located in Boston, Massachusetts. So it's still inside the state. Now, let's go back. That's to answer that question that was in my head. Let's go back to who was talking. This dude, who's he? Sorry, got to rewind.
All right, thank you very much. Does it make sense for me to hear from Mr. Swillinger directly, or do you want to handle this, Mr. Brennan?
Okay, so he's the appeal guy that sat in for the Commonwealth at the SJC. So he's their appellate lawyer, I guess. So, yeah, exactly, Ben. Exactly, Glenn. Ben, I was going to call you. I mixed you up with Bev and Glenn together. So that's who it was that just spoke. Kev, to answer your question.
Thank you very much.
Pretty sure he's the dude for the Commonwealth Caleb Schillinger. Thank you. The dude for the Commonwealth who sat in, I think he was like co-counsel at the SJC, but now he was turned into somehow the Attorney General's office fucking lackey for Bev in the habeas court. He shouldn't have been, because he's part of ADA's office. Sorry, not ADA. He's part of the DA's office. So he shouldn't have represented Bev at the federal court level. I did a whole video on that, so you all should be aware of why. But yes, Ben, sorry, my mouth got tied around both words. But yeah, that's who he is, Caleb Schillinger. So he's like, was he special? He got a special assignment by Andrea Campbell to represent Bev at the habeas level. And the fact that the habeas judge didn't even blink an eye at that, that's why I was looking to see where the First Circuit Court was, because I'm like, you know what? The whole fucking state is screwed up. This needs to go outside the state. So where's the First Circuit? In fucking Boston. So Annoyed to no end. They know they're going to win everything in Boston because of Bev's reputation in fucking Massachusetts. She's not just a ordinary trial court judge. She holds a role, I can't remember what it is, at the bar, for like an administration role at the bar of some sort. So everyone fucking knows her in Boston, in Massachusetts, not just Boston. So everyone knows who she is. So you're not going to get any judges in that state that are going to question anything about her because of her roles. She's also the administrative role in this particular court here as well. So yeah, that was why I was looking up. It might have seemed like a side track, but it's actually not. It's the same track. Where's the First Circuit? Boston. So that sucks.
With motion arrays, easy to use motion graphics, you can enjoy the creative process. Instead,
like a hole in the
I'm sorry. Our defense obviously is somewhat dependent upon the Commonwealth's presentation, but my best estimate would probably be a week and a half, 2 weeks of full trial days for the defense, if I had to sort of throw a dart.
Okay. All right. The big question is jury impanelment. Again, I alluded to all the recent publicity that I think is going to be very problematic in getting a jury. So I'll let both sides talk. That makes sense to me. Months and months ago, we got the jury commissioner's office on this to get us the amount of jurors we need starting April 1st. That process will take additional months in order to, if we change the date. So that's very problematic. So I'll hear you all tomorrow on this then.
Oh yeah, Morad. I'm going to answer the question for you.
May we address the court at cyber?
So you're saying she's on the judicial ethics panel? Let me give you some answers on this because I actually did a bit of research on this one. That might cause all right, here's your answer. Beverly Canoni serves as an associate justice for Massachusetts Superior Courts, having been appointed by former Governor Deval Patrick in 2014. Beyond her judicial duties, she has participated in educational and mental health committees with the Massachusetts District Courts and has been involved in discussions addressing the intersection of criminal and immigration law. However, there's no public information that confirms what Prince is saying. There's no public information indicating that Canoni holds any judicial roles or participates in panels that could influence other courts in Massachusetts. That's why Prince asked it, incidentally. Her professional activities, as reported, are confined to her judicial responsibilities and contributions to legal discourse within the standard framework of her position. It's important to note that judicial conduct in Massachusetts is governed by ethical standards, but she is not on the board. Judges are expected to recuse themselves from cases where their impartiality might reasonably be questioned due to personal bias or external influences. In the absence of evidence suggesting that Judge Canoni's extrajudicial activities compromise her impartiality, there is no basis to assert that her roles outside the courtroom would cause other courts to favour her decisions. In summary, based on available information, Canoni's extrajudicial engagements do not appear to represent conflicts of interest or influence in other courts. So there you go. That's why you asked it, isn't it? No, she's not on that committee. She may have been at some stage, Prince. I'm not saying she has never been. I'm just saying right now she's not. Kerry chased us up a link again.
Yeah, forget that link. It's outdated. It's 2012.
Yeah, it's right. That was when she was appointed, or 2 years later she was appointed. Yes, no, that's not relevant. But I'm not saying she never was on the Judicial Committee of Evidence or anything like that. I'm just saying she isn't currently. So, but I do believe Mental Health Committee Ruffle. I agree, Red.
She's a fellow of the American College of Trial Lawyers.
Bev ain't even judicial, let alone extra.
Associate Justice, Education Committee, Mental Health Committee. She's on the Mental Health Committee. Come off it.
She's still on the Mental Health Committee. So what the search?
Well, that was 2009 to 2014.
She has participated. Yeah, that's not even current. Educational and mental health. So she's currently not in any roles.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it looks like.
Not that I can see. Not that I can see here anyway.
Yep. So I like to check these things because people do hear other people talking, and they talk and then they tell it to someone else, and then it gets said in chat, and then everybody believes it. So I like to check my facts. So sorry about that, Prince. If John was dropped off by a taxi or walked, would they have searched in the house? Yes, 100%. Yep, 100%. 100%.
Yeah, but like any cop that I've seen on YouTube on any of the channels that's talking about this case have all said John was found on a property. That property should have been searched.
Yeah, for sure. And even, cops from other states are saying that it should have been searched. So
Did he go in the house? Was anybody else in the house injured? And so on. They all have the same questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I borrow on one issue before you leave the bench?
We have our class clown back today. Glenn, yay! when you rage watching streams, you need Glenn in the chat.
Yeah, Glenn has to come in medicated to watch this stuff.
Yeah. If he gets it, I can verify that one because we've had locals on that have talked about that know this information personally, so I can verify that one. I think she was on committee of some sort. I don't think she is now. Like I said, I just went current. I didn't ask about, her entire history. And she was on a bar committee at some stage as well, but she's not now. No, Kat, I didn't, for a reason. There's a specific reason I didn't do that. So let's just get to the end of this and come back.
All right. So we'll see everybody back here.
Right, we're at the end. The specific reason that I won't just look at a video and try to see what everyone else is saying that they're seeing is because quite often when someone has suggested you'll see something, you'll go look and you'll see it. So no, I don't do that. As you guys, most of my regular viewers will absolutely understand implicitly, I don't do that for a reason. If I can't verify it forensically, like with digital evidence, then it didn't happen. You can say you saw whatever with your own eyes. We've got people, I did this little experiment a few days ago. I put a video out a couple of days ago about the broom, right? So it was going around on Twitter that someone took a snapshot, like just a screenshot out of the Sallyport video, and it looks like someone standing at the back of the car holding a crowbar in the air, ready to like smash the back of that car. But when we all watched it together, we could clearly see that someone was standing to the other side of the doorway with a broom sweeping the snow out, and it was that broom that they walked across behind the car with. I think it was actually a squeegee that you use to get the moisture as well off the floor as well as the snow. So I think it was a squeegee type thing. And so yeah, they lifted it up, carried it inside, and then that's the screenshot as they were walking behind the car that someone saw, and it was clearly a broom or a squeegee. It was not a crowbar. Or what do you call them? What do you call a crowbar in America? You don't call them that, do you? Tire iron? That's what you call them in America. What do you call it, Kev?
We call it a crowbar.
A crowbar. We do too.
Or a nail bar would be another one.
A nail bar, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a
pulling out
tire
nails.
iron in America. Like no one's corrected me yet, so
No,
I think it is.
a tire iron is different. It's smaller with a jemmy on one end and a wrench on the other end.
Right. But that's the reason that you don't look at things with your own eyes and go, well, look, I can see blah blah. So there was a case. The chat's going to remind me. There was a case a little while back, like 10 years ago or more. A girl went into a hotel, and she was really drunk. She went into a party with her friends, and then she disappeared, and no one could find her. And they found her in the freezer. But then they put out to the public all these hallway shots and stuff from the CCTV cameras in the building, and everyone was going through the CCTV cameras going, oh my god, look, someone's following her. And all it was because it was such low quality footage, it was just like it was pixelated, and it was actually her, but her shadow or reflections off the wall because of the pixelation. There was fucking nothing there. That like everybody went on and on about zooming in on these pictures, zooming in as far as they could so they saw more and more pixels, and the more pixels they could see it, the more that they thought they were seeing stuff. So no, Cat, the staff didn't do it. It's because you all were seeing pixels that were just blocks of color. No one did it. She was drunk. She went through the wrong door. Kanika Jenkins, thank you. No one did it. She was drunk and she wandered into the wrong door. That's all it is. And then it shut behind her. That's the simple explanation. You know what they say about
Occam's razor.
Occam's razor, exactly. But everybody was digging into these videos, and they were the more they zoom in, the more pixels they can see, and because that pixel doesn't match that pixel, all of a sudden, and there's something else in that picture. So
well, there was a famous test done years ago. I don't know if you remember this, about they lined people up and got them to pass basketballs between each other and asked people to observe it. And
right.
while the people were passing the basketball, somebody in a gorilla suit walked out and beat its chest and walked back out, and almost nobody noticed the gorilla.
No one. Right.
Yeah, I can send you the link there. I'm actually looking at it here now. I have to go Google
send the
it.
link. We'll do it for an exercise because court's over. So, but this is the point, Kat. You heard that there's no evidence of it. This is a point I'm trying to make here. My channel's not about I heard, we saw, we done, and then we continue that on in everybody's chats. My channel's about let's prove these things. Like prove it. Prove that there's evidence behind so-and-so said. You've got to prove it. Otherwise, the gorilla experiment, that's the one.
Yeah, I'll send you. The second link is the actual YouTube video showing the
on live science.
Yeah, that's the one. No, the second link is the YouTube video. It's the actual video that they used to get people to watch.
Right. It's one embedded in the article, right?
I didn't go down that far. I only read the beginning of the article. My apologies. Where am I here?
I thought you said it was a YouTube link.
No, there's two links. One of them's an article that just explains the test and what they did. But
Oh, now I've got the link.
second link.
Sorry,
the second link is the video of that they got the people to watch.
Got it. Sorry, the second link didn't show up for a second, so I only saw the first one. Give me 1 sec.
Takes a while to get from Ireland to Australia.
Obviously. All right, let's get this volume up. Let's hit the boost. Here we go. Monkey business.
Count how many times the players wearing white passed the ball.
I've lost count already. Fuck.
Yeah, it's stuttering the video on our end, so
it's stuttering.
Yeah, well, it has been for most of the night, but
let's go back to the start. Are we good? Let me just shut down this other one, clear up some memory and space and freaking shit. There we go. Let's have another go. Tell me how it's going. Is that better?
No, it's been doing it all night on you, Ozzy. Just we haven't mentioned it.
Oh.
One or two mentioned in chat, but
so there's a gorilla here somewhere, right? Is that what I'm looking for?
Yeah, just you'll see it. You
there it is,
everybody
right
knows
there.
about it. Yeah, everybody knows about it now.
Right.
But you don't see it quite right in the way because of the way the video's stuttering. Every time you see the gorilla, he's standing behind somebody, but in the actual video, he walks straight across, stops in the middle and beats his chest and walks off.
He's not in this scene. Look at the outline. He's not in that scene. I can see that he's been cut out. What are they doing?
What do you mean? He's not. He's there. He's in the middle of it.
No, he's not. Look at the outline. See this white outline at the back here? You watch that.
I can't.
He's not in that scene. He's been cut out of another scene.
Oh, you mean like he's superimposed on it?
He's superimposed into this scene. See the outline here and the outline here? It's so freaking obvious.
They're all superimposed. It's one of those green screen backgrounds.
Yeah, you're right.
But it's a video that you watch. That's the idea. All the people were asked to watch this video, and nobody noticed the gorilla walking across, or almost nobody. It'll tell you in the results of the test.
Right. It is a green screen. You're right. Okay, there you go. There you go. No, it's not fake. We worked it out. It's just on a green screen. But if they were showing this video, then I get you.
It was just a psychological test. That's all it was.
Yeah, yeah.
You wanted to test up people's observational skills.
Right. And the point is, people don't have very good observational skills. That is the point, right?
No.
Which is what I was trying to get at with when someone tells you, look here, yeah, you can't fool me, hey Prince. When somebody says, look here, it's a tire iron or a crowbar, and then you're looking for a crowbar, then you're obviously going to see a crowbar. Same thing happened with the Kanisha story. Everyone was like, oh my God, someone was following her, but no one was following her. Just because there was a change of pixels around the corner, like there was like a wall, at the end of the hallway, there was like a wall that goes off to the left. So it was a corner of the wall, but the pixels changed behind that wall. So everyone thought someone was following her and poked their head out or something behind that wall. It's just because it was low quality and the pixels were dancing around because of the low quality. But unless you're actually familiar with the way pixels dance in low quality film, you're not going to know that that's what it is.
Yeah, there's something too about people seeing, they have an idea in their head and they see what they think, even though what they're seeing is not, or what
Exactly.
they think is not what they're seeing. They use, I forget the scientific term for it, looking at clouds and seeing images in the clouds, or looking in a fire.
Confirmation bias, isn't it? A form of confirmation bias?
Something like that.
Mm.
Like somebody tried to bait me that night you were doing the live about the squeegees or the brush, and saying, how do you explain the tire iron? And literally as they were typing it, you were showing the image.
People arguing with me still. I'm like, I just showed you what's in that, what's going on.
Yeah, like you just can't, and you can't discuss it with somebody like that because it's there in front of you and you're not seeing it.
Right, it's confirmation bias. If you're not confirming their bias, then they're not interested in hearing it or even looking at what they can see. I'll put it on the screen and show you guys what we're talking about.
Glenn's on fire again. Crowbars are cool, but I don't recommend the menu.
All right, I'll show you the video that I did the other day, guys, like for those who haven't seen it. Just to get, oh yeah. I was talking about the clouds as well. Like, God, can you see that dog? Look, there's his ear and there's his nose. And look over here, there's a duck. That's how it goes when you're watching clouds, right? But this here that Jeremy has picked up on, this is different. I can't find the screenshots. Screenshot of a picture that looked like someone holding a crowbar. There it is. So see the faint mark there? It looks like a crowbar. It does look like someone standing over the back of the car holding a crowbar, doesn't it?
It does, very much so. But later on, just a few moments on from that, you turn the screen to black. You can see it in the ordinary image in a little while where he's outside sweeping, but you turn it to black and you can't deny what's happening. You can see it crystal clear and kind of a golden color.
Pareidolia. Pareidolia? Is that the word you were thinking of? I've never heard of it before.
No, I've never heard that word before. Could be right though. I know there is a term for it.
Yeah. But what we do see is when I play the video, you see him coming, he's here sweeping or squeegeeing or whatever it is. Whatever he's got, it's one of them. It's down in that corner. But anyway,
They're squeegees.
Yeah, he's squeegeeing and he's lifted it up like that to carry it over here and put it down.
Yeah.
You don't see that in the still. It's not until you're actually watching. Well, I did the movement thing but I'll go just to the video so you can see the video part. See what we can see. Watch carefully now. I'll also zoom it in a little once we've watched it through. There he goes. Does that look like a tire iron? Or go back again. Turn the volume off. So watch the squeegee. There he goes. There's the squeegee.
Yeah.
Or broom. It doesn't matter. It's still a handle of some sort. So that's exactly what we're talking about. You can see very clearly he's holding a broom and people are still commenting on this video saying, no, it's a torch. What are those torches called that the cops carry? I forget what they're called. It's a torchlight.
Oh, mag light?
Yeah, it's a mag light, or it's definitely a tire iron. And I'm like, come on, you can clearly see it's a squeegee. Swiffer, that's what they're called, Swiffer. Thank you.
Yeah.
But the point is,
if you go on further from that, there's an image where you change the contrast or something so the background's kind of black and the outline of everything's kind of gold.
That was
do you know what I mean? It's a little further on. It's in the same video, or maybe it's before
these
that.
ones.
No, it's darker than that. Maybe that is it. But you can actually see the guy standing on the right-hand side of the screen. You could see it. You could see it on the ground. You could actually see it sweeping or pushing the snow on the ground. Yeah.
That's why I did it, just to show that it was actually moving and it was actually the broom. So if you watch here, there will be movement here that will be outlined in green or orange. See, it's green down there. And then when he lifts it up, there, it's green.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's movement there. So that was part of proving that it was a broom. But even though you can do all of these visual things to prove it, people still don't get it.
Yeah, to be fair, a lot of people are looking on small screens on phones and that. I'm looking on a 32-inch screen all the time, so I can see it crystal clear.
Yeah.
There's no mistake in what it is when I look at it.
Absolutely. Well, if you're looking on a phone, I can understand that you've got issues seeing something that small, of course. How did anyone turn that into a crowbar? Exactly what I'm talking about, Cat.
Well, when you see him standing at the back of the car initially, like when you showed there, it does look like something like a nail bar or a pry bar or
when you just got the still shot, yeah.
Yeah. But
So
when you move it back,
the point being, this is forensic proof that there was a broom there. The fact that you could see that green. So when you're doing frame differencing, it's looking a couple of frames ahead for any movement that's different between the two frames. So if you can prove it with frame differencing, then I might believe that there was a shadow following Kanika. But you can't prove it with frame differencing. What you can prove with frame differencing is that there was there was unusual pixels because of the quality of the video. That's all you can prove with that.
There's another thing to consider too, that if the Commonwealth went to the bother, or to the police, whoever, went to the bother of editing out any nefarious deeds, i.e. Proctor breaking the glass or whoever breaking the glass, the fact that they've cut out footage, they would have cut out that part of the footage. So you wouldn't see evidence of holding a hammer or a tire iron or...
Exactly.
Are you with me? So it's just not credible.
Exactly. There's a lot of not credible things happening in these videos, but we'll come back to that. We'll wait till the trial starts. There are things I can't talk about yet, but there is some stuff going on with these videos.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. We'll see what happens when it comes to trial. So I'm still waiting.
Our man,
sorry.
The guy that, the one we did the red LED in the taillight, who broke up the taillight, BN Trouble 31 or whatever he's called.
He's got a new video out, hasn't he?
Yeah, he dropped it today, and it's where he shows the amount of pressure required to break the taillight, and he does certain exercises with his arm and that, and it's just not possible. It's very amateurishly done, but it still shows the point well enough.
You dropped one today? No, this is 2 days ago. Did you only just watch it today?
Well, maybe I only got the notification for it today, but I'll give you the link here now. I dropped it in your Discord earlier.
No, I've got it. It's up now. I got it.
Yeah, he set up a fancy jig to apply pressure to see what force of pressure would break the glass.
Yep, and it was very interesting. A very interesting exercise.
Oh, it was, yeah.
Watch how much.
Sorry about the.
Watch how many times he smacks this thing, and yet he never breaks the interior diffuser. So there's the red lens on the outside, and then inside there's this bubbly clear plastic. Watch it; he doesn't break that at all. But when you're looking at this in court, and I think it was Proctor pulling them out of the bag, he clearly shows you the diffuser in his hand.
The noise, I'm going to try to edit it out. Now I kicked the camera stand, so let's move that. Don't know if I can do it right here.
He mentioned somewhere in this too, he's another taillight order to do more tests.
7.
Yeah.
8. 9. 10. 11. Still hasn't broken the diffuser. This bubbly stuff in here is the diffuser. 12. Interesting, right?
This hurts, man.
13. 14. 15. And he broke the back of it off. Oh, 14. I counted 15.
But it broke the whole side off. It didn't break any of the diffusers. Didn't break the reverse light. Did arm do that? No way.
He's got slash.
There's no way.
Not dog bites, but slash. Like fully slashed.
Absolutely no way. That is 9 pounds of stainless steel.
2 grand a pop, cat.
With fiber reinforced rubber, 1 millimeter thick, to mimic skin. It's tougher than skin. I didn't want anything that was going to hamper the destruction of the taillight.
This is a new thing. The red LEDs is actually a new law.
My hands
We
are
don't
on
have it
fire.
in Australia yet.
Literally. But look at this. The whole passenger side of the taillight is busted off. The whole everything.
But the diffuser is
split right where the
this bubbly plastic
chrome piece is on the side, and tore that whole piece off. If that was somebody's arm, it would be broken.
Yep.
I guarantee it. This thing was so solid as I was hitting it. It was actually reverbing through my hand, through the pole into my hands. But there is not a single diffuser. That one's pushed out when I got the very side of it. Absolutely no way. Look at the arm. I put that thin foam on it.
I'm just going to look
just
for
to see what the marks would look like.
Proctor unpacking the bag so we can see what's in his hand.
No, there's going to be the naysayers. Oh, that looks just like the injury. No, it doesn't, because the car was moving 26 miles an hour. So, car was moving at 26 miles an hour, so they say. Sorry about the wind noise. Hopefully I'll get this edited out. If I don't, at least it'll be quieter. When a car was traveling at that speed, if his arm would have been sticking out, I hit it across the whole front. That would be the only way that the taillight would have been busted all the way across. If it would have just glanced his arm, it would have taken the whole side of it off. This is the whole side, the housing, everything. That didn't happen. It wasn't a glancing blow, as Hank says. he couldn't have had his arm stretched out right, and it hit the taillight. With the car moving at that velocity, that much weight, when the arm would hit it, it would spread the skin out for a second. And as the car's going past, it would pull it this way. So the cuts and scratches that would result on an arm would be up and down the arm, not horizontally, or not going from back to front, and the elbow having like bite marks. It's just not possible. I don't care what anybody says. Taillight did not strike a person. Now, I knew the taillight would break with enough force with repeated blows. Every time I struck it, it was weakening the taillight. But those first few blows, it didn't break. The taillight's designed for that. It's going to soak up some energy, and it's going to disperse it. Now, had the car been going 50, 60 miles an hour and it hit John's arm, maybe that would have spun him around, but his whole arm would have been probably broken off. But a 25 mile an hour hit is not that fast. It's enough to hurt you, daze you a little bit. But throw you 30 feet into a yard, tumbling and hitting your head on some kind of magical, hard as a rock snow? No, never in a million years. Not in a million years. In fact,
See, this is the way the jury.
Car,
this is the way the jury needs to see this evidence, is visually like this.
And you get off of an expressway and pull into your neighborhood. Take the time to roll down your window and look outside, and look how slow that really is. It's enough to kill you if a car hits you head on straight in the front, or far enough to the side where you're still in front of a car. Yeah, it could kill you. Most of the time it doesn't. Sometimes nothing happens. Sometimes it could knock you to the ground and you could get a couple of scratches and a bruise, but that's another thing. There is no bruises. A hit like that on an arm, strong enough to tear the whole side of the taillight off, which the LED is right there for the top and the bottom. That would have cut his arm going across like this, because the car is traveling past. The arm's not going to just hit it and bounce off like it's a bouncy ball. The arm would have hit it, absorbed energy into the taillight, and as it was doing that, it would have pulled. Furthermore, it would have tore the whole side off of it. None of these are broke. None of the diffusers are broke. The taillight thing's not broke. Or the taillight thing.
Parkers.
It's got a crack in it. There's nothing missing on it. The whole side of that light.
That's what she cracked.
Is gone. That much force.
Yeah, but
that's what she cracked on John's Traverse. That bit there, the reverse lights. See how it's clear?
Yeah.
That's got clear LEDs in it, and actually I think it's got amber LEDs in it. So that's your Parkers. So that's what she cracked on John's car, not that part.
Yeah. But the important thing to note there is that it didn't shatter. For all the abuse he just gave that lens, it didn't shatter into 47 pieces.
Right. So now I'm going to go over here and show you. So this bubbly plastic in here, see the white bubbles on the clear plastic, clear plastic bubbles? That's
the diffuser.
Yep, that's what diffuses the light. So I know you know that, Kev. I'm just explaining it to the audience so they get what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go here and watch what he takes out of the box. I think it might be the bag, but I know the light's in the box. So we'll just watch through that. I don't have any sound on with it, but his eyes are bulging. He was beat so hard. I know. Exactly. We could listen to, I guess, hang on, I got the wrong screen. We could listen to some of this just to hear him say what he's pulling out.
TA, indicating tail light.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as the next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
If we could just take a quick look at
Sure.
it. Sure.
With the court's permission, if
Yeah.
Look how much tape is on that box. It's been taped up 3 times. Yellow, black, and red. Fucking useless. So that's the bag that's got the pieces in it. Oh no, yeah, that one there, that's the bag.
French Glover has it right there. He did leave some of the pieces on the bottom. He had to be told to take them out.
Oh my god, cluster. That piece there, watch. That he just picked out, he dropped it out of the bag and then picked it up with his hand.
Thank you, sir. And Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
I'm going to get a closer up of that. Let's get a closer up. Hang on. No, you're not meant to look at it, fuckhead. 29. Let's go again. So I just want to zoom in on it if I can. I don't know if oh, for fuck's sake, do you have to do this again? Right here in his hand, he has a piece of that diffuser, the clear diffuser. Oh, it's fucking blurry.
Yeah, it's the same here when I blow it up.
I need to get a closer view of it. Hang on. Let's see how we go.
Yeah, Gitmo's right. There was a lot of claims made that they found particles on his top, but I never saw any evidence that that was the case or heard any evidence.
He said, I scraped it and that's it. We didn't hear
That's
anything
it.
else
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it. I scraped it.
Yeah.
Well, what did you come up with? Don't know. We scraped it. That's all we got. Dang, it's really bad quality. Shit.
Yeah, but for the taillight to shatter into so many pieces, that would have taken a savage amount of force in a single blow to do that.
Yeah.
It's basically exploded.
The quality's real shit. I can't get a good shot of it because the streaming quality is really bad.
But you can see the diffuser. You can clearly see it there.
Let me have another go at this.
It looks like one part's missing where his fingers are. That L shape. But the bit above it is still intact.
This bit here you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like it's missing there. You can see part of it.
He's got it upside down. He's holding it upside down. He's showing the upside down. So the bit
just where his finger is, there seems to be a bit of it still intact there. The diffuser's just there. On the other side. Just move your mouse to the other side where his finger is. Or his
give
hand
me
is.
1 sec. I got a better picture. I do have a better. Hang on. Come on. Replace it. Come on. I've got to shut this one down to get this one up. I'm sorry. It's not letting me switch. Let's do it again. Oh, yeah. Helps if it's open first. That one's a better picture. But I just find it's very misleading that he's holding it upside down, right?
Yeah.
Is that the same one? Did I just fuck it up? Hang on.
You're a professional, Ozzy. You didn't fuck it up. You did it deliberately.
They're only a few frames apart, but now I can't tell which is the good bloody quality one. Hang on, give me 1 sec. Always open them both.
You can see there. You can actually see there. You can see where the diffuser's in place a lot better.
Get
on the left.
lady. I think that's the first one, and that one's a little bit clearer. Right, so he's got it upside down. Now you can see that this is cracked, but it's not completely missing. But here, this bit here is supposed to be that spotty glass, that dimply glass, that right there, and it's not. That's the piece. So down here where this hand is where that LED is up in the housing there.
Correct. Yeah.
Because he's got it upside down. Let's look at it the right way up.
There's four if I remember right, there's 4 LEDs in the taillight.
Right, so there's one there, one there, one there, and one there. So there's 4. So the 2 corners and then up the top here.
Yeah, well, where if you come back to it there.
So that bubbly glass is missing, but it's here. It is here. It's on the taillight here, but that one there is missing.
That's
And that one there is missing. And there's supposed to be, see this chrome piece here? There's supposed to be 2 chrome pieces. It actually looks bent.
Yeah, the damage that
it's bent.
Yeah.
That's that second chrome piece. It's bent and dinged in.
Yeah, there's no way, absolutely no way that hitting John O'Keefe caused that.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. See how that chrome is bent? So be in trouble, smack that chrome with a ball peen hammer, and it never bent the chrome. But that chrome is definitely bent. Look at it. It's broken here. So there's a little bit there, completely broken out here, and then it's
That's
bent
the piece,
here.
Yep. And I believe, was it you that said that there was a tool mark found in on the metal at the back of that?
There's a tool mark. There's a scratch on the black, but he didn't turn it around far enough for us to see. There is a scratch on the black, yes.
No, but I mean in the actual taillight itself, on the housing of the taillight.
Oh, in
behind
yeah.
all that glass, there's a metal backing. But somebody said there was actually tool damage
So
or damage
there's
done to that metal.
There's physical tool marks, but not in the metal here. It's on this black stuff. So that black stuff goes behind the red cover. The red cover covers that black stuff. So but you can see a scratch on that black stuff that shows the tool mark that pulled the red off of the black stuff, essentially. But yes. I know, Gitmo, did you see? Hang on, I'll get BN's. Hang on. Let me get BN's video up where he smacks the crap out of that chrome sheet and he didn't even bend it. Let me go back to BN trouble.
What I would love to see the defence do, I know it would never be allowed, but it'd be to take in 12 taillights and set them up in the courtroom and give every one of the jurors a hammer and ask them to smash the taillight into 47 pieces.
Here, right. Let's go back to here. Watch how many times he smacks this chrome sheet around. Like, and nothing, not even a ding. And he's using a ball peen hammer there. I got to stop it to do a different type of screen share. That one. So this chrome piece here is what we're talking about. And then this chrome piece here. So there's two chrome pieces. Watch how many times he smacks it around.
That's with the hammer. Look how thick this thing is. These taillights are extremely thick.
So the other point to note is the focused energy to a point on a ball peen hammer. That there's a focused energy point. This is not like a whole elbow flattened area. That's a very focused energy. You still had to smack it multiple times.
But he still didn't get
busted. That's why
he still didn't get close to 40 pieces.
No.
Easy to shatter with the hammer.
Now he's going to start whacking that chrome around. Watch he smacks
This
the
is a
crackers out of it.
genuine
He doesn't even ding it.
Lexus LX 570 from a 2021. If you just pull it off, that's how you get the big piece. Just see what color it lights up as. All the red is gone.
Now he's got the red cover off. He's got none of the dimply.
There's no red on this taillight anymore. Even the side marker light is so bright that it looks white.
Hang on.
But you can clearly see it's red.
That black section in there.
All the lights are
where
red.
The scratches are. On that black section.
Brake light. They're just so bright red. They're clearly red. Let's see what happens when smash the diffuser.
Okay, here's another thing. He's saying they're clearly red, but what we are seeing is yellow light. So why is that? It's because when you are photographing or using a camera, the brighter the red is, the more orange it goes. So with him looking at it with his bare eyes, he's not seeing this bright orange. This is what happens when a camera is showing the light source, the source of the light. It makes it brighter and more orange. It's the same with 3D. The closer you get to the source, the more bright it is, the more orange and white it goes.
I don't want to take a chance of shorting that thing out.
He's whacking that chrome there with the ball peen hammer.
I can't even break this chrome piece off there. That is so strong. That thing is thick. I can't even break it.
He's not even dinging it. He's not even
There's
leaving a
no
mark on it.
possible way an arm did that.
There might be a little
Especially
ding
breaking that chrome
up
centerpiece.
I don't know if it's a little ding or if it's actually...
Now with the diffuser off there, look at the tail light. That's all broken out right there. That's broken. When I move the diffuser, watch the light move. Now the light's gone because there is no bulbs back there. The only thing that makes the lights go down the tail light are these plastic pieces that have the bubble.
Good night, Prince.
Without that, the light does not go down the tail light. Now watch, I'll snake this diffuser back in there and the light will follow it down to where the end of it's broken
very
off.
clever.
Look, either if that light was broken in John's driveway, there would be no light going down the tail light whatsoever, and it sure would not be white. The red is almost a translucent red. Now watch, I'll take the diffuser part out of it and the light disappears.
There. Bam.
It's because all the light is up at the top and it shines down on that clear piece and the bubbles makes it reflect.
So it's interesting that he got the same part
This
to
is
come
what
out.
the tail light would have looked like.
By smashing it with a hammer, he got that part to come out, but not that part. Did you notice that? I think that kind of confirms that it was smashed with a hammer, right? There's multiple confirmations. With the plugging in a tail light, I do believe since the last trial, someone has sent them the kit that he's got here to power that tail light without a car attached to it. So yes, I do believe that could be on the cards. They enter it into evidence, then yep, spark that sucker up. I don't see why Bev would have. I don't see what grounds Bev would have to stop them from lighting it up.
Yeah, powering that tail light in the courtroom wouldn't be difficult at all. Be very easy to do.
All they need is a sorry, I was drinking coffee. All they need is a PowerPoint. So
yeah, a power supply.
They've got all that. They just need a PowerPoint to plug it into. So I know the guy that did that PDF about a while back, David McIntyre. He did that PDF like back in was it August or November? He got one of these tail lights and he did the same thing this guy's doing. Basically broke it up, did all this sort of shit. But he didn't put it on YouTube. He collated it together into a PDF and he sent the tail light and the power supply off to defense so that they could look at it themselves. So they do have one. It's just a matter of whether Bev will let them power it up, essentially.
Yeah, that evidence right there with the tail light, doing that in the courtroom, and then combine that with the video evidence of the research you've been doing.
Smack the crap out of a tail light, you reckon, in front of the jury and see what you end up with?
Well, that I would love to see them hand every one of the jurors a hammer.
A hammer and a $2,000 tail light. Here you go,
Yeah,
guys. Destroy the shit.
Yeah, well, at this stage, given the cost of everything, what's a few more grand between friends to exonerate Karen? But I think that one simple practice of giving them all a hammer and a taillight each and let them go to town and see what it takes to break one of them taillights. I
Right.
think it would be case closed. There's no way that John's arm broke that taillight.
See, the problem with that is it's not the jury can't use anecdotal. This is anecdotal. What you're describing, giving them all a tail light and a hammer, that's anecdotal. That's not allowed.
Oh, I know it would never be allowed. It's a bit of a better
But
call Saul
it's a
moment.
great idea, but it is anecdotal, and it's not just Bev's courtroom. It's just not allowed. Even when they have like what's her name with that skiing accident? Remember that court case? I can't think of her name now. Actress. She had that skiing crash.
The blonde one.
Yeah.
What do you call
What's
her?
her name? I keep
She
thinking
was married. She was married to Chris Martin from
she sang Betty
Coldplay.
Davis Eyes. I don't know why I can't think of her name. I can think of the song, and I can hear her singing it.
She's married to your man from Coldplay.
From Coldplay, that's right. So essentially, in that skiing accident, the judge specifically said, you can't go skiing this weekend and test these theories out. Like, you can't do that. Gwyneth Paltrow, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, fans, mum. God, I don't know why that wouldn't come to me. I know the name so well. Thank you, Albert. We got it.
It's called Alzheimer's disease. Ozzy, we all have it.
Well, I don't think it is Alzheimer's because I remember after
No, not Alzheimer's. It's Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's. When my
Alzheimer's disease,
daughter
yeah.
had her second child, she started forgetting things more often. I think it's to do with having kids. Like they do your head in, and then your memory goes. But anyway,
Baby brain.
what Spanky is telling us is 100% anecdotal. Exactly, Gitmo. Whoops, hit the wrong one. Now, that would be some Denny Crane type lawyering. An excellent sitcom drama. Boston Legal with William Shatner and James Spader. I bet you got that one as well. So, what Spanky is telling us is 100% anecdotal. Interesting fragrances. I don't know. Never followed what fragrances. Lady Goop. Oh, you guys are funny. Anyway, yeah, I don't think. First of all, like, isn't it interesting that when he smacked this around, he ended up breaking the same pieces out that Proctor's holding in his hand. So he's broken a piece here, but that piece is still in there, and he's broken some of this away, but that piece is still in there, right? That's exactly what Proctor's holding in his hand, with that piece there broken out.
And it had to be targeted. If you look at the blows, were all in different places. He had to target where he was hitting to get it to do that.
Right.
The point being that it had to be hitting multiple different places to get that
effect.
break.
Right. So he had to hit here to break that one, and then he had to hit down here to break that one.
Which is not what would happen with a single blow to somebody's arm.
No, unless John got up and threw himself in the car a few more times before it drove away.
Yeah. It just didn't happen. And whatever way you can translate that to the jury in the easiest and clearest way possible. And I think a visual like that, if ARCA could come up with something that could provide that visual.
Oh my God, Michelle. I'm not putting that on the screen, but you're a kind of
Vagina scented candle.
Crack me up. All right, let me have a drink of coffee here. I got a dry throat. Well, there you go. So, who wants to watch Aidan Carney's trial?
That's it, Lady Goop. Yeah. Sorry, which Aidan Carney's? Oh, yeah. There's not a lot to it, to be honest.
It's pretty short,
go
isn't
very
it?
quick. Yeah. And pretty uneventful. There was nothing unexpected in it, I don't think.
We'll do Melanie Little watching it.
That's who I watched.
Right. Do we have audio in this courtroom?
But does the iPhone 16 Pro Max butt dial? Nope. Is Monica Collins a judge in Stoughton, or is this like... It says, when I look up LinkedIn, it says she's a consultant, so I don't know if she's a judge. Well, she's a clerk magistrate? Assistant clerk magistrate for the executive office of the trial court. That's Monica Collins, so maybe it's just her Zoom room. I don't know.
Who knows, Melanie? Who knows?
Lots of trolls here today? Oh, all right. I'll change the settings. Thanks for telling me. Bye-bye.
She's nearly up to 80,000 subs. Jesus.
Yeah, she's about 500
Big old dog
off.
says we're about to see how bad Massachusetts is.
No wonder she gets the bloody trolls.
Scott McGinnis says state police CAT followed us over to Stoughton Court from Dedham. Are you shocked, Scott? Are you shocked? Romy gifted 10 memberships. Oh, Romy, I love you with all of my heart. And final see you soon. I'm gonna die. 13 King says, thank you, Romy. That was really super generous. Chris Albert needs to be brought up on charges. We were just about to read that federal letter. Janet McGee says, thank you, Melanie. Loved your comment to Will and Turtle Boy that you would have grabbed them by the ears and pulled them away from DNA. Listen, friends don't let friends catch charges. Just don't.
You did say that.
You gotta be wicked smart. You gotta be wicked smart, okay? When everybody's out to get you, you gotta be wicked smart, you know?
Yep.
It's just, you know.
It was wicked dumb for him to do that.
Diane is praying this charge will be dismissed. We don't know. It's like they spun the wheel. I think the judge has, yeah, I know the Trex arms. It was kind of funny, but again.
It was hilarious, but that's why they did it. Like, because Will and TB have that kind of sense of humor where, like, I don't know, Melanie would just go about things completely different. Even if she was doing it with a sense of humor, she still wouldn't do that. Whereas these boys are just so blatantly doing things just for the fun value. I don't think she gets it, but I do. Because I'm a lot like TV in sarcasm. If you screw me over and I'm just being sarcastic, I will pull everything. Like, I will have no stops. I'll just be sarcastic about everything from that point forward. So,
you must be of Irish descent, Ozzy.
Possibly.
I'm turning my volume way down. So turn yours up.
No, Will wasn't there. I was talking about that night he was making fun of the camera at D&E.
On March 5th, 2025 in the town of Canton. The defendant has filed a motion to dismiss. Commonwealth filed a motion to revoke the defendant's bail. And there is an email here.
Oh, that's an interesting point. Nichols.
Just give me one moment to look at the email. And just to be clear for the record, there was a video that both counsel submitted. I've marked it as Exhibit 1. It's in the court's file. I viewed that prior to coming out.
Thank you, Your Honor. No objection to that.
Thank you.
Timothy Bradle on behalf of Mr. Carney. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Attorney Bradle.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Robert Cosgrove, Special Assistant District Attorney for the Commonwealth.
Good afternoon.
Stay with us,
relative to the bail revocation issue, Your Honor.
Sorry?
I said stay with us.
Okay.
Don't croak on us now.
No, I'm good.
Stu, do you want to hear the motion to dismiss prior?
In light of the Commonwealth's position, I would certainly ask for that, Your Honor. Thank
All right, I'll hear you.
It's a good point, Nichols.
Your Honor, the Stoughton court, I just want to start with this court. The Stoughton court has a interesting relationship with the witness intimidation statute and me and Mr. Carney and some other clients I've had. There's been about 5 or 6 cases that have come through here.
Before we go on, I just want to point out what they're saying here in Melanie's chat on the screen here. They are trying to revoke his bail, and they're trying desperately before April 1st. So it's pretty obvious what they're doing.
Where this exact type of conduct at issue in this case has been not acted upon by the court. Judge Walsh in this court, in a case called Commonwealth versus Richard Schiffer, same kind of thing. The Canton police did a 37-page investigation of Mr. Schiffer leaving rubber ducks around Canton with political messages on them relative to another prosecution that you're probably aware of, the Karen Reed murder case. And the Judge Walsh dismissed it at arraignment for violating the First Amendment. Assistant Clerk James Flanagan in this court, I represented four women that were accused of the similar things, sending out messages, commenting on the case directly to witnesses, leaving ducks around Canton.
You're welcome.
All 4 of them were not acted upon.
Have a nice day, evening.
There was another instance of what's called the Canton Nine, Your Honor. People that were demonstrating in the middle of Canton. There were 9 people were charged with witness intimidation and other related charges, all dismissed. So the Commonwealth just doesn't get it, Your Honor.
Jen's iPhone.
We need a seminar on the First Amendment. And here we go again. We have Mr. Carney in this case,
Jen's
Your Honor,
iPhone, look.
is
Hang on.
exactly where he's absolutely entitled to be.
Jen's iPhone's there, look. Look.
Yeah, I saw that earlier, yeah.
Mike Crawford's logged in watching. This is interesting. I don't know who Marissa is. Bob Motter, he's a lawyer, if you don't know, from Defense Diaries. I don't know who JR is, but look, Jen's iPhone.
And other related charges, all dismissed. So the Commonwealth just doesn't get it, Your Honor. We need a seminar on the First Amendment. And here we go again. We have Mr. Carney in this case, Your Honor, is exactly where he's absolutely entitled to be. There's no stay-away orders in place. There's no restraining orders. There's nothing that prohibits Mr. Carney from going down that street. He went to Jeff McCarthy's for a meal, and he walked by the complainant Albert's Pizza place in Canton. He looked inside. He saw a camera inside, and looked at it and looked in there and spoke to no one, to a glass window at 9:30, 10:30 at night, 2 occasions before and after.
Sorry, ears, everybody.
Right to say what he did. The only involvement that the court needs to be concerned about would be if he uttered threats or fighting words. That's already been roundly established in my 14-page memorandum, Your Honor. I'm not going to belabor it. I know you've read it. I appreciate you having that. And cases are all there, absolutely spot on point, Your Honor. All these issues have been covered. There's no threats here. There's no fighting words. There's nothing that is criminally actionable that happened whatsoever. Because the Commonwealth doesn't like it, they want to use it as probably their 10th or 11th, what I hope will be their failed excuse to try to go after Mr. Carney. Not because he's a danger to anyone, not because he's doing anything criminal, but to silence his speech. That's what this is about. And that's why I've been so happy to always be coming to the Stoughton court on these cases, because the Stoughton court gets it. The Stoughton court looks at these cases and says, this is not a crime.
Unlike
Stoughton court has, with an unblemished record, Your Honor, upheld the First Amendment. And I hope that in this case, which is just as weak, if not weaker, than all the other things they're trying to say are felonious activity, I hope the court will address it appropriately. And I know the court will. So in terms of whether the court ought to, whether the Commonwealth rather, ought to be permitted to bring this forward, there's absolutely no basis. Everything that Mr. Carney said is not actionable. There's no threat. There's no fighting words. The only reason, Your Honor, that this has been given life, Your Honor, is because of the complainant's illegal wiretapping. He had a camera inside the store that apparently picked up sound. And also, Your Honor, there was a camera in the top right outside on the street that picked up the sound of every person walking by. So there's no warning signs. There's no notice that someone is being intercepted under 272 Section 99, the wiretap statute. He's been committing a felony every time someone's voice gets picked up on the street.
All right, let's just talk about this for a second, because I think Nichols is onto it. I don't know that it was inside. It was said inside the bar, Kev. I remember it was about they were at the bar. I don't remember the term inside the bar.
From what I remember, they were sitting inside watching something on the big screen. I think there was a sports event or something on the big screen, and they were sitting at a table watching it, and they were overheard there. Don't hold me to that, but that memory is in my head for some reason.
Right. And I gotta wonder what was said. Like you're sitting there at a bar, you're watching the big screen. Oh, I'm involved in the Carney trial. I'm a juror on the Carney trial. Is that discussing the case? No.
Actually, I think it was the juror stated that. When the juror was taken out in question, they were asked what they were doing in the bar. They said they sat down at a table. I think they sat on their own.
Right. So
and
you
was
don't.
it a phone call? Yeah, there was something about them sitting at a table in the bar watching something on the big screen.
Whatever they said, the defense knows whatever it was that they said or were allegedly overheard saying. The defense.
That's correct.
They must know what it was that was said. They must have spoken with that juror and know word for word, because otherwise they wouldn't be making such a big deal out of it in court. They must know what was said.
Yeah, Alan Jackson, you're right. It might not be true. There was a lot of different claims and a lot of speculation going on at the time.
They've all been lying, exactly. So we don't know what was said, but we do know who it comes back to. TB's onto that one as well. But anyway, I just wanted to point that out, that I don't know that it was inside the bar, outside the bar, or where it was. But I think Kev could be right about them watching the big screen. I vaguely remember something about that.
Yeah, I do remember that part, and that's what had it in my head, that it was inside the bar that they were overheard, allegedly.
Allegedly.
And there's no warnings about it whatsoever. So Mr. Carney doesn't have to, when he's clowning around outside the store where he's absolutely allowed to be. And incidentally, Judge, the last time we were all together in Superior Court, Mr. Carney agreed under Section 87 to a stay-away order on this situation. So that speaks well of his understanding that he's not going to risk any other problems or issues. So that's on the side, if I may, Your Honor, that this has been agreed to when the government brought the bail request that they told me they were going to be renewing here. We agreed to it. So I want the court to be aware of that as well. But in terms of this speech, Your Honor, the only reason that the complainant heard this speech is because he was illegally wiretapping Mr. Carney. This never would have come to life. He never intended it to come to life. He didn't know it was going to come to life. And the next thing you know, he's being wiretapped by the complainant, who now wants to use his illegal behavior to try to get Mr. Carney locked up. The whole thing is a complete absurdity, Your Honor. Mr. Carney is talking for the benefit of his friends to a window on a almost empty street at 10:30 at night. There's no danger whatsoever. There's no basis to plug that conduct into the many elements of witness intimidation to try to concoct some bizarre alchemy, some felonious charge that would somehow get past the First Amendment for all the reasons that I stated in my motion, Your Honor. So that's what I have for the court. I appreciate you reading my motion, and I'm asking for about the 10th or 11th time that the court dismiss these charges. Thank you.
On Fiverr, you can find the perfect freelancer to build your website.
God damn it.
But you probably already know a guy who knows.
Before we go on, let me just have a giggle at Glenn's comment. No, I'm not going to compete with Will today. I just want to watch the rest of Aiden's trial. And how do Proctor's hard time in the big house? Love your nickname, by the way. How do we know it was a she? Because I don't know who it was. How do we know?
Well, I think it was. Wasn't she dismissed?
It was a she that was dismissed. I never knew. I didn't have any idea it was a male or a female.
I
Like
don't know. I have something in my head. It was a female.
I got something in my head that it was a female, but I'm just trying to remember how would any of us know that it was a female? Someone had to
The
know.
problem with this trial, you need to be taking notes because there was so much went on. It's hard to keep up and
I think
remember
I
it all.
watched TV afterwards. I think it might have been Total Boy who said he was in the courtroom when it happened. I think it was him that said it was a she.
Maybe. Yeah, I know they dismissed. I know they dismissed the juror.
I think it might have been by watching TB talk about it afterwards that I learned it was a she. How does everybody else know? Because TB said it. Aiden, yep. Whack Job Seaward. People got some good names in the chat. Whack Job Seaward says yes, it was TB. I think TB
Whack
is.
Job
Brilliant. She was accidentally caught on camera. Really? It's caught on camera as well. So that would be whose camera? Whose camera? Because I heard this. I heard this said in court. I think Alan Jackson mentioned caught on camera in court. So this is all good. This is all yet to come to light.
Was it somebody's phone?
I don't know.
Was she caught?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think it was.
Mr. Albert, as is his son, is a witness in the Karen Reed case. Mr. Carney has been in the process of conducting a campaign against virtually every Commonwealth witness in the Karen Reed case.
A campaign against all.
Using his various media outlets.
We're allowed to
what I would like to do is briefly read the court some excerpts so I can put them on record from the police report of Lieutenant Tully. Some of it characterizes the video that Your Honor has already viewed, but it's also illuminative of the reaction of the Alberts upon viewing that video. After I do that, Your Honor,
that was my
I will proceed to address the contentions that have just been raised by Mr. Bradel.
Not in the bar.
Lieutenant Tully indicates that on March 5th, he spoke with Chris Albert, and he mentions that the Reed defense attorneys have alleged a massive conspiracy to frame Reed and have stated in written pleadings in an open court that Colin Albert, who is Chris Albert's son, is responsible for the death of John O'Keefe and that Chris Albert has aided in the conspiracy. Beginning in April of 2023, Carney began posting articles to his website and social media accounts where he adopts the defense allegations as true and makes personal attacks on civilian witnesses, members of their family, and their friends. The author then publishes a blog on the website Turtle Boy Daily News. The website has a series of articles entitled Canton Cover-Up. He goes on to describe arresting Mr. Carney on charges he was later indicted with. Those indictments are still pending in Norfolk Superior Court. Chris and Colin Albert are named victims in those open cases. Chris Albert forwarded to Lieutenant Tully 2 videos from March 4th of 2025. Subsequent to that, Your Honor, the district attorney's office merged those two videos. So the video that you saw shows the two of them playing simultaneously. They're two different cameras showing the same events. The sound has also been enhanced, but otherwise the videos are in no way changed.
Well, where's Hayden's name?
As described by Lieutenant Tully,
Boy's name.
the video depicts Carney walking down the sidewalk from the direction of C.F. McCarthy's, which is a bar/restaurant located next to D&E Pizza at 614 Washington Street in Canton. The group is seen leaving McCarthy's that joins Carney. Carney stops in front of D&E and places his face next to the glass window. Interior camera catches him standing close to the glass, staring at the camera for approximately 25 seconds. Male with the group that exited joins Carney. Carney then begins speaking into the interior camera for over 1 minute. Audio is captured by an exterior camera. The sound of the occasional passing motor vehicle obscures the audio. Lieutenant Tully stated that he could discern the following statements made by Mr. Carney. Hi, Chris. What have you done? Murdered, then goes inaudible. Misses you. Wishes he was alive today.
Inaudible.
Why did you do that, Chris? Chris, why did you...
Inaudible. What's the guy's name? Chat? The guy that Chris Albert ran over and killed. Young chap. Can't think of his name, but that's the inaudible part. Like, I don't know. It's so disingenuous to go, oh yeah, we couldn't understand that name when Chris Albert knows exactly who he fucking ran over. Right?
Tell the jury that you got home.
Sorry, Kevin?
No, I'm just saying absolutely. Sorry, I had the microphone turned off there when you said that.
Yeah. I can't think of the kid's name now, but he was a uni student anyway.
Why did you say you went upstairs and then waited 15 minutes?
Thank you.
And Colin came home. Colin didn't make it home until at least 12:45. Chris, it was Colin, Chris. I just want to know. I just want to know why Colin took so long to get to your house.
Colin.
Why, Chris? Please tell me why. Colin did it. You can tell me. You can tell me, Chris. I know you didn't do it. I don't want to scare you.
How much
Tell Jill to keep their hands to herself, too. The statements made by Carney and his conduct of standing outside D&E Pizza is similar to the conduct that was the basis for his prior indictments. Carney directed his statements into a camera that he knew would at least be seen by Chris Albert, a named victim in the pending witness intimidation case and a witness in Commonwealth versus Reed. When Chris saw the video shortly after the incident, he became upset. He stated he is upset for his son Colin and the possibility that Carney would continue to come to the restaurant and confront him or his son, which I would add, as he has done in the past.
What is his issue?
Subsequent
Why can't he say Colin?
to that, and as Mr. Bradel indicated, I brought this conduct to the attention of the Superior Court at a hearing on Mr. Bradel's motion to dismiss about 2 weeks ago. Lieutenant Tully received another video, and I want to add, with respect to the first one, that what brought this Chris Albert's attention was that on March 4th, he received a phone call from his son, Colin, who was working at a pizza restaurant that he owned. Colin learned that Carney was having dinner at the restaurant next door. He was very unnerved and anxious about Carney being next door while Colin was working. Chris, who was attending a Canton Select Board meeting, traveled to D&E following the meeting, and they closed the pizza restaurant at 9:30 and went home. He then received an alert on his cell phone from the camera system at D&E Pizza. Access the video recordings,
Glenn's
which Your Honor
with
has
Melanie
viewed.
Chatters here.
Chris was very upset about Carney's statements into the video camera, especially given previous incidents where Carney picketed outside the restaurant during business hours. He's also very concerned Carney will continue to be outside the restaurant and will confront him, members of his family, or patrons in a similar manner Carney has done in the past. And I think the second video that Your Honor saw was a later discovered video.
Ah! Stop it!
Indicating that Mr. Carney had been earlier in the evening. Now,
Yes, he's a big baby.
with respect to the motion to dismiss, if I can turn to that in this point. I don't have a quarrel generally with the proposition
He's going to have a colon motion.
the First Amendment protects a wide range of free speech, and that the usual remedy for a victim of defamation
How is it
is on
defamation?
the civil side of things
He did hit Peter Berg and kill him.
and not on the criminal side. But what the defendant ignores, and I believe Mr. Bradel ignores, is the courts from the U.S. Supreme Court on down have said, where the Commonwealth or the state has a compelling interest, it can craft an appropriate limited criminal sanction regulating speech in a reasonable fashion as to time, place,
Michelle.
and manner. Now, there are a number of examples of that in our law, Your Honor. I'm sure Your Honor has probably had occasion to issue 209A orders. The typical feature of those orders is that the 209A recipient is to have no contact, direct or indirect, with the victim. And the cases have uniformly supported that when that contact is made, whether it's a phone call, we might otherwise say is freedom of speech, even if it's an innocuous subject matter, even if the defendant...
Michelle, semi meaning smaller. So his son, colon, so semicolon. I'm sorry. That's funny shit. I had to put
Sends the recipient of the 209A order, the protected person in the 209A order, a bouquet of flowers. That is a violation that may be criminally punished. We also know that laws protecting courthouses and prohibiting disruptions outside of courthouses are also constitutional and legal. We also know that judges routinely impose conditions of probation, requiring no contact, stay away, not travel in a certain area.
They both use guys.
Those orders,
those Melanies,
too, Your Honor, arguably impinge on rights of free association and speech. Yet all of those are constitutional and have been upheld. With respect to the victim witness intimidation statute, which is at issue here, the legislature has imposed a very limited restriction on speech. And the limitation comes in the form of two elements.
Oh my God.
One is,
guys, I can't do it anymore. I'm
the
looking at this going back.
protected class is not the public generally. they are left to their civil remedy. But the protected class are witnesses in a criminal case. The second reasonable limitation,
Oh my God.
the second restriction, Your Honor, is that to prove witness intimidation, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the specific intent of the defendant's conduct was to intimidate the witness. Now, it seems to me, Your Honor, that one of two things has to be true. Either 209A orders, probation conditions, and laws against disrupting court proceedings.
What are 209 orders?
What do Elma, Jimmy, and Marcus have in common? They all grew their businesses with Fiverr freelancers. Whether it's...
I know the ads are so
unconstitutional.
What are 209 orders? Anyone know what 209 orders are? I'm going to have to look it up. What are they? (209) orders are abuse prevention orders or restraining orders. There you go. 209A, abuse prevention order, APO, or RO, restraining order, is a civil protective order. I know what those are. Okay, you can stop now. I got it. I got it. I got it already. It's going to give me 5 pages, but let's continue. So they're asking for restraining order.
Under the First Amendment, possibly other amendments as well, as is the witness intimidation statute. Or the witness intimidation statute constitutes a reasonable limitation by the legislature in service of a compelling state interest, which is the integrity of the criminal justice system. Mr. Carney has effectively conducted a campaign against virtually every Commonwealth witness in this case. It has been unrelenting. I don't know if I am to go back to those witnesses, those victims, and say, well, you have a civil remedy, go over to civil court, file a lawsuit, hire an attorney if you can find one, retain him for $1,000 or $20,000 or $50,000, or maybe you can get a contingency fee. And then after depositions and motions and interrogatories and so forth, 3 or 4 years from now, you might recover a nice civil judgment. But in the meantime, every day you are going to be hammered and intimidated, and there is nothing the criminal justice system can do about it. Those seem to me, Your Honor, to be the alternatives. And based on that, Your Honor, I would ask you to deny the motion to dismiss.
I have a couple of
Briefly.
Judge, page 5 of my brief, U.S. v. Alvarez, sets out the entire field of where the government can intrude on the First Amendment. There's no provision for reasonable restrictions on this or that. There's no opportunity for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to try to criminalize civil tort law somehow.
I don't think that's what Attorney Cosgrove was saying. I think what he was saying is that it's a different class than the general public. And while I agree with your sentiments regarding Alvarez and the general public, what we're talking about is a more restricted class, specifically witnesses in a criminal proceeding or possible witnesses in a criminal proceeding, and in this case, a known witness in a criminal proceeding.
There's one other issue there, though, which is that there's no stay away order. There's not even a stay away order.
And that's
What is this judge saying?
Well, that may be the determining factor at the end of the day with respect to it.
Is the public not allowed to make fun of or drive the witnesses? Is that illegal in freaking Massachusetts? Is that what that judge is saying? Yes, I'll do the steps of the courthouse, Kev. But yeah, so I feel like this judge is not on the same page as Judge, what was his name again? The Ducky judge. I don't think he's on the same page. Like, I know that Melanie's thinking he is, but I don't think he is. I didn't hear anything threatening. I didn't hear change your statement. I didn't hear I'll pay you to say something different. That's what all these witness intimidation statutes are meant to protect, not people clowning around in front of a freaking camera. So I don't see why the judge even asked that, answered that way.
A defense at trial, or perhaps whether or not his conduct was harassing as the statute anticipates. But the standard of proof that I need to apply here is whether or not there's probable cause that he's violated the statute. And the statute that reads that did mislead, intimidate, or harass another person who was a witness or potential witness.
Yeah.
And
Can I address that point?
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting me jump in. Harassment is defined, and harassment is limited by O'Brien v. Borowski, true threats, fighting words. So manifestly, these videos have no threats, no fighting words.
Wait, so take the sound out of it. The video that I watched that you both submitted by agreement begins with him just staring directly in the camera. He's not passing by. He walks to the camera and then he walks back in the direction from whence he came. And he's staring at the camera for a prolonged period of time before another individual comes up and starts speaking to him, and that's when the words happen. And whether or not you have a Fifth Amendment claim for the witness at trial because of wiretapping or not, it's not what's before me. What's before me is whether or not there's probable cause to support the charge. And after considering your motion and the depths of research you've done on the First Amendment, and considering the standard of proof that I need to apply here, which is probable cause, I'm going to deny the motion to dismiss.
So much, Judge. Thank you very much.
Dang.
Your objection certainly noted.
He's indicted. Dang.
Yeah, but why is staring at the camera? What's the problem with staring at a camera?
I don't know. I'm just about to ask Eddie. Juror versus regular citizen. I think what the judge is saying is TB can't have what both ways. I'm not sure I follow. He's not a juror. He's a journo versus regular citizen. I gotcha. Can't have that both ways. But here's the thing: journos, as someone else just pointed out, are the ones that brought all the attention on the Catholic Church misconduct. So why would it be? I kind of feel like it's the other way, like the Commonwealth wants it both ways. They need him to be not a journo, just a ordinary blogger. I don't know. I get where you're coming from, though. I got it. Journo, yep. Following you. How can't he not have just been looking? He was just looking. I don't think he had the intention of intimidating. He had the intention of being a clown, and that's my issue with this. Like, it shouldn't matter if you're a journo or a regular citizen. You can't be a clown. Like,
yeah, but he stared at the camera with a big dirty smile on his face. if that's the image I saw.
Right.
So,
it's just not intimidation. That's just smiling at the camera.
It's just being a smart arse. You know.
You can indict a ham turtle in Norfolk County.
I think I heard somewhere too, it was 48 minutes, I think, from the video to him ringing the police.
Yeah, Eddie, I agree with your interpretation of what you think he meant, but I don't agree with his interpretation. So he was drunk and didn't realize it was a camera. I don't know. I think he was pretty sober and knew it was a camera.
Oh, he knew it was a camera. He called over Will. He walked off to call Will over to have some fun.
Yeah, it was just clowning around. But when you think about it, is there a hard and fast rule that a journo can't be clowning around? Can they not?
Yeah, like he was out socializing. Himself and his friends were out socializing. They decided to have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
That's my read of it, but anyway.
I agree with you, Nichols. They're just picking on him because they know he's behind a lot of exposure that is going on around there. But I don't agree with this judge coming from that angle, that there's somehow a different standard because Turtle Boy claims to be a journo.
Correct. He's, at the end of the day, a citizen's a citizen.
grab arsing is encouraged, though. Exactly.
Who says that? Glenn. Of course it was.
Well, Michelle, he knows that shop inside out. He's been inside and out that shop plenty of times. He knows it back to front. He knew it was a camera, but he was just clowning around. And he was drunk, right, whack job. That exactly, there was no telling. But again, can a journo not get drunk and be clowning around? I don't follow the judge's line of discussion here. It doesn't fit with the American Constitution. Like here in Australia, you can get booked for pretty much anything the fucking cops want to feel like. If you go to court in a situation like this, you're screwed. And we are a commonwealth as well. Remember that. We make up our own fucking laws as we go along. Like if the cop said it and you didn't do as you're told or whatever, then you're screwed, essentially. Yep. But it's not just Massachusetts, as I'm pointing out now. It can happen here in Australia as well. It's something to do with these Commonwealth it's something to do with the Commonwealth stuff. It's like it's above standard law, I guess, or something. So you got no rights in Australia. If you're in TB's situation in Australia, you're screwed. He's at least got half a chance if he gets the right judge of getting through this, but not in Australia, you don't. You're screwed.
Yeah. No, if that happened in Ireland, the guards would have told him to move on.
Is that
it? Would
it?
never have seen a court. It would never have seen a courthouse.
Yep. You guys have also had some a lot of civil unrest in the past too, caused by overreach by government, haven't you?
In Ireland?
Yeah.
Not really. Not in the south. More so Northern Ireland. The troubles in Northern Ireland.
Right. And I wasn't talking recent. I'm just talking like a history of, civil unrest when people step out of line, whereas we don't have that here in Australia. The civil unrest here is occasionally a small protest at the police break up, move on. That's it.
Oh no, we had definitely proper full on civil unrest. I could tell you a few stories.
Yeah.
Things I witnessed up there.
That was what I was referring to. Like they're not just going to get away with it there, whereas we're a lot more we're more easily curbed here. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, it's funny. It's hilarious in a way when you look at Australia, how strict they are with their laws and the cops and much power they have and all that for a country founded on convicts.
I don't agree with that sentiment. It doesn't hurt Karen. It hurts Turtle Boy. Karen's got nothing to do with what he gets up to. It doesn't hurt Karen. It hurts Turtle Boy. Just because the Commonwealth says in court, we want to pin it on Karen, doesn't mean that's hurting Karen. That's the Commonwealth trying to hurt Karen, not TB. So, and I don't think it lessens his credibility. Every time he does something, he gets more and more wider reputation. He ends up with more subs every time they mention him in court. His subs more than doubled when they dragged it all up in court last time. So
yeah, it's the old adage: there's no such thing as bad press.
Glenn, if a blogger if a blogger clowns in a forest but no losers hearing.
Okay, I'm guessing he's on about his fifth gummy and his sixth joint. Good man, Glenn.
Moving on, judge was saying the witness are a different class, not TB. Or the witnesses are a different class, a protected class. Right, but protected from the clowning? Because that's all he was doing. He was clowning around. If you're a witness, you're protected from people clowning around. It still doesn't fit. It still doesn't fit, does it? I don't know. I just don't agree with the judge. Whether you're talking about TB's a different class from citizens, or are we talking about the witnesses being different class from citizens? You need to have actual intimidation, not that he was just there and smiling at them or anything like that. The actual intimidation, fighting words, threats, blah blah blah. Bradel listed all the things that have to be attached to his presence with that witness, and none of it's there. So
yeah.
And I don't agree with the judge finding probable cause for that reason.
But the danger here is for Turtle Boy, given the corruption in Massachusetts, and that he could end up doing serious time, albeit that he's innocent and doesn't deserve it. And that has an impact on him. It'll have an impact on his family and his kids.
Yeah, I
At
don't
the end
think
of the day,
he will end up doing any serious time. I think what will happen is it will get appealed, because he's got. So if it was me or you, we wouldn't have the public support that it's going to pour the money
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
into taking it to an appeal. He's got the public support to take it through to an appeal. You know, it'll be crowd funded, obviously, but he does have the support to do that, and that's why I think it's different. They do.
Yeah,
They
but
want
there's an old adage here about keeping your powder dry. It's saving your battle for another day. I think he's better off toning it down ever so slightly.
Yeah, but you know what? It's TV.
Oh, I know. But I've been like that with him from the start. I absolutely love what he does.
Yeah.
And the attention he's brought to this.
If
He's
it was me
fantastic
or
at it.
you, we'd probably back off a bit and go, yeah, all right, that was enough. I learnt my lesson. I'll back off now. But I don't think he's that sort of character. And I don't think there's a number of YouTubers that I don't think fit into that category. Like Will's another one, you know, he ain't going to back off. Maybe you might see something like that from someone who's a bit more measured, like LTL, for example. Brian might go, okay, I overstepped the boundaries there. I might just back off a little bit.
He can be acerbic and he can go on his show and rant and shout all he wants. But I'm talking about where he's going after.
Well, they're even losing his shows against him. So, you know, where do you draw the line in saying back him
I know.
off?
Well, the shows I wouldn't have an issue with. I think he's free to do what he wants there. But in relation to attacking and insulting the likes of the witnesses and that, not attacking them, but how would you say, hardcore in it, I think he just pulled back a little. It's not necessary. Everybody's onto them.
Yeah.
You know, it's well publicized. Everybody knows who's up to what. So there's nothing really being gained by it. That's
I
just my
really
own reading
don't
on it.
think it would have gotten the attention that it needed without his dogged.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Early doors at the beginning of all of this, and even into the start and through the first trial. But at this stage, it's public and common knowledge at this stage what's going on.
Right.
And people can find out very, very quickly, and even in a chat, just by asking a question, what's going on. And they'll be told, you know. I just don't think the return on the investment is not there, I don't think, for him. I could be wrong on that. You know, but I still like him. I still think he's top class. Like,
I think if it was me or you, we'd just be completely approaching things differently after the second count. What's he up to now? Was it this 2 more? So he's up to 14 now. Like shit. He is
14 indictments, is it?
I don't know. It's quite. I know it was 12 up until that, but I don't know how many this was. Because they have the power. That's right, Nichols.
Somebody should stand outside the courtroom with a scoreboard.
Right. He is as iconic as Paul Revere. I don't know who Paul Revere is.
Paul Revere was the traitor, wasn't he, during the Civil War?
Oh, yeah, because
Is that right?
there's a whole town named after him, isn't there? Revere or something? I gotcha.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about.
I think he was a traitor, or he's seen as a traitor by one of the sides. I can't remember which one.
Yeah.
The Americans won't be long telling it.
Ducky, thanks for joining us. Anyway, let's get to the end of this because I don't think it's got that much more to go, has it? Commonwealth.
No, it's nearly over.
Oh, the judge does actually make a decision, so cool.
Yeah, straight from the bench. Yeah.
He rules from the bench. Oh my God, that's a treat for us, isn't it?
Yeah, surprise, surprise. It's very quick as well.
Commonwealth, I hear you on your motion and any request for bail.
A revolutionary. Paul Revere was a revolutionary.
Good code is good. We don't touch
Oh,
that. But for everything else, there's Sentry.
Okay, now I'm
Whether you're a
it's YouTube fucking with me.
Request to bail on this case, Your Honor.
Does Mr. Carney be arraigned first?
He was arraigned. Right? You entered pleas of not guilty. He was arraigned. I mean, I would have stricken the arraignment had I allowed the motion to dismiss. That's why I wanted to address it first.
They don't.
With respect to the question of bail, Your Honor, I'm going to request that the court set bail in the amount of $5,000 cash on the instant case, and I'm going to ask the court to impose
The British are coming. The British are coming.
stay-away order
Gotcha. That's who Paul Revere is.
for Mr. Albert and any member of his family. And I'm going to ask that that order, I should say a no contact order, direct or indirect. And I'm going to ask as well that the court order that Mr. Carney remain away from the pizza shop, from the home of any of the Alberts, and from any place of work, the Alberts, and that he maintain a distance of at least 100 yards from those locations. The order in the Superior Court, I will say, is a little broader. The order entered the other day, and it now extends to all of the witnesses in this case. But since only only the Alberts are implicated in the case before Your Honor, I think it's proper to limit the order here to them.
In the motion to revoke?
Yes. With respect to the motion to revoke, Your Honor, I think it's important to consider that this is the same conduct, or another species of the same conduct, for which indictments are pending against the defendant in the Superior Court. There are indictments for intimidation of a witness with respect to Brian Albert, with respect to Christopher Albert, and with respect to Olin Albert. These indictments represent a series of conduct by Mr. Carney, including showing up at selectmen's meetings where Chris Albert is a selectman. In one meeting, Chris Albert testified before the grand jury that at that meeting, Mr. Carney came within 2 feet of his ear, holding negative signs about him, stuck his middle finger in his face, captured on camera for his viewers, and as he left the building, in a mob of about 15 or 20 people pursued him to his car, screaming at him, calling him and his son a murderer. When Chris reached his car, Carney and his followers surrounded it and prevented him from leaving until the police were able to back up the crowd. He's encouraged people to harass Mr. Albert at his business.
You can't blame Carney for what the public's doing. So first of all, he has a First Amendment right to stick his finger up at anybody he wants. They're not a protected class from criticism. And sticking his finger up at them is criticism, right? It's not a threat. It's not, I'm going to hurt you, I'm going to punch you, or it's no
it's
threat.
free speech. It's First Amendment. It's protected by the First. Even if it was a cop, it's still protected.
Right. And then, what else did he say? I've forgotten already. What else did he do? Held a sign up. What's the sign say? I'm going to hurt you. There's no fighting words. There's nothing that's supposed to be intimidation there. So
he's run videos attacking members of the Albert family, including Mr. Albert's wife.
Yep, that's speech.
I'll read you some of the titles of those, Your Honor. Were played for the grand jury. Episode 590, call to Julie Albert. Julie Albert, I might add, has nothing to do with the Reed case, but in Mr. Carney's view, she's a fair target because she's related to somebody who is. Therefore, to attack her is another way of putting pressure on and intimidating a witness. Episode 598, life as normal is over. Time to hit the gas. No right for Chris Albert to live peacefully. Albert should be afraid. Carney outside B&E Pizza. And those.
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity.
Your Honor, were examples of some of Mr. Carney's shows prior to the indictment. Indictment has not fazed him, Your Honor. He's continued to harass the Alberts and the other witnesses. When you look at the videos in this case, if you looked at them in isolation, if I looked at them in isolation as a prosecutor, I might think, oh, well, maybe a few sheets to the wind after his visit next door. He's clowning around. It's fairly innocuous, repulsive, but innocuous.
Yeah.
But understandably, the Alberts in the Commonwealth look at them in the context of the prior conduct.
Which was the same conduct.
Conduct has continued since his indictment, not only with respect to the Alberts, but as to the other witnesses. If Your Honor has viewed the exhibits submitted by Mr. Bradel, I had some discussion with him about what I would be asking for today. And I didn't indicate, quite candidly, that I was going to move to revoke Mr. Carney's bail. That was not my original intention. But I did say, subject to, I don't recall the exact language, but Your Honor has it in front of him, subject to what may go on between now and then. Shortly thereafter, I discovered that Mr. Carney had gone on one of his YouTube presentations and encouraged every resident of the town of Canton to file illegal wiretapping complaints against Mr. Albert. Now, I'd be the last person to say citizens should not contact police departments if they think there's been a violation of the law.
Well, what are you
But one of Mr. Carney's attorneys, Mr. Betterow, had already sent a letter, which I suggest was retaliatory in intent, to the Canton Police Department, claiming that Mr. Carney was illegally wiretapped. Well, the Canton Police can do with that whatever the Canton Police are going to do with that. I think it would be improper for me as a person charged with prosecuting, as a special prosecutor charged with Mr. Carney, to even express an opinion to the Canton Police Department. I have my own opinion of the merits of the complaint filed by Mr. Betterow. But that having been filed, Your Honor, what possible purpose does it serve for Mr. Carney to encourage every citizen of the town of Canton to go and file complaints? And I suggest it serves no purpose but to harass Mr. Albert.
He's a public.
I would also suggest that it's difficult to look at that video and think anything but that Mr. Carney clearly saw the video camera, which was visible in the window, and wanted that video recording to be seen and, if possible, heard by Mr. Albert.
Exactly.
I think one of the things that may be concluded by the Canton Police, and I don't want to get too far out in front of my skis, is that the illegal wiretapping statute requires that there be secretive video. And when a video camera is clearly visible in front of a store, I would suggest that's not secretive and therefore it's not illegal wiretapping. But if it is, I think when the Canton Police act against Mr. Albert, they can then do a survey of the whole town and possibly bring charges against everyone who has one of those doorbell videos. That said, Your Honor, it was still not my intention to move to revoke Mr. Carney's bail. But then I became aware just a day or two ago, and I only became aware of this yesterday afternoon, Your Honor. Mr. Carney, on his show, engaged in about a 10 or 15-minute vile attack on Elizabeth Proctor.
Yep, she deserves it.
Describing graphically her giving oral sex
Public.
To her husband and other such comments. Elizabeth Proctor has nothing to do with the Canon case, except that she is the wife of the police officer involved in the investigation and a witness in the case, and therefore fair game for Mr. Carney. And I mention this in particular, Your Honor, because one of the things that I understand the Commonwealth needs to show is that no order entered by the court is likely to be effective in eliminating the threat to the public, or in this case, the threat to witnesses in the Karen Reed case and in the Carney case. And I would suggest the threat to the fair and objective administration of justice. I think that Mr. Carney, by his conduct, has amply proved to the court he is going to keep going with his intimidating conduct as long as he is free. And therefore, I ask the court to revoke his bail.
Attorney Braden. Your Honor, Commonwealth uses the word retaliatory. This entire bait and switch the Commonwealth has perpetrated on me, Mr. Carney, is the only thing that's retaliatory here. On Friday, counsel emailed me with respect to the bail issue here today. I said to him that I had, at the time, 2 other cases today. I actually have 3 other cases today. But I don't have time on that date, meaning today, to do what we've been doing here for however long. That if we're going to have a quick bail hearing where the issue is how much money and stay away orders that we've already agreed to in front of Judge Doolin in Superior Court.
Your health is our priority. Get alternative healthcare anywhere.
I know you're all getting sick of the ads, but I'm watching Melanie's channel and she gets paid if I let the ads go. So I don't want to block the ads for the people that I watch the channels for on my normal Chrome. I use the other one for people I don't care about, but I use the Chrome for the people that I want to have the ads. So I kind of got separated for a reason. But unfortunately, the ad blocker in the other thing is, I don't know if it's the ad blocker, but the other program won't play while I'm on this screen with you guys. As soon as I switch screens, it freezes. So we got to put up with the ads. And it's Melanie, guys. Melanie's getting some money out of the ads. So, Scotty, how's it going, man? Long time no see. Here, let me send you a link. It's been a long time, buddy. Turtle Boy just ended. Gotcha. Well, we're going to have to listen to what Turtle Boy said. We've got a little bit to go on this, but I'm catching up here, Scotty. And I was so angry because I woke up, I don't know, 5 hours after the hearings all ended. So there's a link for you, the stream link, Scotty, if you want to come up.
Yeah, Scotty, Aussie's trying to beat Will's record here, 12 hours.
No, I'm not. I'm really not. But if Scott gets up here, we could probably come close. Yeah, I'm going to watch TV.
And I've never, in 32 years practicing law, had a prosecutor or seen another prosecutor when I was a prosecutor say to me, yeah, come on in, we'll get this done quick, everything's going to be fine, and then come into court 5 minutes before coming before Your Honor and say, no, we're going to revoke his bail. Oh, really? Why? Because he said something nasty about somebody. And here's the kicker, Your Honor. In a private show that people have to pay to hear, not in public, to a private audience.
That's a good
somehow
point.
Got leaked out to whomever. And that show was Thursday night before the Commonwealth.
The chatter in Melanie's stream just actually made a really good point. The witness list wasn't out yet. So he didn't know who was going to be called for as a witness in trial 2.0 at the time that he was doing a funny business, being a clown. That's a good point.
Right? Yeah.
Good point. Come on up, Scott. Come and make fun of fucking Cosgrove with us.
Commonwealth committed to a normal bail hearing where there was a very minimal issue at stake. And now the Commonwealth wants to come in here on 5 minutes notice to me and change it up because of this pretextual excuse about something he said that is non-criminal, non-actionable, that he doesn't like in a private setting. That's what's retaliatory, Your Honor.
Well, perhaps I can short circuit all of this.
Please do.
Wasn't this addressed in front of the Superior Court? This conduct was addressed?
It was, Your Honor.
So I think under my reading of the bail statute, Mass General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 58B, that the motion to revoke has to be brought at the first appearance in court. It doesn't say which court, his first appearance in court. If he got arrested in Chelsea, this hearing would be happening in Chelsea at the moment of his arrest. And so the idea that this was addressed in front of the court who's hearing the case on which the Commonwealth seeks to revoke, and there were conditions placed as opposed to bail being revoked at that point in time, I think was the first appearance, and I'm procedurally denying the motion to revoke bail because I don't think it's properly before this court.
Wow.
In that case, we would agree under section 87, Your Honor, to the stay away orders requested.
What about the cash bail request?
I gotta go back. I'm sorry. I gotta hear. The judge spoke too quick. I didn't get the reason that he's gonna refuse to revoke bail.
It should have been brought up at the first hearing, at the first opportunity, and the prosecution didn't do that.
All right, cool.
It's a technicality, but Turtle Boy takes it as a win.
Why not? I would too. Stop with the ads. I know I keep complaining about it, but I want Melanie to have the ad money.
So after hearing on bail, I'm going to release the defendant on personal recognizance with the following conditions.
Scotty!
Stay away, no contact.
Hey, Scott.
How's it going, mate?
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can. How's it hanging, buddy?
Good. It's been a long day.
Right.
Sounds like it.
It's been a long time since we had you on.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know, you Aussies are on a whole different time schedule.
Exactly.
Well, we have a proper international affair going on tonight.
It's international. Now you have Massachusetts accent, Irish, and Australian all together on the same screen, guys.
Awesome.
So we're just going through. I missed everything today, obviously, because we're on a different schedule to you guys. And we're just going through it all now. Like, I just finished the hearing, Karen Reid's hearing. Now we're just listening to the arraignment hearing. I can't believe the judge is buying this shit. I'm gobsmacked. So what?
I'm looking at Glen Lake in chat.
He's pretty funny.
Who's your meth?
Yeah, I'm not on meth, sir. I don't know what I'm on, but I'm still going.
All right. We shall continue with this, but in any time, guys, you got something to say. Miles away and down under where night is day.
Well, this was scary because they scheduled this hearing on the week that Judge Walsh was not in Stoughton District Court. So Attorney Bradel and Aidan Carney had no idea who this judge was.
Right.
So it was a scary proposition for Bradel and Aidan to appear in front of this judge. Right. And then you have this retired relic, Cosgrove, who's the new special prosecutor working for DA Meatball. So Bradel and Aidan went into this hearing like into the unknown abyss. Like they had no idea what was going to happen.
Right. Oh, shit. The abyss. Wow. Wow. So Bradel wasn't really prepared for this. Like he didn't have enough like notice for this.
Well, Bradel tried to get it moved. So this was a strategic move by DA Meatball Morrissey's office.
Obviously. Yeah.
They scheduled it on the same day as the Karen Reid hearing. They knew Judge Walsh was on vacation. This was all kneecapping of Attorney Bradel and Aidan Carney. This was all purposeful strategy. You always have to understand and realize the nefarious nature of what's going on here. So.
Oh, for sure. We get it. We
get
it.
Brendan let the mask slip earlier on when he referred to the case later on. Like, why would he be referring to that? It's got nothing to do with him.
Yep, he said that in the hearing earlier on, Scott. We've got a we'll be raising this in another courtroom or something. So
yeah,
I mean, Cosgrove took over for the pathetic Kenneth Mello, who was the original special prosecutor that DA Morrissey hired, and then I don't know. We don't have any proof of life signs on Kenneth Mello.
Yep.
So Cosgrove was resurrected from the grave, and now he's the special prosecutor.
Yep.
Given the task to do DA Morrissey's evil deeds.
So it's all based in DA Morrissey's court, but it just didn't make sense that Special Prosecutor Brennan has anything to do with Special Prosecutor Cosgrove.
Yeah.
Well, I was just on Turtle Boy Live, and Hank Brennan kind of made a faux pas in the Karen Reed hearing earlier in the day.
That's what we're talking about.
When he said the word "we," we have a
The
case
royal
against
we.
the evil Turtle Boy, and like, who's we? Are we talking about?
Yep.
DA Morrissey's crime syndicate, aka the Norfolk County DA's office. Who is we?
Yep. Exactly what we were talking about. Yes. It's, and as Trooper Paul said, the royal we me. That's who he is.
I mean, you have to look at this from our point of view. Like, this is all a giant corruption matrix, and DA Morrissey is like the kingpin.
Yep.
So everything has to be looked at as suspect, nefarious, all done for a reason. So that's how I look at it.
And the
Everything's
thing that makes it
strategy.
annoying, the thing that makes it annoying is that none of these judges can fucking see it. Like, it's just obvious as a fucking nose on your face, but none of these judges can see it.
I mean, Aiden was getting killed for 2 weeks for him and Will the Glare going into the window of D&E Pizza Shop and acting like fools.
Yeah.
Which is actually harmless. It's like
it was kind of
sophomore college drunken stupidness. But the problem in Canton, when you have the McAlberts running everything,
yep,
it's the crime of the century. So this is
Yeah,
where we're at.
Bedrow's letter is very good.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
So, and then if you notice in this hearing, I don't know how far you are on the hearing. I just popped in here.
We just got the I'm not going to revoke bail because you didn't raise it in the first hearing.
Yeah, because if you notice that Timothy Bradle is very upset with Cosgrove because Cosgrove told Bradle that this would be a simple arraignment. We're not going to move to revoke
and he did
Aiden's bail on the Superior Court case, and then he switched it all up. So it got kind of ugly.
Right. So I don't know who's arguing right now, but when we were up for Cosgrove, we got to double speed it because the dude is like fucking The Walking Dead.
No abuse of the Alberts. Remain 100 yards away from the pizza shop and any other workplace.
You see what I mean?
Stay 100 yards away from.
Like, speed it up a bit, man.
I mean, the 100 yards and staying away from Canton. I mean, Attorney Bradle and Aiden are fine with that.
Staying away from Canton's rough, but 100 yards from them, I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
But staying out of Canton, that's saying you can't go anywhere near the whole township. That seems unconstitutional to me. That's like,
well, it is, but I mean, the courts are in Dedham and Stoughton. Actually, Aiden Carney Turtle Boy doesn't really have a reason to go into Canton. He can still go to Stoughton District Court, Dedham Superior Court, District Court,
Glenn
and
says
not even step foot into Canton. So
TV was showing Will how to glare.
Yeah, it was funny. It was I was out the very night before. I was at CF McCarthy's with Mark, Mazda Media, Tom CPU, Will the Glarer,
yeah,
Nan Laferio, and the very next night, Turtle Boy, Meredith, and some of the same players were in the same restaurant the very next night, and that's the night that Will the Glarer and Turtle Boy went in front of the window next door at D&E Pizza.
So it was 2 nights in a row they were at. So is there nowhere else to go in Canton? CF McCarthy's is it?
Oh no, there's plenty of places to go in Canton. I mean, you could walk 2 blocks and you could be at the waterfall. Or there's whole other main thoroughfares in Canton with restaurants, and
right.
There's plenty of places to go. So I mean, that's one of the criticisms that Turtle Boy's taking.
Yeah.
It's like, really, dude, why are you down in the heart of the beast, poking the bear? You know,
Because he's a funny cunt.
yeah, he's just being stupid.
He's a clown. That's why.
You know, I mean, he was getting a lot of criticism today, and he wasn't standing for it. He's like, look, I've already kicked myself in the ass over this. I don't need every mother hen telling me that I did wrong. I get it. It actually happened in his live that I just got off of. There was people in the chat telling Aiden, stay away from Canton. They're out to get you.
Yeah.
And then Aiden went off in the chat like, mods, kick these people out. I don't want to listen to it anymore. But I don't need people telling me I did wrong. I know I did wrong. You know what I mean? So it turned into a joke.
So something that just popped into my head there that happened in that hearing. Cosgrove mentioned that Chris Albert got a notification on his phone, which drew his attention to Turtle Boy in the glare. But if that camera's facing onto the main street, every time somebody walks past that window, he's going to get a notification. And he lives next door to a pub, so that means he's getting notifications nonstop.
See, I don't believe that. I think
I don't believe it either.
I think Chris Albert, when he went into the shop the next morning to open the shop, he reviewed the video. So there's an inside camera inside the actual pizza shop, and then there's one on the outside in the eave that records audio. I don't believe that Chris Albert gets live notifications at home from that camera. I think he found it the next morning.
But I heard somewhere at some point that the report to the police was made 48 minutes after Chris got the notification or after it happened. I don't know where I heard that.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, if Chris Albert is that pathetic and he's sitting at home at night, live streaming his pizza shop cameras to his home computer, like just waiting for Turtle Boy to be in his window, I suppose.
Oh, you can see him sitting, going home and opening a can of beer, sitting on the armchair, just staring at the CCTV all night. I could see him doing that. I'd say his paranoia levels are through the roof at this point.
I mean, I think it's ridiculous. Okay, so these guys stumble out of CF McCarthy's. They go literally 3 feet, and they're looking into the picture window at Dini Pizza. Acting like sophomore drunk college kids. How is that a direct threat to Christopher Albert? There's nobody in the pizza shop. It's all silly.
It's nonsense. It was pure clowning around.
I agree.
It would be treated the same way here in Ireland. That's just 2 idiots full of beer acting the idiot.
Yeah, totally agree.
It's no threat.
What's your favourite meal at CF McCarthy's, Scott? Meal of food.
That's good.
I mean, I've eaten there several times. I mean, it's, typical pub food, burgers, whatever. I mean, they got really good. They have good meals, but it's not a 5-star restaurant. You know what I mean? It's good.
How's the chicken?
Whatever you would see at a very popular pub. I mean, great everything. Their food is great there. You just might get arrested going there. That's the only problem.
Right. Glenn, I thought I was wrong once, but turns out I was mistaken. We have our own class clown here today, so. All right, let's continue with this so we can hear what happens.
The defendant?
Correct, Your Honor.
Turn the vote.
I'm surprised. He didn't sound like he was going to go that way.
That's fine. Oh, wait, was that one of the dates that was not a good date? Okay. May 15th is fine.
So you're going to be released with conditions for your parents back here May 15th for a pretrial hearing. Conditions are that you have no contact directly or indirectly with any of the Alberts and family members, that you remain 100 yards away from the pizza shop and any place of business in the home of the Alberts. Failing to comply with those conditions or picking up any new charges during the pendency of this case, you could be held up to 90 days without bail. That's your bail warning. You'll need to check in with probation. Before you leave the courthouse today, you'll need to sign those conditions of release. Commonwealth's motion to revoke your bail has been denied. The motion to dismiss has been denied. You're all set, sir.
Attorney Bradel, just to be perfectly clear for the record, the defendant consents to these conditions I've checked off under 87 that these are, okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
No, that's all we have.
Court, all right.
That 90 days is incorrect because Aiden's bail is out of Superior Court at 60 days. They mix that up all the time.
Right. So he says something outside of court, apparently. We get it.
It's very quick.
When Aiden's bail was revoked
Sorry?
last year, they made the same mistake. They thought it was 90 days, but his bail was out of Superior Court at 60 days.
All right.
But that's a district court, so she's just saying 90 days because that's the normal course of things. But his situation is more complicated because his bail is out of a Superior Court.
Yeah.
Gina G is here. Belated St. Pat's. Thank you for teaching us on this case. All right, here he comes. Hang on.
Thank you, guys. Love you guys, man.
Oh, the volume.
We love you. You're going home. That was close. That was nerve-wracking. That was nerve-wracking. Thank you guys so much for being there. How much fun was that? Not fun at all. It was the worst time.
I was working on sign
to have
placement.
somebody try to, like I said, we got an email from him on Friday saying bail revocation.
Go on, Scott. What were you saying?
I was working on sign placement, so I wanted to get my Free Turtle Boy sign behind Tim.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I didn't even notice you there. I was looking at him. So good going, getting that sign in there.
There's the gorilla, Ozzy.
Oh, that's the gorilla, exactly. We just went through this, Scott, about the gorilla experiment. I don't know if you know what that's about, but anyway, he wasn't calling you a gorilla, but just so you know.
Vacations.
No, I mean a lot of people that go to support Aiden or Karen, they don't want to carry signs. So
yeah.
I know when the media cameras are like rolling, I want to have that Free Karen Reed sign or the Turtle Boy sign like in the background.
Right.
It's not like I'm personally trying to get on TV. I want the signage there.
Yeah.
We get that. No, we get that. I was just cracking a joke about something we were talking about earlier on before you joined us.
There's an experiment that they did with they say watch the girls dressed in white passing the volleyball around. So you're watching them, and then a gorilla walks in to the scene and walks out, and no one notices it. He was having a go at me because I didn't notice you in the background.
So I usually switch to my Free Turtle Boy stuff. I was coming from the Karen Reed case.
He's a snake. And
sorry,
I usually switch to my Free Turtle Boy apparel, but I was coming directly from the Karen Reed case, so all I did was change signs.
Yep, we gotcha.
And he's dishonest and he lied, and luckily the judge, I mean, on the technicality, it seems, decided not to revoke my bail. We had a much larger argument than the one that we made. We were ready to prepare because there's no reason to legally revoke my bail anyway. But we got up on the technicality. So, but I'm just so grateful, man, to be going home. You have no idea, like how. Let's go to the Never again. Is it going to affect the Karen Reed trial at all? Oh no, I don't think this will affect Karen's trial at all. I mean, this is just other than the fact that they try to sully up her reputation with my charges. That's all. They try to take my charges and say she talks to him, so she's bad too. That's the whole that's the whole purpose of these charges is to begin with, is to sully Karen Reed's reputation and make it harder for me to, activate and get people. And you guys heard him today. He said that I urged people to report wiretapping to the police. First of all, I didn't urge anyone to do that. Secondly, who cares if I did? You're allowed. If you feel like you're a victim of a crime, you have every right to go to
Absolutely.
Since when did that become harassment?
Flight Centre's USA and Canada sale has landed. Save up to 40% on Route 66 road.
I was yucking away and didn't realize I was muted. Sorry. This one's a bit longer. Sorry, guys.
Unskippable.
There we go. Hang on. Wait.
Are being violated. A crime has been committed against me, and we had the audacity to bring that up today as if there was something wrong with that. No, there's something wrong with what they're doing. And
also the board meeting where they're trying to say that you told people to stand in front of his car.
That never
You
happened.
can't control grown adults.
Video shows
So
all
what people do is what people do. You have nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard when somebody gets up there and just lying about you, lying about the things that you
Absolutely.
said,
Absolutely.
lying about the things I said in that video. It's just lying. It's just hard. It's hard to hear it, you know, and hard to know that like he's doing this because he wants you to go to jail for 60 days or whatever. And it's like he doesn't care about the other people that this affects, my kids, my family. There's a lot of people that are affected by incarceration. Yeah, you guys, obviously you guys too, but so I'm just so happy, man, to be going home here.
Well, your voice stands up for all of our voices too.
How awesome is Tim Brady?
Is the Commonwealth a paid member?
Apparently, I guess he's subscribed. I mean, the thing about that is he sent that email on Friday saying, if anything happens, I'm not going to revoke bail unless something happens between now and then. Well, that happened before. Like, this video was Thursday the night before, and he claims he got it sent to him yesterday. I wonder by who. I don't think Cosgrove subscribes to Turtle Club. I don't think he's technical enough to figure out how to log in. He probably, on his own machine. And so I mean, somebody sent it all because we all know that there's no shortage of people out there looking to take things I said out of context, send it to Cosgrove because this is all just a game to them. That's all this is. Fun and games to try to, put somebody in jail for something that they obviously didn't, do. So
He's behind a paywall though. How's that work?
All you have in this business is your word. And, we had an explicit conversation about it, and I'm just shocked that he would do something like that. I mean, you don't do that. You don't forget something like that. So I'm really disappointed, shocked, outraged. It's unbelievable. Get him. I mean, I am so sick of defending this guy over speech. Give me a break.
Well, you're good, they're evil, and you're going to try it.
Don't forget, we're the good guys. We're the good guys.
Right.
This is complete BS. It's another one of these circumstances where they just unabashedly come into court and say, we don't like what he's saying, so judge, lock him up. It's so brazen. It's so un-American. It's horrifying. And we need more people like you guys to step up. Where's the media? Where's the journalists that are next?
He's in court.
When they're done, we're, the mainstream people, right? We're all here.
They're giving softball interviews to Elizabeth Proctor.
When they're done with him and me, who's next? Where's that person? Right.
Well, thank God we got you guys.
You guys, thank God I have you guys. Thank you so much for coming.
Yes, that makes it
yeah. Love you guys so much.
Guys
man.
like
Thank
that.
you guys so much. All right. We'll see you soon. Tomorrow night. We're back in business.
Well, there you go. Was that all of it, Kev, or was there more?
Better Rose letter comes in at 2 hours 4 minutes. She reads Better Rose letter.
Are you watching Melanie's show?
Yeah.
No, we had a great showing there because a lot of people left the Karen Reed hearing to go over to Stoughton for Turtle Boy at noon.
Mm.
And only a few of us remained at the Karen Reed hearing because we thought it was going to be all day.
Painkiller, remote monitoring, and
then it ended at 11.
Right.
So then we all went over to Stoughton. So we had a pretty good crowd there for Turtle Boy.
Right. Sorry. I'm eating in the background and I'm juggling and I'm trying to make sure that Melanie actually gets some advertisements as well. So it is Law Fair. Exactly, Nichols. It is exactly that. It's kind of like what's happening with Trump. Kind of. Except not political.
It's funny watching that. I know everybody's voices. I can hear Erica, Dina. I know exactly who's talking, and I don't even have to see him.
Yeah, I actually knew.
That's how much we're boots on the ground together. I know everybody's voices.
Yep. This is how much I watch it because I knew whose voices were which too. So, was that Tom's stream that we were just watching?
Yeah, I think Melanie Little picked up Tom's stream.
Yeah.
But I think Dina was on Dylan's stream. There was a couple people streaming it, but I think Melanie Little was using Tom's CPU stream there.
Yeah. All right. So I've actually seen this letter, but for those who haven't, we'll go through it. Let's get some.
Learned so much Massachusetts law, and yet here we are.
He doesn't pull any punches.
Sorry?
I'm saying better, he doesn't pull any punches here. He says it as it is.
Yep. The thing is, they raised that in the hearing. The judge just shrugged his shoulders like, so what?
Yeah.
Here we are. This letter is dated March 10th, 2025. It is to Chief Helena Rafferty, Chief of Police of the Canton PD, Canton, Mass, regarding referral for criminal investigation of illegal interception of oral communications under Massachusetts General Law 272, Section 99. And this is written in the way that only my friend Mark Betterow can. Dear Chief Rafferty, along with co-counsel Timothy Bradel, I represent Aiden Carney, who is scheduled to appear in the Stoughton District Court on March 18th, 2025. That was today. We just watched it. In connection with his alleged witness intimidation of Canton Town Selectman Christopher Albert on March 4th, 2025, outside of D&E Pizza. D&E, which is owned by Mr. Albert. Okay, so that was March 4th, where that is when this alleged talking to the window happened. That matter is being investigated by Detective Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police, MSP. I write to formally request that the Canton Police Department commence a criminal investigation into Mr. Albert for apparent violations of Massachusetts General Law, Section 272, Section 99, interception of wire and oral communications, both generally and regarding the interception of Mr. Carney's oral communications outside of D&E Pizza on March 4th of 2025. As detailed below, there is conclusive proof that Mr. Albert, A, repeatedly intercepts oral communications of people outside D&E without their actual knowledge, and B, unlawfully possesses an intercepting device with the intent to commit unlawful interceptions. To the extent that the Canton PD is incapable of conducting a fair and unbiased investigation due to A, Mr. Albert's position as a town selectman, which grants him oversight over the Canton PD, and your term of employment and compensation. Well, nothing like putting it right out there, Mark.
Real life.
Muted. Do you want to sign off now, Kev? Say hooray and stuff.
Yeah, it's gone 5. It's gone 5 in the morning here.
Yeah.
QAs are struggling to stay open.
All right. Thanks for joining us. We really enjoyed your company. And
not at all. Pleasure.
No worries. And Scott can take over for you.
Good man, Scott.
All
Super
right,
sub is
Kev.
here.
Nice talking to you.
I'll talk to
All
you
right, man.
on Discord after you've had a snooze, Kev.
All right. Good night to everyone in chat there. Take care and thanks.
Thanks for having.
All right.
Thanks for coming. All right, so let's continue with that. Oh, I got the mute on. Sorry.
Determines how much money she gets paid, and perhaps, she might want to refer this out to somebody else. And B, the aggrieved party bringing this issue to your attention is Mr. Carney, footnote 1, which says, Mr. Carney is a vocal critic of the Karen Reed prosecution and has criticized the Canton PD, MSP, and Mr. Albert, among others. C, Mr. Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, serves as a Canton PD detective. And or D, Canton PD's vigorous yet unsuccessful attempt to prosecute at least 10 individuals for allegedly intimidating Mr. Albert by exercising their First Amendment right to criticize the prosecution of Karen Reed. Footnote 2. As you're aware,
That's my
acting upon
fault.
Mr. Albert's
Public has
claims
the
of
right to
emotional
protest.
and economic harm, the Canton PD dedicated staggering resources to prosecute the so-called Canton Nine for expressing their dissatisfaction with the Reed prosecution by protesting across the street from D&E and Richard Schiffer, who left several rubber ducks around various locations in Canton, which criticized the Reed prosecution. Charges were declined or dismissed against all these individuals after courts concluded those targeted for prosecution by the Canton PD were exercising their First Amendment rights. Additionally, as he did in the instant matter involving Mr. Carney, on at least one other occasion, Mr. Albert contacted the MSP claiming that he was, quote, intimidated by a mother and daughter placing rubber ducks near D&E. Not surprisingly, those matters also were dismissed on First Amendment grounds. I request that you promptly notify me whether you intend to refer this matter to another law enforcement agency. The relevant facts. D&E is located on Washington Street in the heart of downtown Canton. As the town's main downtown thoroughfare, Washington Street is that part of that? Hold on. Okay, this is page 3. I had an extra page 2. Washington Street contains the heaviest pedestrian and vehicular traffic in Canton. D&E utilizes 2 WISE cameras. Okay, that's the system, WISE, W-Y-Z-E. One of which is perched outside, aimed directly at Washington Street and the sidewalk. There are no signs or notices posted at D&E warning customers or passers-by that their private oral communications are subject to being intercepted. And
Scott, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Is it these cameras that caught the juror talking about the case during the trial?
Good question, because we never got the full story on that. We don't know if that person, juror, was seen a block or 2 away at the waterfall.
Yeah.
Or if they were in CF McCarthy's, but either way, they would have been on the interior of either restaurant. So, like if you look at the videos from the waterfall, there's no audio.
Right.
You know what I mean? So this juror would have had to be at CF McCarthy's, like outside on the sidewalk, talking about the case, in front of D&E Pizza, and the audio being caught on Chris Albert's audio recording camera. So we believe that juror was called out or ratted out through hearsay. We don't think that juror was ever actually recorded audio wise. You know what I mean?
Right.
Saying anything about the case. I think maybe that juror was out and about somewhere in Canton, having dinner or at a bar, and possibly was talking about the case, but it's all hearsay, so you don't know if it's true or not.
And they were pulled aside and asked, weren't they? Before they were dismissed, like the judge pulled them aside and asked them.
Well, the running theory is Trooper Fanning got word from a source that this particular juror was out and about somewhere in Canton talking about the case, and he basically sent word to one of the court officers, an intermediary that went to Judge Bev, and said, hey, one of these jurors, was allegedly talking about the case in public at a restaurant. So none of it was direct. Fanning's always one or two steps removed.
Yeah,
from the
they weren't
situation.
asked. The juror themselves wasn't asked, did you do this?
I believe that was all done at sidebar. I don't know if that particular juror that was tossed for allegedly talking about the case in public was ever directly interviewed by, say, somebody like Turtle Boy. I'm trying to remember now off the top of my head, but basically, you would have like a short little like hearing, like is it true? Juror number 8. Were you talking about the case 2 weeks ago when you were at CF McCarthy's at the bar or at the waterfall?
That's what
I think basically Bev just took the word of whatever court officer intermediary that went to her and said, hey, we have word that this juror was talking about the case in public, and Bev just tossed her.
See, in the Johnny Depp trial, one of the witnesses, someone had dobbed in one of the witnesses for watching some of the trial footage on YouTube or something, but she didn't. I can't remember what her story was, that she had flicked past some news segments or something and turned them off because it was about the trial, and that was enough for the judge to kick her out. But they did stop the trial and ask her publicly, like we were all watching it on YouTube. Basically, the pool camera filmed it, where the judge was asking her, did you do this, and did this happen, and did that happen, and how much did you see? But she got tossed anyway. But it wasn't done, quietly on the side without not asking her any questions.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously the defense is alleging that Fanning was involved in the jury, not directly, but because the jury had to be bussed in from a secret parking lot across town, because Bev allegedly was worried that the jury was going to be influenced by Free Karen Reed supporters outside the court, even though she had put in the 200-foot buffer zone. We weren't even near the jury, but she still wanted to make sure the jury was bussed in from a neutral secret location. So court officers in Massachusetts aren't armed police, so that, they have a state police contingent that escorts the bus to and from the courthouse from the secret parking lot. But ironically, that there's hundreds, if not thousands, of state police unit people. You know what I mean? Like, why are you taking state police that work directly from DA Michael Meatball Morrissey's office? You could just
you had to go
have neutral state police that are escorting the jury, and that way there's no possible conflict.
Right, and Fanning was actually listed as a witness, so it wasn't just a conflict, it was actually a fucking witness.
Right, so, once the jury comes off the bus and goes in the back door of the courthouse, then they're in the custody and control of the court officers. The state police aren't in the deliberation room. They're not getting them lunch. The state police escorting the bus was only involved with the jury to and fro the court. Once they were in the court, then it's the way it's supposed to be. The court officers were in charge of the jury. But the problem is the beginning of the day, the state police are guarding the secret parking lot. Jurors are pulling up, parking their vehicles, and now they're boarding the bus.
Yep.
And then the bus is escorted with a police vehicle escort to the back of the courthouse. So, I mean, if you had a truly nefarious plant like Fanning that's in charge of this, you know what I mean? Who knows? Like, is he watching these jurors, running their plates when they get into their cars at the end of the court day, and
I had heard
finding out who these people are, and then, oh, this person lives in Canton, this one lives in Canton, this is their names. I'll call the townies and keep an eye on this person, and but all these theories that I'm talking about, you're talking about a very nefarious, purposely trying to root out anybody in the jury that might be pro Karen Reed.
Yeah.
Then I got my tinfoil hat on again. So.
No, I wouldn't say it's a tinfoil hat. Like we know there's weird shit that went down, whether it was purposeful or not. We know there was weird shit that went down, but that's the whole reason that the judge is supposed to be the gatekeeper, to stop weird shit from going down, like prevent it, not wait until it does, and then blame Karen Reed.
Well, see, the irony of it is the way Bev will excuse it is she'll say, oh, because we have all these protesters outside or demonstrators, in order to not taint the jury and give the defendant the most fair trial possible, I'm going to not have the jury enter to and fro the court the normal way. Normally, a trial that takes place at that courthouse, the jury posts up at the Registry of Deeds building across the street, and then a court officer escorts them across the street into the Superior Courthouse.
Yeah.
And that's how they go about their business every day. What Bev did was, oh, there's too many pink shirts out there. The jury going to and from those buildings at lunch break or at the beginning of the day or at the end of the day, they're going to be exposed to all these protesters. So Bev's solution was to bus in the jury from a secret parking lot in a different part of town, drive them to the back of the courthouse and have them escorted into the back door so none of the jurors are exposed to the demonstrators that are around the building, even though at that point we're 200 feet away.
Well, the plan was a good one, except that they stuck a witness in charge of the whole thing. That's the issue.
Right. I mean, at the very minimum, Bev, you could find a neutral state police unit from, say, a different county. The community action team troopers that do the front of the courthouse, that they were with us all day today. We were at
yeah,
Dedham Superior, obviously, for the Karen Reed case. It's all the usual suspects. Sergeant Trooper Mike Harding that runs the crew. These have been the same troopers that have been watching us through all of trial one. We all recognize each other. We talk to them. We know them. The crew, the state police crew that was in charge of the juror bus, we never really saw because we respected the buffer zone. We never went to the back of the courthouse when the jury bus was back there. So we don't know who those troopers were. We're just getting word that Fanning was the one in charge of the jury escort group of state police. So the state police we deal with, the community action team guys,
yeah,
They're the boots on the ground guys with us, the Free Karen Reed people, boots on the ground. There was another group of state troopers that were doing the jury bus. And that's what we're told Fanning was in charge of.
Right. So, I'm sorry, I got a mouthful. You caught me with my mouthful. My next question is, let me think about this. It was there and then it disappeared. My next question about that was, oh my God, it's gone. It's gone.
So what I'm saying as Free Karen Reed boots on the ground, there every day in and around the court, I couldn't tell you any of the identities of the state police troopers that were involved in the escorting of the bus, and I can't tell you that Fanning like rode on the bus because we respected the buffer zone. We respected not even going near the back of the court. So we never personally eyewitnessed who those particular state troopers were. Where on the other hand, the state police community action team guys were in our face every day. We knew them.
Yeah. My question was, today, Brennan mentioned people disobeying the 200-foot buffer zone thing, like he made a big deal out of it. But I didn't believe there was anyone that broke the 200-foot buffer zone thing. There wasn't, was there?
No. I mean, I don't know where Brendan's getting that from. I mean, if you go into the height of trial one, the busiest days, where you have way more than the regular core group of Free Karen Reed people. I mean, there was a couple days where there was
the streets were packed.
300-400 people there.
Yeah.
The regulars, Erica Walsh, Rita Lombardi, Paul Cristoforo, me, a bunch of people that are like there every day. We'd be telling the new person they're all welcome, like join Free Karen Reed, but hey, that barrel right there, that marks the 200-foot line. If you're going to go toward the registry of deeds or toward the front of the courthouse, make sure you take off your Free Karen Reed clothing. Make sure you leave your sign behind because you don't want to go into the buffer zone. You know what I mean? So but when you had big crowds, people that have never been to the trial ever, they're just oblivious. Like you'd see them start walking down toward the registry of deeds to use the public restroom.
Yeah.
And they have Karen Reed gear on. You know what I mean? You'd be like yelling at them, like, "Hey, come back here! You can't go into the buffer zone until you turn that sweatshirt or t-shirt inside out or cover up with a jacket." So when Hinky Pinky Brennan is up in front of Judge Bev saying that the buffer zone was violated and penetrated on a daily basis, that's a total fabrication exaggeration. That's
what I was thinking because I didn't see any of it. I was sure that, we would have heard about it if it did happen.
I mean, there was even one day when Tom CPU was filming and, Karen Reed's like coming out for lunch or coming out for the day. And he goes running down there with his camera and he forgot that he had his Free Karen Reed shirt on, or he forgot to turn it inside out. You know what I mean? And all he's thinking about is filming Karen Reed in motion, and then Trooper Hardman or one of the troopers are like, "Hey, you get your Free Karen Reed thing showing." Oh, sorry, you know what I mean? He just forgot about it. So I mean, then there was people new to the movement, or it was their first day ever at the trial at the height of the crowd capacity. And there was a few people that kind of like messed up a little bit. You know what I mean? They went past the 200-foot line toward the courthouse with, God forbid, a pink shirt on that said Free Karen Reed on it. So that's what Brennan's saying, hellfire and brimstone, the the buffer zone was penetrated and destroyed, and free Karen Reed people are evil. He's just blowing it all out of proportion. But as far as us regulars down there, we kind of policed ourselves. We didn't have any violations. A few mistakes were made here and there, harmless. But he was just arguing that because they want to increase the buffer zone farther back.
Yeah, obviously. No, I just knew that if anyone did get cited for anything, like fined for anything, you guys would have heard about it. That's why I was asking.
I know the most citations were people driving in front of the courthouse, which would be like right between the Registry of Deeds and the Superior Court.
Yeah.
For honking.
I mean,
Because during the buffer zone being in full force, they were the state police community action team guys were out there writing down plate numbers and citing people for excessive horn beeping. But I don't think anybody that accidentally went into the buffer zone with a shirt they forgot they were wearing or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think any of those people were ever cited or questioned or threatened with arrest. So, when Hank Brennan's saying that there was bedlam and disobedience out there, it's just total exaggeration. Never happened.
Brennan, exaggerate. No.
No, it was all a bad look. They saw how Free Karen Reed operated with the 200-foot buffer zone, especially toward the church. That became like our home base area.
Yeah.
So they want to push us back out of there. And that's where the street parking ends.
Yeah.
They just want to make it as difficult as possible.
Obviously.
They just push us back. It's a bad look for DA Morrissey's office. This has nothing to do with giving Karen Reed a free trial and tainting the jury. Right. Obviously, Karen Reed doesn't care if we're on the front steps all the way to the top.
Right.
Every time she comes in out of court.
Obviously.
But they do a 180 and they say, Free Karen Reed demonstrators are not going to give Karen Reed a fair trial. And it's just the opposite. If you notice anything that Hank Brennan is doing, the judge, they're worried about the Commonwealth having a fair, quote unquote, trial. It has nothing to do with the defendant.
Right.
They're just twisting it all around backwards. Because
they've been very vocal about that. Like just about every motion, the Commonwealth deserves a fair trial. It's like, no, you fucking don't. A fair trial.
It all goes back to the most famous when Vinnie Politan started covering this case on Court TV. And that was probably July of 2023. Once I became a regular down there, we were all up on the stairs. We had all the black and white signs. We were covering the whole stairs. And then you see Vinnie Politan being all over dramatic. Have you ever seen this in a murder trial?
Yeah.
And they're showing us all on the stairs. You guaranteed that DA Morrissey hated that. That was the last time we were ever allowed on the stairs. Then they started putting up the barriers and you got to stay on the sidewalk. This is court property.
Yeah.
You people can't be on the stairs. And that was all because of optics. It just makes the DA look terrible. And then the buffer zone last year, it was originally proposed to be 500 feet. And Bev tried to play, centrist or compromiser. She changed it to 200 feet. But now this time around for trial 2, Brennan and DA Morrissey, who's ultimately his boss, are trying to get it pushed back out to 500 feet. They just don't want us around because it makes the DA's office look terrible.
I reckon Bev only did that because the ALCU intervened. If they hadn't have intervened, I reckon she would have left it at 500.
Yeah, they just know our too well. They saw how we dealt with the 200-foot one, and
Yeah.
they're not happy with it. So they just want to push us farther back. So we don't have a presence like we did in trial one. Clearly,
They don't want the protests. Like, you've got all the witnesses crying, "We were harassed," when it was just protests out on the street. Nobody crossed into their lawns or, did any of that sort of shit. So it was just protests. But clearly, they want to stop the protesting.
It's like I keep saying, it's all about optics.
Yeah.
All you free Karen Reed people go home. The state's on the correct and just mission. We have the true suspect in Karen Reed, and let us railroad her. Like, why are you free Karen Reed people out here? Like, just go away.
Yeah.
They don't want us there. That's it. It makes the government look bad. It makes the judge look bad. It makes the DA look bad.
And the problem is, every time they do something that's unjust, like pushing the protesters back, trying to arrest Turtle Boy, every time they add to it, they're adding more people who are outraged. More and more people are joining in because of their actions, not because it's Karen Reed specifically, but because everybody who sees what's going on can see themselves being Karen Reed. So every time they do something that's even more heavy-handed, they're involving more and more people. It's not just Turtle Boy, it's their own actions.
Well, I mean, I've noticed, because I've been boots on the ground so long, there's people that have come and gone into the movement with their own agendas. They're not necessarily there because they believe in Karen Reed's innocence. They're there because they just hate the police. You know what I mean? So you've had people that just showed up because they want to just jump into the melee. Oh, there's a protest. I hate cops. You know what I mean? Like, no, that's not why we're
There's
here.
also people that were just hunting the limelight. They just want their 15 minutes of fame on TV. And that
has happened too. There's people that have come and gone from the movement, and then you realize that they were there for their own personal reasons and not necessarily free Karen Reed.
Mm-hmm.
And even at the height of the trial, there was a lot of people just showing up because they just wanted to be there. They wanted to be at the concert.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were seeing it on court TV or
because it was all
the
over
news.
Yeah.
But the core, hardcore free Karen Reed people have been there this whole time. You know what I mean? Yeah, I understand. Once the trial begins, trial 2, we're going to have a lot more newcomers. But I've been meeting I met newcomers today. There's people that were traveling from out of state that have never been there.
Yeah.
But they know the case. You get to meet them and talk to them, and you can quickly vet their reasons for being there. Like, okay, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And that was going on in trial 1. Like, we would see quote unquote infiltrators. We would actually run over to the state police and say, hey, this person's pretending they're one of us, but they're actually a berserker. They're here to cause trouble. They're not here to.
Yeah.
They're not one of us.
Do you think
You know what I mean?
Do you think that the antis tried to do some berserking?
The antis were just so pathetic because they were nowhere to be found in any of pre-trial 1.
Yeah.
Even throughout most of trial 1, they were a very late. Just before you got to the jury deliberations, they suddenly appeared.
Deliberately timed, wasn't it?
I'll never forget the biggest day the blue shirts showed up, and then I saw it on one of the ID specials when they had their biggest crowd. There was like 20 of them. They were all staged. All of a sudden, there's 20 blue shirts there, and like, where have you people been for a year and a half? I haven't seen you. And you could swear as soon as they showed up, court TV runs over there. It was like a staged photo op. And that so fake. Like you people, where have you been? And all of a sudden you show up, and now you're getting all this press because the TV news and court TV wants to show the other side. They want to fool the public that's consuming their quote unquote news.
Mm-hmm.
They want people to think that there's always been the blue and pink side, but that's not the case. That was all a staged lie, if you ask me.
I don't know if it was me or not, but I feel like I gave them that idea because a few days before they turned up, I said some people should make up some signs with John's badge number on it. Next minute, they all turn up with John's badge number on it. It's like they're in there reading.
They're not legit. They're not on the regular. They're not convicted. They're not. I would look at them and say, where have you people been? And do you really believe what you're doing right now? Or are you paid to be here? They used to accuse Free Karen Reed of being paid to be here. If anybody's paid and fake, it's the blue shirts.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And I haven't seen any around at all. Maybe a few hearings ago, a couple of them showed up, and they're just pathetic. I mean, they just stand there, or they're outnumbered 200 to 1.
Mm.
I don't know what they're accomplishing, but you'll see court TV over there interviewing the two of them.
What they're accomplishing. Exactly. You said it in the next breath. Court TV. They're accomplishing the both sidesism, as the dickhead on the documentary said.
Yeah, but it's so fake. You know, like if you're there in person, you're like, no, this is. But the media does that all the time. We had a huge standouts in front of the State House. Media doesn't show up. They don't cover us. They film us when we first get there, and there's only 10 people. An hour later, there's 120 people there. But when you watch it on the news, there was only 10 people there.
Yeah.
But then I've driven by the State House, and it's a small protest that fits their narratives. There'll be 15 people out there, save the whales.
Yeah.
And the way they film it with their cameras and the way the reporter talks it up.
It looks
you
like
watch the 6 o'clock news.
Yeah.
You think there's 500 people out there protesting Save the Whales because it fits their politics and narratives. That's how the news twists things.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what was I going to say? Cincinnati. Some guy from Cincinnati drove all the way there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big effort. That's a good effort.
Yeah, I met a couple this morning.
I think the biggest
or Kentucky, I forget now. You could see it on Tom CPU if you watch his.
Yeah, the biggest
replay.
effort I seen was that couple from London. That was amazing.
Yeah.
During the trial.
I mean, that's pretty cool. You meet somebody that's actually boots on the ground, and they've been following this on YouTube or whatever, and they're very well versed in the case.
Yeah.
They know who we are because they see us on the shows or whatever. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it is neat. It's neat, and I'm loving every minute of your fame and infamy from it too. It's good watching yous. I'm glad that yous are still out there pounding the streets. I think we're done with the turn a Bettero's letter. I think we can do that with the letter because I think we're done. I've seen it like several times, but you all know where to go see it.
You know what Chief Helena Crashford Rafferty did with that letter. She threw it in the trash.
I ate it. It's with the rest of my homework and the other videos we've lost. She ate it all.
Most of these Betero letters, he knows they're like not going anywhere, but they're like on the record and they're there, but he doesn't expect like action from them. He doesn't expect Helena Rafferty to go down and charge Christopher Albert for wiretapping. He knows that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
These letters are like poking the bear of corruption that's in Canton, that's in Norfolk County, that's under DA meatball.
How do you deal with it? Like, the best thing you can do is just keep pouring publicity on it. I had this conversation with the AI the other day. I'm trying to get case law so I can talk about, how has this been seen in other courts in Massachusetts? Because, Bev's famous words, that's not how we do it in Massachusetts. So I'm looking for case law where it shows what they actually do in Massachusetts. So I'm having this argument with the AI going, just give me the fucking case law. And it's saying back to me, like, all you can do is more publicity. I'm like, yeah, okay, I got that. I want the case law now. But Judge Bev's doing all this stuff wrong. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I got that. Let's just get the case law, shall we? It's pretty funny.
Well, it's so frustrating because the Boston mainstream media, obviously our worst nemesis is WCBB5 Boston.
They're not telling the truth.
Their legal analyst Greg Henning is Brian Albert's attorney, so they hate free Karen Reed, so they're only going to show the other side, and then the other channels. I mean, Ted Daniel is probably the closest to being neutral from Boston 25. That sort of kind of reports like fairness, but most of them are just, from my black-pilled point of view, how bad Massachusetts government is. They're all just government propagandists.
Yeah.
So like we have no faith in the mainstream media at all.
Yeah. So like I just noticed that they want to say and play. So it's hard to explain, but the little video I did the other day on the ID documentary series, this is two sidesism. The tribalism is amazing. Half of Canton is this and half of Canton's that. It's like, no, bullshit. And you're saying, you're saying that, but we see the statistics. We already know it's like 90% of the people believe that she's innocent. You're bringing in the two sidesism. It's kind of like that Darvo thing, that reverse psychology thing that goes with Darvo. It's like you need the two sidesism in there because that's what you're supporting because of the state. Like Chris Albert's a states person. They're all stateies, basically. These people, these are people that represent the state. They're cops or they're stateies. You know what I mean? So you're only taking that approach not because there's people behind it or you're even going to get views from it. You're just doing it to create the two sidesism, to make it have the appearance of two sides. There isn't two sides here. There's people who killed John O'Keefe and their friends and fucking family. That's it.
I mean, there's a very slight minority of the other side, the McAlberts and the O'Keefes, and of course the DA and the police that are involved in what we believe this cover-up to be. But if you look at the community as a whole, it's like 90% free Karen Reed. But with the way they produce these shows, they want the viewer to believe
they are creating
this community is torn in half, and half the people believe Karen Reed's guilty, and the other half that's a total lie.
It's not torn in half. It's I got a door knock. It's DA Morrissey playing sidesism because he's outnumbered, right?
Yeah, it goes back to how the news can craft their narratives, the way they cover stories and the way they film them. They can create a false narrative. Period. That's basically what this is. They're trying to prop up the losing side all the time is what they're doing.
Right.
Because the losing side is what they're loyal to. Like if you believe the mainstream media is propaganda outlets for the politicians that run your state or country, and they're just gonna always prop up that side, they're artificially inflating the enemy's numbers. You know what I mean?
Yep. Exactly.
It's not really what's actually going on.
Nope, it's just that's the way DA Morrissey wants it to look because he knows he's outnumbered. He knows that he's not representing the people at the moment. If he so much as admits that this is like 90% of the people out there do believe that he's railroaded Karen Reid, if he admits that, then he's no longer representing the people. Because remember, this is the people versus Karen Reid. The state of Massachusetts represents the people.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing actually, because now that we're going into trial 2 and pre-trial, if you go back to pre-trial trial 1, Free Karen Reid wasn't even nearly what it is now. I mean, there's YouTube shows everywhere covering this. There's
right, and the more lawyers,
way more going on. You even have like the major, Emily D. Baker, lawyer,
Yep.
Runkle on the Bailey. These people weren't around last year or a little longer before that.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody was on the Free Karen Reid train. This is totally different this time.
Yep. Yep. And he's feeling it. He's obviously feeling it, but it's the people that are working against him. And if he thinks, D.A. Morrissey, of course, thinks that he can turn this around because the people are all against him at the moment. Oh, it's all Karen's fault. It's all Turtle Boy's fault that people are against me. No, it's your own fucking fault, stupid. It's what you're doing here that is wrong, and the people can see that it's wrong. And if you can't see it's wrong, if you are in the camp where you can't see it's wrong, then you're part of the fucking problem.
Well, jury selection last year was pretty difficult. I mean, there was some days where there was 80, 100 people in the jury pool, and we were respecting the buffer zone, and we weren't down there but we could see the jury from a distance. They'd be coming out of the Registry of Deeds building, going across the street into the courthouse, and you could get a quick body count.
Yep.
And there was some days where there's 80 jurors, and nobody got picked that day because they filled out the jury questionnaire. They had the quick sidebar voir dire.
Allie.
It's going to take them a while to pick a jury this time because there's going to be that much more people in the jury pool that are aware of the case. Jury selection is going to be more difficult this time. They're probably going to have to go through a lot more bodies to get a jury and alternates.
Well, it'll probably take a little bit longer, but there's still people who haven't heard of it. But at the same time, it's going to have to be like, I was just so shocked that Bev decided not to let them have what she actually supports was a panel voir dire. She should have.
Well,
she should do that.
Obviously, that would be what we hope for as the defense. But Bev's always worried about her stupid schedule. Like she doesn't want the panel voir dires because it's going to slow down jury selection. Like all she cares about is the stupid schedule.
No, it's not her schedule. That's the excuse that she uses. Bev doesn't want it because she knows that the fairness is what they've got going against Karen getting a guilty verdict for Karen. It's the non-fairness. That's why she won't do it. So.
Oh yeah, that's involved too. But
the rest is just.
But I'm also saying that she, at the same time, she's like hellbent on this trial starting April 1st, and she's thinking if I do panel voir dires, A, it aids the defense, and B, it slows down my timeline.
Yeah, that's the public message. Like she gives a fucking shit about the defense.
You know what's funny about Bev? Her last cop on a live trial for the death of Michael Chesna, where he was unalived by career criminal Emmanuel Lopes.
Yep.
Are you familiar with that case?
I am. You told me to watch it, so I did.
So she was. So her normal hobby,
different
okay,
judge.
is liberal activist judge. She's very pro-defense most of the time.
Yeah.
So she was worried that a Norfolk County jury would be too prejudiced toward Emmanuel Lopes
Mm-hmm.
So she busted in her jury from Worcester County.
Right. Exactly.
And that turned out to be a disaster because trial one ended in a mistrial because one of the jurors was like 19 with like purple hair and she refused to deliberate, and Bev was crying and telling the Chesney family they can't show emotion in the courtroom.
Yep, I caught that. There's some of it I missed. How it ended up after the hung jury, I didn't catch any of that. But she was.
She kept doing the. She kept telling the foreman to go back in there and come up with a verdict. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the foreman kept coming out and saying, "Hey, Bev, this teenager with the purple hair is just refusing to deliberate. So if Bev was a strong judge, hold the juror in contempt of court."
Yeah.
And put in one of the alternates. What's the problem?
Exactly. Nichols.
I mean, you're holding this jury hostage every day, driving them 50 miles from Worcester to Norfolk. I mean, they had to be the most miserable jury ever. It's bad enough in Karen Reed where they're coming from a secret parking lot, but they're only 10 minutes away.
Yeah.
This jury was being bussed in from Worcester to Dedham every day. So first of all, you got people that, agreed to be on a jury, but they didn't plan on being hostages on a bus every day. Exactly. So they're already disgruntled. You know what I mean? Instead of moving the case to another jurisdiction, Bev wanted to sit in her own warm squeaky chair. And she had a jury bust in from another county.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me just do this question, this comment here. Because Bruce Rivers dropped out for a little while because his son died. So it's really good to have him back. And not only is it really good to have him back, it's really good that he's going to cover the second trial. So that's bloody awesome. So I'm really, really pleased to see Bruce Rivers on board. He'll definitely be in our clips.
There was a couple shows I was on. People were asking about Beverly County's history and how her ties to Morrissey go back, and how she became a public defender, and how she became a judge. And that ties into my theories of why she's so loyal to Morrissey and why she's acting this way in the Karen Reed trial, which is not her norm. Like, she's like being forced, like DA Morrissey's calling her up on the cheesy banana hotline.
Yeah.
like Bev, you own this. You owe me your whole career. Like, you're
the bat phone in the bat cave.
You can't get out of this. So I know you want to be like liberal pro-defendant, but not in this case, Bev. You have to make sure that Karen Reed's found guilty. That's how black-pilled pessimistic my view of this case is, because this isn't normally how Bev acts, which is very bizarre.
After watching that trial, the other trial, I'm right there with you, because this is bizarre. This is a completely different judge. Something else is definitely going on. She's getting...
It's almost as bad as Morrissey's hostage tape, where you picture one of the McAlberts off camera with a pew-pew pointed at his head. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's
when Bev was asked to recuse herself in pretrial one, where they're bringing up possible connections to the McAlberts and, renting her Cape Cottage. No, we're good. I don't really know these people. She took a 15-minute recess, and I imagine that she's on the phone with Morrissey, and he's telling her, "No, Bev, you own this one. That's why I chose you to be the judge here. You have to fix this for me."
Yeah, exactly. So, what was the other thing about that I was going to point out? Bev's attitude towards the family in the other trial, that they were crying and stuff and being emotional.
Yeah, she didn't like that at all.
Right, but this time she's got them perched right on top of fucking Karen and glaring down at the freaking jurors. So
Yeah, that was a motion. That was a motion discussed today. They want to keep the McAlberts out of the courtroom.
Why does she have to have it in that courtroom? Like, it's like she's specific.
Well, that was the defense's fault, to be honest, because the main courtroom, the jury box, the last few seats are behind the witness stand. That was something Unetti brought up in trial 1.
Is there only
saying that all the jurors can't see the faces of the witnesses? So Bev is like, okay, I get your point, but what Bev did on purpose, she's like, okay, fine. You want your jury to be able to see the witnesses? I'm going to put you in the small courtroom out of spite.
So
that's why she did that.
There's others to choose from. There's not just 2 courtrooms there and that's it.
Yeah, true. There's a larger courtroom as you enter the front door of the courthouse. There's a larger courtroom on the right.
Right, that's where
that has a better jury box. She did it out of spite. She did it for 2 reasons. To spite the defense.
The Alberts on top of fucking Karen. That's why she did it.
Well, there's other trials she's had in that courtroom where the defendant's family is on the McAlbert side.
Right, and then they put the glares behind them so that the defendant can't see them. Right.
There's a method to every little thing she does. It's everything she does is a little dig. You know what I mean? It's like, why can't you have the McAlberts in the seats where Karen's family is, and have the defense on the O'Keefe McAlbert side? You know what I mean? She could do that, but she's not gonna.
Yeah, she's not gonna. So I remember when the defense asked for, well, they didn't ask for a smaller courtroom. They just asked for the jury to be able to see the witness box. That's all they were asking for. And I think it was also the audio issues. They wanted to set up an audio thing. So she picked the smallest courtroom that she could so they couldn't have their own audio set up.
Oh, yes. That was a big issue in pretrial 1.
Yeah.
Where Karen Reed's defense team wanted to bring in monitors that would go in front of like the jury box ledge.
Yeah.
They wanted to bring a lot of AV equipment into the court.
Yeah.
And Bev said, no, you get one big screen and that's it.
You use the Commonwealth's bloody equipment, full stop. That's what she said, which is just bullshit. Because it would have been a lot less cost, and you wouldn't have Bev telling everyone to speak up because of the air conditioner. Speak up, or the air conditioner gets it.
That's what's amazing, because the defense was willing to bring in all the monitor screens and wire everything, and instead of the jury trying to look across the room at that one big screen on the wall, there would be screens like right there where they could every juror could get a closer look in definition and detail and have a better sound.
Yes,
Bev wants to run her court like it's 1977.
Tracy, there's definitely some bat phones going on here. They definitely got a bat phone to the DA, like the judge has. This is why.
Well, that's what we believe. We can't prove it, but that's what we believe. Obviously.
Right, but one of the reasons that you can draw that assumption, very clearly draw that assumption, is because she has allowed. I don't think people understand the significance of her allowing Hank Brennan to be the taint team on Michael Morrissey's phone, because Michael Morrissey, like Hank Brennan, is part of Michael Morrissey's office. So if he is the
but see that his excuse is, well,
he hasn't gotten it
Hank
validated.
Brennan's a neutral special prosecutor, so he's not tied to Morrissey, which is ridiculous.
No, he's not neutral. He's the fucking prosecution. He's not neutral. This is the point. He's not. It doesn't matter if he was appointed by the DA's office. Bam, he's part of the DA's office. But the fact that Bev has not appointed a separate neutral tank team, she's complete. This is probably second highest on the list for appeals. That she's suspected to be in contact with Morrissey about this case, which shows that she's corrupt, basically. But she's appointed someone to filter the emails who's connected to Morrissey so that she can't be exposed. So do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is a...
Well, I don't know what show I was watching. They were talking about the problem with taint teams, the same exact reason, where the taint team is attached. So they'll bring in a taint team from another, like, county district attorney's office, say in Massachusetts, and they're supposed to be neutral.
Yeah.
The taint team should be a private, completely, solely unconnected,
right,
politically to any DA's office. The taint team should be completely neutral.
That's how it is.
It's even worse in this case is because she's saying that because Brennan's a hired special prosecutor, that he's not biased toward DA Morrissey, so therefore he's good to be the taint team, which is like ludicrous.
So in most other states, it is actually a private firm that they will hire that has no connection to anything government.
Right, that's something that needs to be fixed and changed in Massachusetts, obviously.
For sure.
It's not even just this Karen Reed case. That issue's come up before.
Yeah.
Like, who is the taint team? Like, it's like the Canton police audit. Like, you're not going to have a state agency come in and audit Canton PD. You know, it's a private company.
Yeah, yeah.
That's completely neutral from the politics of the state or the county or the city or the town.
Yeah. So, yeah, essentially, you can tell that she knows her ass is on the line now because of that appointment of Brennan doing Morrissey's phone. So we can pretty much tell that there's fucking something in there that she's trying to get out so that no one else can see it. Secondly...
Well, especially if Bev's inbox has got emails from Cheesy Banana. That's not good.
Exactly. She's screwed. If that happens, she's screwed. The other things she's screwed on is, like, just watch what she throws the biggest tantrums about. The Commonwealth doesn't even have to raise them. She'll take them up herself. So the other thing she knows she's screwed on is fanning. She knows she's screwed with that. Straight up, before anyone else had a motion, she's straight into fucking Alan Jackson about the fanning thing. Straight up his ass about it. So...
Oh, yeah, she's super defensive about that.
Right. She's super defensive about the things where her ass is on the line. She's defensive about stuff where DA Morrissey's ass is on the line, but she's super duper defensive when it's hers. So just watch when she's got the most attitude. That's where she's got the most to lose, essentially. So that's why I've been enjoying doing those videos, because people get sick and tired of, oh, she's never going to get, punished for anything. Her ass isn't on the line. Nothing's ever going to happen to her. So I like to do those videos where it's like, well, never say never, because there are these rules in place,
So, well, that's kind of the things I've been talking about, like how judges become judges in Massachusetts and how they're lifetime appointments, and once they're entrenched on the bench, they're like impossible to get rid of. Like they really are.
There's been 4 judges in the past 2 years that have been kicked out altogether because of their behavior on the bench. So don't.
No, I'm not saying it can't happen.
Right.
But I'm just saying, if a judge, skirts the line, they always have plausible deniability. They can always say, this is why I ruled this way. They might lose a few appeals. They might get overturned here or there. But to actually unseat a judge in Massachusetts because they're political appointees to begin with,
right?
It's like pulling teeth. I mean, it's so hard to get rid of them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So
Bev is just like, she knows how to play the game, right? Like okay, like even in pretrial 1 when she denied, Jen McCabe's phones, and Karen Reed's defense team appealed it to the SJC, and they did get her phone. She just brushes it off like, okay, whatever, I lost one. You don't care. What penalties is she gonna face for making a bad decision behind her bench? Nothing.
Well, actually, if there's communications between her and Morrissey about any of the cases that they do together,
Well, that would be horrible, obviously. Yes.
It's no, that's one of the things that she would get dismissed for. That is you know how I said there's like 4 judges that have gone in the past couple of years. These are the kinds of these are bigger than it's bigger when you're colluding with the prosecution, when the judge is colluding with the prosecution. So the judge that we just found out emailed about TV's case, right? That judge should not have his job anymore. That judge should be gone by now. So obviously they think it's not that bad. But as far as the law is concerned, it's a different story. It's like one of the worst things that you can do. So it's two different sides of the same coin, but they just don't give a fuck in Massachusetts, clearly. I got questions for you about what's the political climate like there now? Is like I know Massachusetts a blue state, but now we've got the Reds in power. What is the climate like? Are they worried about their jobs? Are they scrambling? What's the story?
Well, Massachusetts is so deeply entrenched blue. You have Governor Maura Healey, Mass Attorney General Andrea Campbell. You can't get any more left than these two. We're a sanctuary state. We have hotels filled up with illegals. Now you have Trump
this is
in
why I'm
office
asking.
that wants to start deporting these people. And Maura Healey is extreme far left. President Trump's extremely far right, and she's being obstinate. Like, nope, invade my state and start pulling the illegals out of their hotels. I'm paying for them. I'm not letting them go. It's that contentious with the current presidential administration that they're being obstinate.
Your answer is they're digging in. They're not going to play the game of executive. The executive has the last say.
Right. And then if you look at the matrix of all the judges that are seated in Massachusetts, they all, I get in trouble on some of these Facebook sites or some of these YouTube channels because they start talking about the politics and leave the politics out of it.
Well, I was specifically asking
You know what I
about
mean?
politics to see if there had been a change of temperature, not because I'm one or the other, or that I judge you for being one or the other. I have no judgment whatsoever. Think you know that already because we've talked about these things multiple times already.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
So I don't mind if we stay, on the fence and just discuss like the current climate at all. But I thought they would dig their heels in because like it's no different in Australia. Trump got into power, everyone's like, woo. So our government's digging our heels in. Like, do we really give a shit about what America says anymore? So, I mean, that's been the only positive thing I can think of about Trump getting into power. Like, aside of how
I mean, if just take Beverly Cannoni's genesis. Like, where did Beverly come from? You know what I mean? So
clearly Democratic.
She's Democrat family. Michael Morrissey's mother worked with her mother at the school in Quincy.
Yeah.
Bev goes to law school circa 1985. She graduates with her law degree, and somebody that's already in power, like Michael Morrissey's a state senator at the time.
Yeah.
Already a powerful Democrat in Massachusetts. Hey, Bev, I'll hook you up with a public defender job. You can start working in Quincy District Court January 1st, 1985.
Right.
So now she's a public defender for something like 24 years, and then you fast forward to 2008. Governor Deval Patrick's in power. Michael Morrissey's still a state senator.
Still.
Bev lives in Quincy. Hey, Bev, I can hook you up. I'll get you nominated for judgeship. Goes to the judge's nomination council, goes to the governor's desk.
Yep.
Your name gets signed off, and then it goes to the governor's council for final approval. Boom. Bev's a district court judge in 2009.
Yep.
Deval Patrick wins a 2-term Massachusetts governorship in 2014. So a powerful Democrat like Michael Morrissey still has the juice, and he gets her bumped up to Superior Court judgeship in 2014. Meanwhile, Michael Morrissey goes from being a state senator and wins the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. He runs unopposed in a monoparty state. He's won several elections unopposed. He's a fat cat Democrat that has the state wrapped around his finger.
Yep.
And somebody like Beverly Cannoni's genesis and how she became a judge. Fast forward to now, she's 64 years old, been a Superior Court judge since 2014. She owes everything to Morrissey.
Yep.
Now, Morrissey calls upon her for the ultimate favor.
Yep.
She's beholden to him.
Yep. She hasn't got any choice. It's the proverbial gun to the head thing. So we got a question from the audience. Where did Cheesy Banana come from?
I don't know. We make fun of it all the time. That's just a crazy username he put on one of his burner emails.
I thought it was one of his burner emails.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go, Nichols. It came from one of his own burner emails, that an identity that he invented so that nobody knew who he was. But
it's like the crazy names we see on YouTube.
I got to tell you, Bart, an open grill cheesy banana sanger is beautiful. It's delicious. Try it.
I have to be honest. I've never thought about putting cheese on a banana ever.
I know, it's weird. It's good. It's weird good, but it's good weird. No,
So
seriously,
if you take my black-pilled look at decades or longer of a monoparty state being run by the Democrats and how the genesis of Beverly Cannoni gets all the way to Superior Court judgeship, that's my pessimistic view of the big picture politics that are running Massachusetts.
Yeah.
But if you're a liberal Democrat in Massachusetts and you vote blue all the time, I'm the a-hole MAGA Trumper that hates Democrats, so then I get in trouble while talking politics. But I'm just trying to explain.
That's how it is.
I'm just trying to explain Judge Bev's genesis and how she became to be what she is today at 64 years old, as a Superior Court judge sitting on the bench in Dedham.
There's a lot of dirty money involved in the whole two sidesism of politics. It doesn't matter which side. There's dirty money on both sides. It's just, who's the dirtiest this election is the question, right?
I mean, whether you live in a state in the United States that judges are elected or, nominated, okay, fine, Bev. You did 24 years as a public defender and people think you have merit to make you a district court judge. Yeah, maybe you got district court judgeship through politics of the Democrats that run Massachusetts. But once you become a judge, Bev, put the politics aside. You got the balance of justice, in front of you. Just do your job. Don't worry about your politics. That's why it's frustrating.
What is that? Peanut butter, onion, tomato, and cheese. What the hell? I've never heard
What
of
is that? What is that music?
Peanut butter, onion, tomato, and cheese. What music?
Hold on. Maybe that's me.
Yeah, I don't have any music. And I got nothing in the background, I don't think. Nope. I just had to knock the booster off because you were really, really... Oh, there he goes. He was really, really loud. I had to knock the booster off. How's our volumes now that I've knocked the booster off? Like, I might be a bit quieter than usual. Perhaps I should pull that up a little bit. So what I just realized is that it's not a tab. The volume booster doesn't just work on one tab. It works across all your tabs. And so that's why Scotty was coming in like, whoa, he was like, click, 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 tick, tick, because it's like, send you the link again. Booted yourself out. Here you go. Come on back up. Yes, Michelle, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean, right? Banana, bacon, and cheese fingers. Yummy. Delicious. Banana and bacon together with cheese on top. That's the best toasted open sandwich ever. But if you don't have the bacon, cheese and bananas just as yummy. So here we go. He's back. Tell me how our sound is right now.
Am I back?
You are. You indeed
I
are.
don't know what happened. There was some video game playing on my phone. I don't know if my earlobe pressed I'm holding my phone up to my ear.
Right. Well,
Because the volume on this stream link is very low.
you're all crackly now. You're gone.
Am I?
You're all crackly now. So hang on. Let me just see what I can do here. No, it's definitely at your end. But you know how Tommy gets that crackle in his speaker?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got that crackle.
Let me back out and try again.
Right, yeah. Also, if you can hear me, try turning your volume down a little bit when you come in. It's probably just jacked up too high. So Nichols says, I hate the division. I don't like it either. It's been terrible. It's dirty money, dirty law tricks, dirty lawfare. You know, it's okay if you don't like Trump, but he's there and he's running. So, you know, you can't just put him in jail because you don't want him to run. That's not how democracy works. If you've got a country that votes, then you can't put the other side in jail so that people can't vote for them. That's not how it works. Just don't vote for him. That's how you work out, you know, people that you just don't vote for them. You're back.
Do I sound any better now?
Oh, yeah, heaps better. Way better.
Oh, okay.
You're sorted. All right.
This is a slightly different than StreamYard, so playing around with it.
It is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I agree with the dirty money, but I also agree that there's dirty politics. And if you don't like the opposition, don't vote for them. It's not that you have to hate them so badly that you need them to be in jail. That's dictatorship. That's not democracy. That's not voting for who you want to represent your country. It's dumb. Like, I don't like Trump myself, but I don't like any of them myself. I wouldn't vote for any of them. It's like people say, "Oh, you got to vote for the worst of evil." No, you don't. Just don't fucking vote for evil. If all you've got's evil, then don't vote evil. Don't vote for any evil.
But the point I was trying to make is no matter how Bev became a judge, once she puts the robe and gavel, it doesn't matter how you got there, Bev. Once you're a judge, you follow the law. You put your politics aside. Just do your job as a judge. I don't care if you got there via Republicans, if Massachusetts was run by Republicans for the last 80 years.
Oh, he's gone. I don't know what happened. Nope. Come back, Scott. We lost you. Yeah, no, he's fixed his crackly now, Michelle, but now he's got some other issue. I don't know what it is. But while we wait for him to fix his issue, because of vote one way or the other and never in the middle, we are less balanced than ever. But it's by design, right? Why not vote for the middle? If the middle's not evil, then why not? I don't want to get political, but I really do want our justice system to be just. Right, and I don't think a justice system needs to be connected to politics at all. It shouldn't be connected to politics at all. Here we go. He's back.
Oh, this is being tricky. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now. What's it tricking you out for?
I don't know. I don't know why I'm having so many problems. I usually don't.
Are you using a microphone for a change? Because sounds like you sound a lot more clearer than usual.
Well, the first time I was hooked to the stream, your volume was very low, but my microphone was fine. I'm just on my phone.
Yeah, right. I fucked with all the sound when you fell out before because I had the booster on, like the volume booster for the tab to hear the court feed. But what I realized was it had boosted all of our volumes, all the tabs, including us, not just the court feed tab. And I had to knock it off. And so that changed all the sound. And I think it was that might have fucked up everything.
Oh, maybe. I just take links and mod on YouTube. I'm not a creator. I don't know how to run
Fair enough.
any of this stuff.
Dirty politics is a given. Yes. Well, if it's politics, it's dirty.
Yeah, what I'm saying is because judges are appointed in mass politically, whatever. But what I'm saying is once you become a judge, be a neutral and fair arbiter of the law. That's
Not
it.
politics.
That's all I ask.
Right, I agree. But when it's connected to the politics, that's the issue, right?
Right. Because if Bev wasn't worried about the fate of D.A. Morrissey and was just worried about being a judge, a fair arbiter of the law in the Karen Reed case, this would all play out different.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very simple.
If it was
She can't be worried about what Morrissey thinks about her. Just know I'm a judge now. Michael Morrissey, too bad.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, if it was any other DA, she wouldn't behave that way, would she?
I don't believe so. I believe the way she's acting in this case is all about she's worried about Michael Morrissey. And I purport to you, the evidence proves that. That's why she's acting this way.
And then his little bloody, his little spack out about can't remember her name, but the other chick who left the USAO, was it USAO? She left one of he said that she was going after him. Remember back when the USAO...
the predecessor to Andrea Campbell. What's her name? I know who you're talking about.
Was it Rebecca or... I can't think of her name for some reason. You know who I'm talking about, right? It was Andrea Campbell's predecessor, or was it...
No, it was Joshua Levy's predecessor in the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yeah, so he said, oh, it's just her trying to get revenge on me. Well, why would...
No, so if you look at D.A. Morrissey, super powerful Democrat in Massachusetts, his only possible nemesis is the feds. So the feds are his boogeyman. So
for sure.
If anybody's ever going to come down on Morrissey, it's the feds. So he's going to paint the feds as the boogeyman. They're out to get me, you know?
Yeah.
And Josh Levy actually was a Democrat under Biden. So it's not, you can't.
Yeah. I think you just dropped out again, Scott. Oh, dope. Michelle, I actually don't even care about that. Do you know why? Because when she was a defense attorney, that was her job. Her job was to defend her clients. So no matter whether you think the person's guilty or not, you're always assumed innocent. Of course, you start there. But it's the defense attorney's job to presume the innocence and to defend their client as best they can. So I don't even hold that against her, but she's not in that position anymore. She's now in a judge position, which is a completely different thing. So even in this judge position, she still needs to treat this guy as innocent until proven guilty, and she's done the opposite here. But it's a completely different situation than zealously defending your client. Totally the opposite. How you doing there, Scott?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
What is going on? This is frustrating.
Sorry, I think I caused it because I knocked off that booster off the channel. And I'm sorry that it's affecting your phone so bad. In and out like
No, I'm just saying, you know, unless we changed how judges are appointed in Massachusetts, I don't know how you fix this. I mean, other states, judges are elected, or counties, or judges in Massachusetts are similar to SCOTUS. A president, U.S. president, takes office if there's an empty seat on SCOTUS. And you see the fights over that, and those judges put in SCOTUS are lifetime appointments.
Yeah.
Basically how it works in Massachusetts.
Absolutely. So, I thought once Trump was in power, everyone would be ducking and running. Like I don't know why. I thought it would be different. I don't know why. Because it wasn't last.
Well, even if you had Governor Maura Healey, who's a dyed-in-the-wool far-left Democrat, that would, you know, bow down to a Republican presidential administration, it's still not going to overnight change Massachusetts as a whole, and who has judgeships and who, you know, it's just not going to change overnight because Trump won.
I wasn't necessarily thinking bowing down. I was kind of thinking because they'd done so much wrong, they'd be heading for the hills, like getting the fuck out of Dodge kind of deal. Not, you know, like they're doing with the Epstein files. They're freaking shredding everything and getting the hell out of Dodge, that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you got Elon Musk running Doge and going through all these corrupt federal government agencies and shutting them down, and Department of Education, and finding all this waste and cutting out all the fat out of bloated government. But meanwhile, each state government kind of runs independently, autonomously. It's not like President Trump can send in a Doge unit into Massachusetts and start tearing through Massachusetts state budget. And
separation of powers, obviously.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I just expected something different. I don't know why. And it's my problem that I expected it. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'm sure Australian politics works totally different than the United States. So.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, no, yeah, no, kind of. So what we do have, look, on the surface, they might be like, everything's going to change because it's the other side. But when you think about it, like seriously, if you're running a business, let's say you run a massive corporation, worldwide corporation, it's let's say you've got 300,000 employees. That's how big your business is, like talking huge, right? That's probably not big for America, but that'd be a huge business for Australia. But you get my point. You need to plan ahead. You need to go, in 30 years, we're going to grow this much, and we're going to have this many products. We're going to be doing blah, blah, blah. You can't do that kind of planning for an entire country, especially one the size of yours, but it's even hard enough with one the size of ours, inside of 3 years. You can't have 3-year plans. It's got to be much further. It's got to be at least 50 years when you're talking a whole fucking country. If it's got to be 10 or 20 years ahead for a business that's the size of 300 people, then if you're talking about running an entire fucking country, you're talking, I think here in Australia, we plan like 50 years ahead. I don't know what your plans are over there. They're probably 100 years ahead. So it doesn't matter who comes into power. Those plans are already set in place. So that's why here in Australia, we might see a change in what's being put out to the public face of the political party changes between who's voted in and who's not. But the running behind the scenes, the running of the country, the stuff that makes it stay afloat and pay its bills and not get into too much deficit and, you know, all that sort of shit, that's planned 50 years ahead here in Australia. It's got to be at least 100 years ahead in America. Or is that why?
Well, I could complain all day long on how judges are appointed by the governor in Massachusetts, but you know how long that would take to change?
100 years.
I mean, you're talking decades or longer of this is the way it's always been done.
Right.
You know, you could have a public referendum vote the next major election. Yeah, judges are no longer appointed by the governor. We're going to vote them in by county, by popular Democratic vote.
And it would get
that's a major change. Like that isn't going to happen overnight. It's going to be a huge fight. It's going to take forever.
Exactly. So what's been done for the last 100 years is going to take at least 100 to undo. Basically, is what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, and I remember a couple of weeks ago calling into Young Jerks, which tends to be a more leftist, liberal, Democrat audience. And I was talking about, you know, the problems with Judge Bev and D.A. Morrissey. And I was getting pushback because I'm, you know, criticizing Democrats. And I relented and I said, look, if Massachusetts was all run theoretically by Republicans for the last 80 years, you could have the same exact scenario. So I'm not specifically calling out the leftists. You could have the same inverse video where everything is Republican, like a southern state in the United States.
An inverse video, but I get what you're saying.
You would have the same good old boys.
No, no, come back. Whoops. Oh dear. I really fucked things around, didn't I? Sorry, Scott. God damn. Yes, but her connection to D.A. Morrissey, I think she should have recused herself. Reclused. I think you mean recused, but I get you. Herself off this trial, but she injected herself exactly. Precisely. Agree entirely. Problem with USA is because each new president, not sure what that word is, previous ones stuffed so too much flip-flops all over. Gotcha. And then when they start showing where all that money went, we will see some, but I agree, Aussie. I feel I've been waiting for the cavalry. Me too. I don't think the cavalry is coming. I think that Karen's going to have to save herself. I'm done with, you know, waiting for the feds to pipe up and do something because clearly they're all Democrats. They don't give a fucking shit. They're happy with the corruption. Hang on. Clearly they're all the same party. They're happy with the corruption. I won't say it's just Democrats because that was what Scott and I were just on that topic. If it's all the same party, if that state is run by all the one party, then they have the power. They don't want to let go of the power. And that's what makes it a political thing, not necessarily that it's one party or the other. It's just the political power is what they're trying to hang on to. Yes, Michelle, completely agree. Completely agree. I was about to say that to Scott. Oh, he's back. Hang on. I was about to say that to Scott, that, you know, that was the one good thing about Trump coming into power, is that now Australia's going to go, yeah, maybe we should just look after ourselves for a bit, which would be a really fucking nice thing for us, just to look after ourselves for a bit. So
am I back again or what?
You are. Can you hear it? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never dropped out of anything like this much. This is crazy. But anyways.
I kicked it all
No,
off.
what I'm saying is no matter if these judges are elected or appointed.
He's gone again. I'm sorry, Scott. It's my fault. I don't even know how to fix it either. I can't reboot without ending the stream, so it's a bit of an issue. But yes, I think, Michelle, you'll be following what I'm saying here. When Trump first came into power last time, I was like, phew, because when it's Democrats, we just want to suck up their asses and do whatever we're told. But when it's Trump, it feels like we've got our government back again for a bit. So, yeah, I'm with you there. Okay, so I'm sorry about that, Scott. I really am. Cancel spell check fail again. That's all right. I'm kind of getting what you're saying, even with the spelling errors. It's good. So I also get where Scott's coming from. The change that needs to happen is a different way to vote your judges in, basically, or getting your judges in and out. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't
know if it's something I'm doing or something you're doing. I don't know what's happening.
It's not something I'm doing. It's something I've done. I fucked up the stream. So with this stupid volume booster, it's the downside of having a volume booster. Let me. I feel like if I fuck with it anymore, it's just going to get worse. But I can just have a go at like disabling it altogether. Oh, that's what I did. I did disable it. That's what's caused all the problems. I disabled it. Maybe if I re-enable it and then where are we? If I re-enable it, this is going to get loud for a second, people. So I'm not going to say anything until I come back here and turn it off again. Let's go back here and turn it off. There we go. See if you can hang on now. So what was it we were saying? See if that fixes it. I just undid what I did before that caused it all. So see how we go. Are you there?
I think it's working, right? Can you hear me?
Yep. Okay. We gotcha. Cool. So yeah, what you were saying is there needs to be a change in how judges get the judgeship. And I don't believe voting them in is well, actually, I do think voting them in is good, because then as soon as you got 90% of the population saying, fuck you, you're corrupt, you're gone. So I think I do agree with that.
Yeah.
Two things.
I guess you could look at it that way, but what frustrates me about these lifetime appointment judges.
Ah, no, Scott. I didn't fix it. It might not be at my end that's doing this now, because that's all back to normal. Jesus, Scott. I'm so sorry. Hello. You back?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're back. Cool.
I don't know what's going on.
Weird.
No, I'm saying even if the judges are appointed in Massachusetts as they have been forever,
yeah,
there's really no oversight of them.
Right.
And they're very beholden to the DAs in their counties, which there should be more separation there.
Right. So Plan B is having that oversight. So one of the things that I do know is that you can kick off, or what's the word? You can initiate government oversight, federal government oversight, but it's only to the case itself. Like, so so it's not going to happen because they're going to watch Judge Bev over a period of time. It's only going to happen if it's like Karen says the judge is doing XYZ. They'll have the oversight for that case, and that's it. It's only per defendant. There needs to be
Well, I mean, that's kind of underway. I mean, when they filed the thing in the federal court there a couple of weeks ago, and it got initially denied on the lower level. Now they're appealing to the First Circuit.
Right. So
that isn't completely dead on arrival. They're still barking up that tree.
Right.
I don't know what.
There's another level over and above that where the DOJ has oversight over all of it. The DOJ itself. That's what I'm talking about. But it's only it's just the watchdog who makes everybody behave, essentially. But because they're not doing it, or because it's only on a per defendant basis, the defendant has to actually ask for it. Because it's only on a per defendant basis, that's where it's falling apart. If it was just an oversight board, across the board, don't matter who, just oversight on all judges in every fucking state, I think that would work better, maybe.
Maybe. Exactly. Like, what I'm saying is that if you forget about the federal court system or the feds, once you're, given judgeship in Massachusetts, there's like literally no like oversight over you. So when a defendant's being wronged, like say in Karen Reed, she can't like call the governor's office or the attorney general's office or the head of Massachusetts trial court and say, hey, we have this rogue, crazy judge, Beverly Canoni, down here in Norfolk County.
Right. It's actually the DOJ's job to do that. They're supposed to do it by default. They're not supposed to be saying, look, if you've got a problem, contact us. Otherwise, we're not watching. That's not how it's supposed to work. It's meant to be.
No.
The DOJ is meant to be on top of it. Like every high profile case, if they're not watching every high profile case and understanding what's going on in every this is just the high profile ones. They've got no fucking excuse. It's high profile. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, it's higher profile now than it was in the beginning. A lot more people are watching this case now going into trial 2 than they were going into trial 1. I know that.
Right, but what did it do? It did fucking nothing because the DOJ is not paying attention because they don't fucking care. This is my point. The point is,
well, I mean, the feds are frustrating because the feds were already obviously looking into the investigation.
Right, but the
why are they cut and ran for the hills? I don't know.
The FBI.
We don't know if that's even true.
There's two different things. The FBI is not the DOJ. They are federal, but they're not the DOJ. The DOJ is the watchdog over all of it. It's the Department of Justice. Just like here, it's the Minister of Justice. They're supposed to be the watchdog that watches over it all. FBI aren't the watchdogs. They're the helpers if they haven't got the manpower.
Yeah,
it's a different thing again altogether. And I guess, lower level corruption. But we're talking DOJ is completely above all of that. So, yeah, the FBI was involved. They're federal. Then this habeas petition, they were involved. That's also federal. But the DOJ is the watchdog for all of them.
Right.
Yes, the DOJ has become critically unbalanced because it comes back to politics and not justice. That's why. Because now the DOJ is appointed by whoever's in power, right? Because it's federal. Now, if you swing Democrat because they won the election, the DOJ gets cleaned out and they all become Democrats. But if the Republicans win an election, the DOJ gets cleaned out and they all become Republicans, right?
Yeah, basically. But what I'm saying is, they already knew there was a problem in this case with the investigation. The DOJ was investigating the investigation, and they hired the FBI to hire Acker. Like, they were on to a trail here, and for some reason they cut and ran, which is frustrating.
I don't think they have cut and run. I think way back at the start.
Well, it's alleged that they've cut and ran.
Of that, right? Way back at the start, you and I talked about what can the FBI do anyway, and I said they've destroyed all of the evidence. There's nothing they can do. There's no way to prove that John O'Keefe was killed by people in the house because they've destroyed all of the evidence. There's nothing they can do. So if they can't prove corruption and they can't catch the actual killers, what can they do from this point? And they're not the DOJ. Remember, they're just the FBI. They're at a point where they can't do anything. Do you get what I'm saying? It's got to be one or the other. It's got to be the cops were involved in a murder, which makes it corruption, or the DA was involved in covering up a murder, and that's corruption. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the only way the FBI can be involved in it. Otherwise. Did I lose you? I know. I lost you. Shit. Jiggle a volume button or something, Scott. Jiggle a button. Oh, you're back. You there?
Am I back?
Yep, you are.
No, I was gonna say that, when Hank Brennan's bringing up the fact, did Acker know about the DNA on the taillight or whatever crap it's Acker was not hired to solve the crime. Acker was hired by the FBI to prove that the taillight was planted and that the DA's case was garbage. Acker was not hired to solve what caused John O'Keefe's end. They were hired to prove that the taillight was planted. It's two different things.
Correct. That they were there to testify about that. But what the FBI was actually investigating outside of that, that caused them to go down that rabbit hole is two different things. I agree.
So the way that Hank Brennan's trying to impeach Acker is they're like, well, were you given the DNA results? Were you given the evidence at hand? When Acker was handed this mission that they built cannons for and stuff, they were just trying to prove that Alexis didn't hit a human body. They weren't involved in the investigation of the murder of John O'Keefe. They were just trying to disprove the DA's false theory of the case.
The ARCA guys, I'm talking about, there's a difference between what the FBI was doing and what the ARCA guys were doing. Do you see what I'm saying here? The FBI was investigating something that they hired the ARCA guys to prove that particular side of it, but the FBI was investigating something that's not just to prove the car didn't hit John O'Keefe. Because if you come from that angle, you're coming from Brendan's angle or Lully's angle, that they were trying to aid Karen's defense, basically. That's not what the FBI was doing. They were investigating corruption of some sort. We don't know what corruption, but they were investigating something.
Correct. So the Acker testing was incidental to what
Right, exactly.
the feds were looking into. So if, say, you're the feds, you're looking at this case that's been brought against Karen Reed, where it's claimed that her Lexus ran down this officer. Somebody in the feds or whatever looked at the whole big picture and said, no, there's something not right here at all. Yeah. And one thing we can prove is that the taillight that was found later in the day is bogus. Like, there's no way a Lexus in reverse taillight broke into 47 pieces, and this Officer
What?
O'Keefe is
Hang
beaten
on,
to
I'm
death and dog
confused.
bitten on the lawn.
47 pieces of taillight or 47 pieces of glass? I'm confused.
Yeah. But I see. I fear that the corruption goes up into the federal government, kind of like the Whitey Bulger thing.
Yeah.
Where you had FBI in Boston that was corrupt. So I just look at it with this big black pills, like, oh, even the feds are corrupt, and they cut and ran.
Right, even the DOJ, because if you remember when Donald Trump was trying to win another election, they were doing the DOJ was involved in doing their best to get him out of, so he couldn't even run in the next election. They were doing all sorts of shady shit to stop him. So I'm not going to
Yeah,
call it.
because if you have a Democratic presidential administration like Biden, and Trump is your biggest competitor, we'll bring all forces to bear against Trump and have the DOJ
It's so dictatorship. It's the reason.
go after Trump and sue him to death and try to imprison him and raid Mar-a-Lago.
It's
You
the
know what I
whole
mean?
reason that the Europeans want us to start, dropping bombs and shit on Russia, because they're saying, well, he's killed off all these opposition and blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, you're doing the same fucking thing, but you can't see that you're doing the same thing. But I don't know that it would be any different if it was Republicans, because I see a lot of Republicans supporting this bullshit.
Well, I mean, I look at so just scroll it back, the scope of what we're talking about. I'm looking at how I believe the corruption in Massachusetts goes all the way to the Massachusetts governor's office, the state house, Maura Healey,
Yeah.
Attorney General Andrea Campbell. They're all Democrats. So
Bringing
say
it
you
all
had
back
the
to the state.
DOJ and the FBI looking into the corruption in Norfolk County, and they started stumbling upon stuff.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden their drag debt is getting bigger and bigger.
Right.
So does the DOJ say, okay, well, we have to arrest DA Morrissey, his corrupt state police detectives,
but he's a
some
Democrat.
of the corrupt
He's
Canton
one of
PD. We have to arrest the judge. Oh, this is too big. Forget it. And they just walked away.
Right. But at the
That's
end
how
of
pessimistic my view of the whole thing.
For sure. I gotcha. But it does feel that way, even with that little tiny bit of hope that they are still investigating something. I still I still come back to where we were right back at the start when we first heard about them, and that is all the evidence is gone. So, people who actually did kill John are never going to be held accountable, even if Karen gets a not guilty. The people who killed
Exactly.
John
Yeah, I brought this up.
Yeah.
Who's going to investigate it? You have Sandra Birchmore, unalive. None of these corrupt authorities in Norfolk County even pursued it. The feds come in with this creative charge where they're going to arrest Matthew Farwell for unaliving a witness. There's a lot more to come in that case if it goes to trial in federal court, because how did Matthew Farwell get away with it? Oh, because DA Morrissey's corrupt Gestapo troopers let him get away with it.
Right, but even that point where they had to make up a witness story to be able to arrest him, that shows you where their powers get cut off. That shows you the limit of their powers as federal, because it's still separation of powers. They still had to make up a federal offense in order to do a federal thing to him. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right, but I'm just curious, once Matthew Farwell's on trial in U.S. District Court in Boston, how they pursue this case, because to really dive deep into that case. How did Matthew Farwell walk around a free man for 3.5 years?
Yeah.
Why didn't Norfolk County DA Michael Morrissey
Yeah, I was about to say
pursue
that. Yeah,
charges?
Morrissey.
Why didn't Mass Attorney General Andrea Campbell swoop in from the State House and take over?
Yeah,
For
Campbell.
you know what I mean?
Yep.
You're opening a Pandora's box of political corruption. So what do the feds do? Like it's a big picture problem.
And it's all their own political parties. So it's like, just walk away. I get your pessimism. I'm right there with you. And that was, I guess, one of the things that I didn't want to see. I wanted to see how the defendant works in the justice system without the feds doing that. So that's what I'd been focused on for the last couple of months. Like, you're the defendant. You're not Karen's got some money behind her now because she's got crowdfunding. Clearly, more, 1 million people chucked $1 in there. So we're close to 1 million now, aren't we? Clearly, people.
Well, I think what the feds did when Joshua Levy was still the U.S. attorney in Massachusetts. You remember that whole thing with Yannetti, and it's come to our attention that the feds can't see this in good conscience going to trial, and they're going to dump 3,100 pages of TUI into this.
Yeah.
The feds were hoping that Morrissey either dropped the case or there would be enough evidence in the TUI to get Karen Reed acquitted.
And then they wouldn't have
and
to.
And then they could just walk away.
Right.
The feds could just walk away. Like, okay, we saved this innocent woman. We're good. We're not arresting a DA. We're not arresting a corrupt judge. We're not.
Right. And we're not.
That was their easy way out. And it hasn't worked out the way that they hoped.
Right. I follow.
And that's the mess we're in.
I worked out exactly what you're saying there. Gotcha. Well, yeah, let's stop worrying about the feds. I don't think they're going to come in and save anything. I think what they can do, they have done, and it does help Karen, because here's the thing that didn't work out for the feds, right? The judge isn't meant to stop Karen from being able to mention that the feds are investigating something. The judge isn't meant to be able to do that. That is a constitutional right to confront the evidence, to confront the accusation, to confront her accusers. So if there is exculpatory evidence there that helps her to confront, then she's entitled to it. So that was the first thing that fell apart for them, that the judge said, no, the jury can't know that there's a federal investigation. So Judge Bev said, oh, well, that is prejudicial to the Commonwealth.
But the poor Commonwealth.
With all its fucking state finances and tens of billions.
And that's where the hanky panky's up there. Like, oh, the Commonwealth deserves a fair trial. He's still crying about it.
Exactly.
It's like, no, the Commonwealth does not deserve a fair trial.
The defendant deserves a fair trial. And what fairness would have been is to allow the prejudicial information in against the Commonwealth. That was the fairness. But
that would have sunk the case.
Right, exactly.
And then that way, Judge Cannoni's not helping out her crime boss Morrissey. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I think
so if the Fed investigation came into trial one, never mind the TUI that did make it into the trial, like the Proctor texts and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert destroying their phones on a naval air base.
Right.
The jury would have been like, oh, no way she did this. Obviously, these people are dirty.
Obviously.
Karen Reed's acquitted. And now the public's left like, okay, there's a dead police officer on another police officer's lawn. And there's obvious corruption going on. So now you cause public distrust. It's upsetting to society. Like, they didn't want to go that far.
Right.
They played chicken with Morrissey, and Morrissey didn't back down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And he came into it with his dukes up, you know. He said that other chick, I can't think of her name for some reason. I know her name, it's just on the tip of my tongue, but yeah. He came into it with his dukes up saying, oh, she's just after me. This is all about revenge. So he came into it with his dukes up. So to expect him to drop his dukes, I guess, was a little bit too much. Like just considering how long he's held onto power, to expect him to just back down because the feds basically were holding him hostage. I never thought he would. Did we lose you again, Scott? Oh shit! He's frozen up again. Hang on. Let me jiggle. Nope. I can't even jiggle him back alive. Whoa, hang on. I did. Gotcha.
Am I here?
Yep, you're back. I jiggled you back to life.
No, I'm just saying, I know people get so frustrated talking about the politics of everything, but I think it's a huge part of this, where we're at.
It is absolutely a huge part of it. So, you know, if Morrissey wasn't playing politics against the previous predecessor to Joshua Levy, I wish I could remember a name because it's so much shorter than saying all of that, but you get where I'm coming from. If he wasn't playing politics with that, he might have dropped those other two charges by now.
Well, I think it's too personal. I think it's too personal for Morrissey, because if he was just to drop this Karen Reed case, it exposes his own detective group. It exposes
the Alberts, the McKay,
Canton police. It exposes his whole operation. You just can't.
Right. But the funny thing is, by holding on to it, he's going to be exposing it all anyway, and it's just getting worse the more he tries to pull. So he is making it worse.
Well, we all hope. We all hope it crashes and burns on him, but
it's gonna.
Meanwhile, they're in the position of power. He has the correct judge that he needs.
It's
all in place for them, so
it's gonna crash and burn. I don't know if this is going to be before or after the jury makes a decision, but it's gonna crash and burn. There's some other stuff going on. Remember the other day, Betterow said there's things that he couldn't talk about that weren't.
Yeah, Turtle Boy was saying that tonight, actually.
There's
the stuff he knows that he can't talk about either. So.
Me too. And I don't even know if it's the same shit that they're talking about. To be honest, I found my own shit and I was like, oh shit. So, and I can't talk about it. And that's how it is. If it's going to be helpful to the defense, then it's got to be a surprise, right? To the opposition. So we're all kind of,
but
whatever it is,
Hanky wants it all up front. He wants to know if there's going to be any.
He can't have work product up front, but this is work product. Well, what I'm talking about, like I said, I don't know what Betterow and Turtle Boy know or are talking about, but there is work product involved in what I know. Some of it was my work product, so he can.
I mean, Bev was trying to play tough this morning and threaten Karen, and we're going to kick out your attorneys. But in the end of the day, which was 11 a.m. our time, Bev didn't do anything. Acker's coming in.
Right.
Garrett Wing's coming in.
I love that Garrett's in. I love that Garrett's in. Oh my God, that's so good.
Actually, when Karen left court, we escorted her out. She was happy. I mean, I think the defense was happy today, even though Bev tried to play tough in the morning. She's all bark, no bite.
Right. Exactly. JC, yes, 8 hours. Oh my God. Well, someone put me up to the challenge to beat Will, so in all fairness,
did you catch any of that stream? Will's 12-hour marathon?
I sure bloody did. Well, I caught.
I don't remember if you were in chat or not. That was
No,
I
wasn't. I wasn't in I think I popped in and said a quick hello, but no, I was in bed and I was waking up every I don't know, hour. So I caught Karen, and I caught Nan, and I caught Olivia and Melanie. So I did catch a fair bit of it, not all of it, but yeah. I was thinking about going back and clipping some of the highlights, but you know, if I do that and people aren't involved in the highlights that feel they should be, it's probably going to cause drama again. So maybe I won't.
No, it was fun. I mean, I've seen Karen come live into chats, but I've never seen her come live on video in a show. That was pretty
Yeah, and they
wild.
brought that up in court today too, as if she hasn't got a fucking right to do what she needs to. Like, hello, he's acting like she has no rights at all. Like that civil rights don't apply to her because he says so. That's what I get from him. Every time he opens his mouth, civil rights do not apply to Karen Reid. He even said today, none of the statutes apply to Karen Reid. I was like, what the fuck are you
No.
saying, dude?
Well, they're still butthurt that she hasn't been awaiting trial in jail this whole time. They don't like the
Absolutely.
fact that she's out in society.
Abso-freaking-lutely. I agree with you completely. So, when we finish here, I'll get you to hang on for a bit because I do have something to share with you when we're done, which I am actually ready to do. If you are, I think we're done talking about that, aren't we?
Sure.
We're finished. JC turned up just in time for us to finish the stream. Yay! Well done. Today's bevcapades at the beginning. I know. That was a full-on PR stunt. That's all that was. Because she had every intention of letting the ARCA guys in. Because she knows if she says no to the ARCA guys, she knows that that's another step too far. You can see with Bev where she can get away with it, she will deny it. But if she can't get away with it, there's some reason she can't get away with it, then she has to allow it. So just watch the stuff that she is allowing for the defense, because those are the things where the defense have got their utmost strongest points at appeal. She knows that.
That was so much ridiculous theater.
It was.
And she had this nervous warble in her voice. She's trying to be tough, but she's really not.
Right.
And then she calls up the sidebar, including Karen Reid, where she has to do the obligatory, do you still trust in your defense? So
that was a judge.
You know what I mean? Like, so what's Karen Reid going to say? Oh, yeah, toss out Alan Jackson. He's no good, Bev. Of course she's not going to do that.
Exactly.
It's silly.
Exactly. All right, guys, we are done. I got to have a word with Scotty on the side. So before his daylight hits, probably already there, is it? We will wrap this up. I will talk to you all again next stream. Thanks for joining us. Been fun. We'll talk to you again soon. Bye.